The lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on.
He missed the complete. That is crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield floor. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
The DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series heads into the penultimate round of the West season. Things are heating up around here, and you better be tuned in today for the Battle of Elkhart Lake. As Deep Purple once said, it's the thrill of the chase, and the prototype and GTD championships are still up for grabs. Toss aside the Saturday chores and get ready for some of the best drivers in the world to storm into your homes on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining us for Round 4 of the West Championship in the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road America. In the booth with me today, a man who has dropped a line or two into Elkhart Lake, Mark Nobert. In the GSRC virtual production truck, twisted and tweaking the dials, the guru of speed. Taking a break from 49 Motorsports today, I'm Jed Yaman. Our man, Dougie Beard, handling the cameras today, an amazing Technicolor, streaming to your home through the worldwide wonder of the internet. Mark, it's a real pleasure to hang out with you today at your home track. Why don't you wax poetic a little bit about this old joint for us?
Love this place. Happy to be here with you as well. This is an awesome, they used to call it the National Park of Speed. It's 4.048 miles. Used to be called 4 miles. Now it's 4.048. 14 turns. There aren't really 14 because there is no turn 2. There is no turn 11. It's the kink, and there is no turn 13, but it's close. We're going to be running for 360 minutes today. That's 6 full hours of action. You're going to see driver changes. You're going to see pit stops. You're going to see tires, fueling, the whole 9 yards. And it's just ought to be a great battle. So let's check out the lap here.
All right, we've got Kevin Brown behind the wheel of the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Road America. Coming down the front stretch, turn 1 normally wouldn't be a passing zone with it being a fast right-hander, but the long pit straight means there's plenty of braking to give you a chance to get by. Watch out for drivers who drift wide though. 2 wheels in the grass can send you straight into the barrier to your right. From there we head downhill to 3. This is one of the more crucial corners to get right. The most important thing about it is the exit because it's another long acceleration zone afterwards. Slow in, fast out was never more true. Now we've got the moraine sweep. These little bends mean you need to be very aware of the drivers around you, lest you drift into your competitor's lane. Coming up, though, is the left-hander of 5. This is a very popular overtaking spot, but also where many drivers outbrake themselves. Keep half an eye on your mirrors. Then it's uphill to 6. This crest makes it very easy to lock the brakes. It's also really blind. You don't see your turn-in until you're right on top of it. After that, we've got the hurry downs. Just a lift through that fast kink of 7, and we fly downhill to another potential passing zone. Turn 8 will see some guys make an ambitious move here or there. If you catch the guy in front of you sleeping, it's not out of the question to nab a position. Then we fly around the infamous carousel. Impatient drivers will get a terrible launch compared to the ones waiting on a feathered throttle. But if you get a run, you gotta be brave because too wide through the kink is a crazy game of chicken. It's only a small lift, but go wide and there's mere yards on either side of the track before carbon fiber meets concrete. If an accident unfolds here in traffic, expect multiple drivers to end their day prematurely. From there, we straighten out the kettle bottoms and set up for Canada Corner. This is your last good spot in the lap to execute a pass. If we see a draft battle towards the end, guys will be looking to seal the deal here. Then there's 13A. It's blind, fast, and requires a lot of commitment to get the most out of it. It immediately dumps you into the last turn, which has a tricky, curved braking zone. Once again, your exit speed is so much more important than your entry speed. Especially with this huge uphill and long front stretch, you need every inch of oomph your car has got. But that is a lap around Road America.
And our thanks to Kevin Brown taking the GSRC BMW around old Road America here for us today. And boy, we've got lots to talk about here to start this off. We are in the West season right now. This is round 4 of 6. Only 2 races left to go. Let's look at the driver points real quickly in the prototype class. See where we're at here. And that you're going to find Jock and Mikey Grem's up there at the top with 114 points. But Sven Kamrat's just behind there in the Blackadder Motorsports entry, just 8 points behind. And Sven's been really fast here at Road America. So we'll see how things work out today, but maybe somebody else might be there in first before this is over. And then you've got Lehman and Mercer down there in third, still in the battle, but that's the real battle, the battle between fifth up through third right now. You've got Lehman and Mercer there in third, and Alex Ellis just behind with 34 points behind them. Just 10 points back is De Silva and Padovani. That's a really, really good battle. The top five is certainly unsettled. There is a great chase going on in the top five right now here in the prototype. Now let's move to the prototype team points, and then we'll see Vapex Racing Green, the newcomer on the block. Mikey Grems and Jacques there in first, and then we've got Blackadder, number 68, and that's Sven Kamrat's. Ellis, Harris, and Marco Mogren, just 8 points behind. Now they've got some work to do because Apex Racing Green has been hot. Apex Racing Yellow got a good battle going on back there with Online Sim Racing DE, and that's Lehman, Mercer, and Unger in that ride. And just behind them is Vendaval Sim Racing White, Hashimoto, Kasoya, J.E. Lopez, 43 points behind in fifth. They could make a run at fourth and trying to get into that battle with just 2 races left, 3, including today, this 6-hour event. Great tight battle going on up there in the prototype. Let's move on to the GTD driver point standings. And that'll find Waldenauer and Waldher. They're in first, 102 points. There's Dexter Castro just behind there. 49 Motorsports, only 6 points behind. And you've got Voras and Wallace in Bad Cactus Racing, only 11 points back, 5 points separating second and third. The battle is tied up there. Fourth and fifth are totally undecided right now between Huskenveld and Work in Progress Racing. So that is quite a battle there. Dykstra and Allen and Hewitt and Gross battling it out today. Now let's move on to the team points here in the GTD division, and that's going to be Online Sim Racing DE. They're up there with 102 points. 49 Motorsports just behind, 6 points back. Mark Bad Cactus Racing in the mix. That is a great battle for the top 3. And then you've got Huskenveld Engineering and Work in Progress Racing back there in fourth and fifth, Mark. So, as the points are really coming down here to the close of the West season and getting towards the championship, things are really tight at the top. But what's really important are the race details today. Tell us a little bit about what's going on here over the next 6 hours.
We have a slew of cars on the track all at once here. We've got the Daytona prototypes, which are Chevy-based engines. They are fast. They are ferocious. They corner well. They're loud. They got that great throaty growl. Then you've got in the GTD classes, you've got the Audis, you've got the BMWs, you've got the Mercedes-Benz and the Roofs. Again, we're racing for 6 hours, so it's going to be great battles. There's going to be strategy involved. They're going to have to plan their driver changes, their stops accordingly. We do have full course yellows here, which is abnormal for a lot of sim racing road courses, but we do have them turned on. Today it's 65 degrees out there, a little chilly, so that should keep the track temp at a nice 85, 90 degrees roughly. Winds at northeast at 16 miles per hour, and it is overcast. It's going to keep that temperature down.
Yeah, and that temperature down means a great condition for fast racing today. Lots of horsepower going to be generated out here. Mark, this track notorious for having some great passing zones and notorious for having some great trouble zones. I know Road America Straight is obviously that's where you see the big drag race, and certainly out of turn 3 and carrying all that speed down into Moraine Sweep there, turn 5, the left-hander. Talk to us a little bit about the challenges and some of the advantages out here.
Well, interestingly, a lot of the passing zones are also the trouble zones. They are one and the same. Great areas to get a pass is coming down that long straightaway into turn 1. Sometimes you can dive under somebody in turn 3, but the straightaway is a little short to get a good run. But coming down into 5 is a major passing zone. And then other places to look for is the kink. A lot of times you're going to get these Daytona prototypes coming up on a slower GTD car, and that can cause some trouble. You can actually be stopped up by somebody, and if you got another car on your tail, gives them a chance to get around. But the kink is very dangerous. You want to be careful. It wants the natural push, the centrifugal force of that corner wants to push you right out into that wall. And I'm sure we've all seen great footage of wrecks in the kink of people who did it wrong. Coming down into Canada corner, another great passing zone, high speed going into it, hard braking. You can easily get somebody, but you can also end up in the kitty litter. It's very easy to go off there. And then the most important turn to take here is probably the most important turn on the entire track is turn 14. You've got to hit that perfectly, even if you're trying to make a pass, because a couple years ago in the when the ALMS cars were still here, there was a drag race coming into turn 14. The guy who was in second place made the pass. As they were drag racing up the hill, he got passed back and lost the race because he did not take 14 properly. So it's a tricky corner because you got to get that speed built up to come up the straightaway.
Yeah, and we're watching Rodrigo and Porta da Silva come up that straightaway now. Just got that run off of 14. He's sitting fifth right now on the pole here in qualifying. The prototypes are out wrapping up qualifying now. It's actually almost over, Mark. The GTDs have already put in their times, and we're going to be calling out a grid here in just a moment. Get ready to kick off 6 hours of simulated racing here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Can't wait to get started. The GGF series, DGFX series, a lot of fun to watch. Last time we were with you was from Sebring. They've done a little more racing since then. They were at Laguna Seca last time, but today this 6 hour battle is going to be one to watch. There's Mikey Grems and the V Apex Racing Group Green. Again, that's been a hot contender this season. They are on quite a roll. They picked up a couple of podium spots, a couple of back-to-back second-place finishes, and then at Laguna Seca took the big win in the prototype class. They are hot and will be a team to watch today. But right now, it's Nicholas Helm who is sitting at the top of the tree with a great time of 156.362, and Hendrick just behind him is Sven Kamratz, who we talked about earlier when we were talking about the points. He was a leader in practice sessions here that they've had over the past couple days, and has shown great speed. And well, if you've watched the Global Sim Racing Channel before, you've heard us mention the name of Sven Kamratz. Watch for him today to be a contender before this race is over. Well, Mark, the guys are wrapping up qualifying now.
Yeah, about a minute and a half to go here.
Everybody, this is the last car on track right now. That's Hendrick in the Black Adam Motorsports number 69.
Diving into the pits.
And that is going to be it. Well, let's do this. Let's call out the grid here, Mark. I'll take the prototypes, and then you can take the GTDs.
Oh, sure. Take the good cars. I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, that's going to put NKH Racing up on the pole. Row 1. Blackadder Motorsports going to complete that there in second. That's the 69 entry. And then Blackadder Motorsports in third in the number 68. And then we've got V Apex Racing Green. They will start fourth. And Club de Volante will start fifth today. Vendaval Sim Racing White in sixth. Online Sim Racing DE. That is the Enduro 2 entry. The 992, they'll start seventh. Club Ham Team going to start eighth today. And V Apex Racing Group Yellow qualified ninth. Take it away, Mark.
In 10th, we've got the GTD car of Sweet Spot Racing. In 11th, we have the Hammer Down Racing GTD. Blackadder Motorsports starting alongside them in the 12th row. 13th is 49 Motorsports. In 14th, we have got Bad Cactus Racing Blue. 15th, the Online Sim Racing. 16th, we've got the Blackadder Motorsports 66. And in 17th, we've got Hammer Down Racing. And I'm sorry, I lost my spot. Number 18th is Team Richard McClure.
All right, there, Mark. And just to remind everybody, this is a split class race, so the prototypes are scored separately from the GTDs. They will start separately. They're going to take a full pace wrap around here, Mark, and they want the GTD glass will start 5 seconds behind the prototypes. The prototypes cannot go any earlier than the green flag drops. They will hit the hammer when the green flag goes, and then the GTD class will, like I said, they keep that 5 second spread, and then they will be given the instruction to go once the prototype class has gotten started. But as we get the grid started here, they're getting ready to roll off. 6 hours of action getting ready to come your way, and we've got 18 team entries in the field, lining up now to get ready to go. We've got a great field of prototypes there on the grid, getting ready to fire up, pop into gear, and take it around. Now, it is this is a long course, 4 miles, so it is a bit of a trip around, Mark, and tell us a little something about just the scenery here, where it's located, Elkhart Lake. What's it like up there?
It's amazing. It's about close to 600 acres in the middle of backwoods Wisconsin. I mean, it's glacier cut, so there's great hills, there's great flats, there's great straights. Basically, this you got a lot, all kinds of, as you can see from the pictures, trees everywhere. It was cut into the forest. There's areas of this track that can be green and lush, like you see. And there's other areas outside the kink that look like you're in a desert. It's just one of the most scenic, most picturesque places on the planet. Now, aside from that, if you've never been to Road America, one reason to go is the food. The concession stands are phenomenal. They're all individually run by area charities like Knights of Columbus, or one's called the Optimists Club. Oddly enough, it's usually closed. But the food, every stand has different things to eat. It's just amazing how just you can go there and just relax, and you can put out your lawn chair, and there's bleachers, but there's no assigned seats to sit in. It's just the most wonderful place to watch sports cars like this stretch their legs, roar their engine, and just race the heck out of each other.
Well, that's a pretty good picture you paint for us. I'm excited to get this started today. They head under the prototypes are heading under the old Sargento Bridge right now. A little bit of cheese there. This is definitely cheese country.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the Sargento factory, the headquarters, are about 2 miles from this racetrack.
Oh boy, I bet all kinds of flavor going on out there at the track involving cheese, Mark.
Yeah, it's literally, you pass right by it going into one of the gates. As we see them rounding the pace lap into turn 5 here. This is probably one of the best places on the entire track to watch the race. The left side of 5 there, which is technically kind of the inside of 6. The right side there, which is referred to as Fireman's Hill. You could see that. You could see turn 14. You could see so much from that area. Now we're in the area that would be also referred to as Hurry Downs. It's a big hill off to the right. We can't really see it in this camera, but it's a huge hill, and you can see them coming out of 6 into 7 right now, and then heading down this hill into turn 8. Going around into the carousel here under the Speedville Bridge. Years ago, that bridge wasn't there. They had just a gate, and you had to wait until the track activity stopped to get from one side of the track to the other. As they round the carousel, they're going to head into what is, we've talked about, the kink, and that's a interesting place to watch because you can really see the speed differentials in these cars as these heavy, fast DPs just come all up on the slower GTD cars.
Yeah, and that kink and heading down through Kettle Bottoms all the way down into Canada Corner, probably my favorite spot of this course, probably one of the more challenging spots of the course to find speed, isn't it, Mark?
Oh yeah, the kink is interesting because when you watch these cars like on a Thursday morning or Friday morning when they're first starting, you start seeing they're all hitting the brake into the kink. And then by Friday afternoon, Saturday morning, lots of the cars are taking, especially the DPs, the digital prototypes, they're taking the kink flat out. And it's important because you need that to get that speed to head down into Canada Corner. And then you got to take Canada Corner just right to make these two little S's here where there used to be a bridge. This used to be the Billy Mitchell Bridge, and now it's referred to as the Billy Mitchell Bend when they put the tunnel in.
All right, race control giving their command now. Here we go. Getting started here. Gonna find Nicholas Helm. The pace car is in, the number 93. On the outside there, just to the inside of him, Christopher Hendrick. Waiting for the green flag. Here we go. The green flag is out. On their way down the straight into one. Nicholas Helm in a drag race with Christopher Hendrick as they come across the line, get this thing started. GT cars have now been given the green flag. They are underway, Mark. Battle down into turn one, side by side, Hendrick and Helm.
Important to give each other some room going into turn one there, because one little mistake and you could be off or off into three.
Oh, and Hendrick gets off course there. Let's go back to the GTD start. Side by side, also in the GTD class. Great battle going on back there. Ooh, already getting the tires off in the dirt just a bit as they head into the Sargento Bridge. Got a battle for the lead already.
The GTD cars are some of the most fun to watch because they're so evenly matched, and the drivers are so professional and so well equipped that you get some great passing, some great banging, and just some really, really great action.
Yeah, Quinn and Heller in a great battle there to get started, but it's Quinn able to break away here early. Back up to the front in the prototypes, and Nicholas Helm starting to open things up just a bit. Got about a half-second lead on Sven Kamratz, already moving his way through the field.
They're beginning to kind of gap out a little bit, and it's only the first lap.
Yep, you're right. We haven't even completed lap one, and they are starting to spread out already. Not bad for good racing, though. And we got Sven on camera there.
Coming around 14 and then heading up the hill for the start-finish line here, completing for lap one.
Looks like the whole prototype class makes their way through 14 pretty clean there, Mark. Looked like everybody had a pretty decent line.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's early. Tires are still coming in. It's good to see them kind of giving each other a little bit of room.
Hendrick is spinning. He'd had trouble on that first lap. Gotten off in the dirt just a bit. We're going to go to the replay on board with him here. Christopher Hendrick here in the number 69. Oh, and the cold tires of the prototype seem to have bit Hendrick. You know, that was one thing I was going to bring up, Mark. The prototype, notorious for having cold tires on those outlaps. The first couple of laps are really treacherous.
Yeah, it's and this track of much like a lot of the other big road courses can be very difficult on cold laps because you're trying to jump on the throttle to because you got a straight coming at you. You don't have to worry about it. So your mindset is to push the throttle to the floor, and it's easy to break loose.
Well, that's going to send Hendrick all the way back to the back of the prototype class. That'll slot him back to 9th in class. Lost a lot of time there. He's now fallen almost 11 seconds off our leader, Nicholas Helm. Let's go back to the battle going on between Hendrick and Quinn. I'm sorry, Heller and Quinn. My bad. Got lost on my timing and scoring there. But yeah, Heller hanging on to second. Close battle. Here comes Dexter Castro, though. He's still in the picture. The top three there in the GT class starting to spread their distance just a little bit on the rest of the field, but Everybody seems to have found the line here early. Everybody except for Christopher Hedrick, who had a little bit of trouble on those still somewhat cold tires in the prototype.
Fortunately for him, though, with that spin, he didn't damage anything, and he didn't lose a lot of gap to the leaders. He's only a second or so behind, 2 seconds maybe behind the last DP in the line. So very easy to catch up in a 6-hour race. Very easy. If you're going to spin, that was about the time to do it.
Now, I have noticed a lot of dust starting to travel up on the track, and was certainly watching in practice. You know, they started off with a 50% track state. They had a long practice session, 2.5 hours. We're going to see some trash up on this track. That's going to affect the handling of these cars actually early in the run as well as deep into the run. Don't you think, Mark?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime you start putting dust up on the track, it can be kind of hectic, and it's, you know, more so in some of the open cockpit variety cars like the prototype challenges and some of the other cars that run here during the course of the year. But even in these Daytona prototypes and in the GTDs, you get that dust. It sucks into your air intake of the car. It can actually get inside your helmet.
Well, Mark, speaking of the GTDs here, Quinn is starting to feel just a little bit of pressure from Martin Heller. Heller is starting to find a little bit better run on him, and there sits Dexter Castro back there in the popcorn position, if you will. He's just looking for one of those two to make a mistake and take advantage of that, find that BMW up to the front. He's got the Audi and the Merc right in front of him battling, and that's three of the manufacturers being represented really well up front there.
Yeah, you're going to see some great battles, like I said earlier, in this GTD class. And with this crop of drivers and these cars being as tightly matched as they are, it's going to be like this the entire race today.
Oh, and that's Martin Heller goes around.
That's it.
Wow.
Was that Canada Corner? Yeah, that's a like I said in the intro, a very difficult place to make a pass if you're not careful. If he puts he put tires off. He put his left rear tire off the track and caused him to lose it.
Let's try and get an idea of what it felt like for him here as we go on board with Martin Heller. Battling for that position. Making his way down into Canada, and you see him get the tires off right there in the grass, and it just does not work out for him at all.
I wonder, did he kind of force the move? Was there a full car length, car width of space to the left of that car? That in-car actually showed it well to make it look like he didn't have enough room, but I think he did.
Boy, he beat that Merc up pretty good too, and that car is probably going to require a bit of assistance there in the pit lane. Doesn't bring out a caution though. He got off and out of the racing line, and nobody else gets caught up in that. That's pretty fortunate for everybody that was around him. Moves Matt Quinn up to the lead, but here comes Dexter Castro. He is on it, and it's got Mr. Quinn's mirror just filled up with that pink, white, and black 49 Motorsports machine. It's a good battle between the Audi and the BMW. Let's move back up to the prototypes real quick. Check in with Nicholas Helm, who's still holding off Sven Kamratz and doing just a little bit of more than hold him off. He's starting to kind of pull away from him just a bit, Mark.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think he's running his line just a little bit better. He's getting his apex is a little bit stronger, and that because of that he's starting to pull away. I was just thinking though, with that Martin Heller accident, that car was pretty beat up. I don't think without fast repairs on, I don't think we're going to see him get back into the race.
Yeah, and I don't know if we talked about how important that is in the pre-race, about the fact that they don't have any fast repairs. This is a 6-hour endurance race. Wrecking your car up on lap 4, certainly not what you want to do. Battle for 6th position back here. Getting a little racy here in the prototype division. Just 6 laps into the race.
That's
Silva
a beautiful
on the
pass.
outside. Oh, Silva runs it wide. Chambliss gets by. Nice move by Chambliss on the inside.
That's a beautiful textbook move into corner 5. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that, and every single time when you do it right, you come out golden.
Yeah, got the V-Apex yellow ride going there. That's now De Silva with a little bit of trouble. He gets off just a bit there. Got to get out of the throttle. Saves the car. Does a great job. Now, he was just in that battle with Chambliss there. Now Chambliss is chasing Jacob Lehman, Online Sim Racing DE. Chambliss really closing the gap quick here, looking for another passing opportunity. Time to pick up another position.
Heading up here into the Billy Mitchell Bend. This is a really tricky corner right here. You got to get your wheels up on that inside curb and carry the momentum, and then get on the brakes just perfectly here. Catch the inside, right side there, and then carry that momentum right through up onto the hill here. Very easy place to lose control of your car and spin into the grass there in 14. I've actually seen cars go off so hard and so fast that they've jumped the Armco barrier and ended up on the other side of the fence.
Chambliss makes that move. He pulls it off. Now also, getting up into that mix there, you've got, here comes Christopher Hendrick, who's now found his way back up to the battle like you talked about earlier, Mark. He didn't get any damage on the car on that spin. Oh, battle up just yet. Too early here. That battle's still underway. Ooh, Chambliss really tries to take the nose off of Jacob Lehman there. Lehman gets out of it, thinks better of it. This is early days. Chambliss with a real tough move there early. Racing hard.
Yeah, this is another area of the track where putting a wheel off can be very dangerous. Going through 5, 6, 7, and 8 there. You put a wheel off. A 7 can generally be taken flat out, but if you miss it just a little bit, you're going to end up in the grass or in the dirt right there at Hurry Downs.
We haven't talked much. We've talked a lot about Sven Kameritz and Nicholas Helm and what they're doing at the front of the prototypes. But really, and we talked about the battle here back for 6th and 7th place, but I don't want to ignore the drive that Mikey Grims is having right now in a 99. The V-Apex Racing green entry solid so far. Now he is 6 seconds off our leader, Nicholas Helm, but the car looks good. He feels good. Tatsuro Hashimoto is 2 seconds behind him. He's just racing track right now, chasing speed in a good spot to take care of the car and just run out the laps here. For the DPs, I think we're looking at it just about over an hour, I think, on their run. I know where we're at on the BMWs and the Audis, but I believe that the DP is a little bit over an hour on their run, Mark. But certainly we should start looking at pit stops for these guys somewhere within the first hour of this race.
Yeah, strategically, that seems like a pretty good idea. Get a lay of the track, get some rubber laid down, pit, switch drivers, get a break, and then go back at it again. But getting to the gap, the gap between like first and second, it's really not significant, especially not this early. I remember that same race I alluded to earlier a few years back in the ALMS, where the 2 cars were drag racing up the hill. That car that tried to pass to win it at the end, at one point, it was the Muscle Milk car, at one point was 4 laps down with about 3 hours to go.
Well, we talked about the window here for pit stops and possible driver changes. Let's talk about the driving requirement here in the 6-hour race today. Now, the prototypes, there's a 12-lap minimum that a driver has to run, okay? And that's 100. They said in the pre-race it's actually going to be 125 laps max for that driver. So you do have to share. You can't solo this effort. You got to have a partner on board. The GTD class was going to be also a 12-lap minimum. And I believe they said 115 laps on the GTD class max. So As we get deeper into these runs and maybe the possibility of seeing guys double stint, you may want to start paying attention to the numbers. Hopefully someone's keeping track of that for you if you're going to be a little bit, well, let's just say if you're going to be pushing it. Listen, life happens, and your drivers can't always do the whole event, so you find yourself on an odd strategy of, how many stints you'll be driving in a race. But that is an important thing you got to keep track of, because Heinrich with trouble here on
screen. Oh, did he lock him up?
Yeah, he did. Boy, he's done a great job of saving the car today, though.
That's a great example of closing speed, especially going into a corner like turn 1 or turn 12. Here he comes in real hot, did braking. He had to get all over the brakes, and it caused him to drift right off the track. He's very, very, very lucky he didn't end up in the tire wall.
Another example of all that trash being brought back up on the track. You saw the cloud that existed behind him as he tore off out of that section.
Yeah, that's what the difference in speed, though, going in, coming down that straightaway. The first car may not have taken 14 quite as efficiently. That second car was Heinrich, was coming in a little bit hot and just had nowhere to go.
Well, Christopher Heinrich going to have to get back to work. Hendrick going to have to get back to work. He had picked up several spots after falling all the way back, and it's going to have to do it all over again. Car's still in good shape. He hasn't hurt the car, so, not bad. Let's check on the GTD class here real quick, Mark. Still, the battle up front is Matt Quinn. Dexter Castro following, not that far behind. Quinn's starting to get away a little bit. Castro's starting to have to worry about the run of John King in the Merc. Really starting to pick things back up there. Then you got to go a little ways back to Ryan Wallace and Wolfgang Waldenauer a little bit farther back than that, but all the GTDs still on the track. Richard McClure Richard McClure Racing did not take the start. They did not make the start, but trying to see if we got the machine of, Heller back. I think Heller is still in the, yes, the Heller machine is still in the pits. That's Sweet Spot Racing. I think they're going to be in for a while. Now, they'll get damage repair. It just depends on how much was damaged. Did they break the motor? I didn't see any smoke. So if they didn't break the motor, maybe they're in for about a 15 to 20 for some repair. Hopefully get the car back out. You have everything to gain by getting the car back out in a 6-hour endurance race. You never know what's going to happen in front of you. There are always spots to be gained by making that extra effort to get back out, Mark.
Absolutely. He's our that car, the Mercedes in the pits, he's already been in there for well over 3 minutes, but he should be able to get those repairs taken care of and get out fairly quickly. But one thing I wanted to make note of is the 93, the lead car of Nicholas Helm right now, is about a corner behind the 333, the last place running car in the GTD. We're going to see lap traffic coming up real soon.
Yeah, probably a little bit sooner than we expected. Obviously, Kroll having a little trouble getting started today, but very interesting that we are catching that. This is again a 4-mile track. The speed differential, pretty good. It's not amazing. I mean, we're talking about what, Mark? About 9 seconds between the prototypes and the GTDs.
As far as lap times?
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. The best lap time for Nicholas Helm right now is 1:57.841. The best lap time for Matt Quinn is 2:06.221.
Well, you start doing the math and you see that, again, on a 4-mile track, car's got to have a little bit of trouble to be that far off pace, but Helm doing a pretty good job wheeling this thing around here. There's not a lot of traffic on track, so he should be able to pull off a move pretty well. Sven Cameron's still digging, though. Lots to dig for. We're early days, and Cameron's finding a pretty good run.
I bet Helm can see the 333 right now.
Yeah, let's take a look on board indeed. Let's ride on board here with Nicholas Helm just a bit and see what it's like wheeling that DP around here. carousel really a challenge, Mark. I think for any car, you finding that balance of speed and grip there, and then of course the exit. You want to be strong on that exit to set yourself up for the kink.
Oh, absolutely. The carousel is so tough because for some vehicles it's a third gear, some vehicles it's a fourth gear. How much throttle do you get on? It's just really, it's what do you do? And we just had De Silva put a wheel off in the carousel as well. He's back on.
All right, Sven Kamrat's getting by J.C. Arnold in the V-Apex Audi GTD there.
Mikey Grams is about to come up on the 333 to pass him as well. So we're starting to get a lot of our Daytona prototypes beginning to take those lapped cars, and we're going to see, as long as we stay caution free, we should see a lot of that, and we should see it for a long time.
Wow, Mikey Grimm's really taking it wide in one. I don't know if you want to push that too much today, getting those wheels all the way off there in the dirt. That's not a good situation for the prototype that I've generally run into. In fact, I've not run into, but run off, as you will. Looking over Sven's car just a bit, I noticed he's got just a little bit of damage on the front nose of that car. We might have missed it. I wonder if it was on the start, getting down into turn one or something, but he picked up a little bit something there. It doesn't look like it's affecting the car. Could be affecting his straight line speed just a little bit. Could account for why he's so far off pace from Helm right now.
And he may have nosed it into somebody, which leads you to wonder, how is the back of whoever he hit?
True that. But again, Sven really fast in the practices leading up to this race today, and that makes me question again whether or not his straight line speed is where he needs and wants it to be.
Fortunately for him, it doesn't look all too terribly damaged. He's in second place. There's a lot of race left, and something could happen where somebody else, even the leader, could end up dropping down his speed. And a lot of ways to go here, but yeah, you're right. That does look like he did hit something.
Let's look at the GTD class right here. There's the excitement. You've got these cars still running really close together. Matt Quinn still leading everybody. Castro's kind of closed things up a bit. He's settling into his zone. Mark, as we get just about 30 minutes into this race, and what's the car starting to do at this point? I mean, are your tires starting to are you finding more grip? Are you taking more chances, or are you just riding at this point?
Well, I think we're past the finding more grip stage. I think after about a lap, the tires come in hot, and you get some really good laps out of them. But now you're starting to get to the waning portion of the tires. They're starting to you might, on some of them, if the setup isn't right, you could get graining. You're getting to the point now where you have to start braking a little earlier or a little bit deeper. You got to start changing your driving line just a little bit. Not significantly enough to the point where it's going to affect your lap times dramatically, but just enough that if you don't change it, you can very easily end up putting some wheels off on the corner out or even the corner in.
Yeah, now Heinrich, apparently Heinrich having a little bit more trouble back here in the field. Let me pick him up real quick. Yeah, let's check that on the replay there. There's the number 69 Blackadder Motorsports into Hurry Downs. He has big trouble, and whereas he's done a good job of taking care of it, keeping it clean, this time it results in some pretty good damage to the car. There we are on board with him, and see that dust kicked up just in front of him. Never, the car already gets those tires off right over the curb and hits that tire barrier mark really hard. The right front of that car damaged up pretty heavy.
Yeah, I think I think he's got some serious damage to that car. And this could bring out a full course caution. He's been sitting there for probably the entire length of time of that replay.
Yeah, and that does bring out the caution flag. They've race marshals come on, told him he can take his tow. Could not get that car back out on track, Mark, and that will bring out our first caution.
Well, for some of the guys, that's going to be a welcome sign. We're getting to the point where, like we said a few minutes ago, where the tires are going to start to wear a little bit. We're 13 laps in on a 4-mile racetrack. Basically, some of these drivers might need a drink. They might be doing. You'll probably see some driver changes. I think you're going to definitely see everybody take fuel and tires. There's not going to be any gambles taken here. But this caution was probably a welcome sign and a welcome time for everybody.
All right, so I guess that we are outside of that 15-minute window, which would be a short caution period here in the DGFX series. This will be a standard caution, and that means the pace car is going to come out of the pits and pick up the overall leader on track, and any car between the pace car and the overall leader will automatically receive a wave by from iRacing, Mark.
Sean, you mentioned earlier the minimum laps per driver. What was that number? Was it 11?
No, it was 12.
12. So we're on lap 13. So these guys have all completed that. So driver changes could very well happen right now.
Tell you what, here, the pace car is just now coming out. They've got to go all the way around before they'll even open the pit lane for anybody. Why don't we take a quick break and step away for a moment? Everybody catch their breath. We'll be right back with you here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the DGFX series here at Road America. And welcome back here this afternoon on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road America. The caution flag is out. The pit lane is now open. They have completed the second lap of this caution all the way around. Everybody's gotten their wave bys. And now we're going to get a chance to see who's going to decide to come in here, Mark. And what's the strategy here at this point? Just 15 short laps into this race. But, you know, we have passed that 30-minute mark into this 6-hour race. So certainly looking for several of these leaders to probably come in. I doubt anybody's going to stay on track. You think that's probably the strategy here?
Well, I think you're going to see a parade into the pits right now. As far as strategy goes, nothing really changes. Cars are still going to, everything's going to be the same as it was, where you're going to see driver changes. You're going to, fuel, everything of a normal pit stop, because the cars are at that point. Basically, you're going to see, hopefully we get some clean stops. Nobody speeds on pit lane. There could be some issues. Looks like somebody stayed out.
Hashimoto, Vendaval Sim Racing White stays on the track. Hashimoto maybe with something up his sleeve there.
That's a bit of a surprise, because given the rules of pits, yellow flags in this series, I don't think he's going to get another chance to pit under yellow this caution.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Now, interesting is our leader in the GTD class, Matt Quinn, stays out. Hammer Down Racing stays out on the track. That Audi also out there. So,
what scares me to death about anybody staying on the track right now is they're running on 15, 16 lap old tires, and you got guys coming out on brand news, and they're going to get a lap of heat into these tires at pace speed, but it's still going to get a lap into them. This could get very hectic on the restart. I fully expected, at least all the Daytona prototypes to stop, if not just about all of the GTDs as well. But this Hashimoto staying out could get very, very scary.
Well, where he is going to have just a little bit of an advantage is on that restart. Now, those tires are worked in and ready to go. We do know that the prototype is wicked. That first lap and a half around the track, it's going to take a bit for them to get fully up to speed. So maybe Hashimoto counting on possibly another caution coming out quickly. Again, a little bit of strategy being played out here. We don't exactly know how his next driver is set up there. We're not quite sure what Hammer Down Racing's plan is today for their driver swaps. So we'll see here. It could be a move that pays off early, but strategic moves only 35 minutes into a 6-hour race. It could be a little early to start playing from the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, this could get interesting. And you're right about the tires. They definitely do. Hashimoto's tires are going to retain their heat. What's going to get kind of scary is if come around turn 5, if he, if those other cars start to get their heat in their tires, and somebody may force a move on him because they know they're faster. I hope he is got enough tires left in it to hold them off for a couple of laps and kind of spread out and even things out so that things can level themselves out a bit.
Okay, race control is on, giving instructions now. The lights are out on the pace car. Calling everybody to go on the green flag. So we'll have a single file restart here, Mark, and once that pace car pulls off and the green flag drops, it's going to be have at it down into turn 1.
Yeah, and that is going to work to Hashimoto's benefit, is the fact that it is a single file restart. He is going to have that ability to control the start and jump on the gas at his leisure, which with those warmed up tires could be interesting. Here we go.
And the pace car is away. And Hashimoto doesn't waste any time. There we go. Okay. The lights are out, and now he's away. Oh, we got trouble already off the start.
Big wreck on the straight.
Nicholas Helm, yes, gets into it.
Did someone get into him? That car is damaged bad. That could be another yellow. That could be Hashimoto's yellow.
The apex yellow there kind of turns down just a bit on the outside there of Nicholas Helm. Pitches him into the wall. Let's go on board with Helm. You'll watch how tight it gets here. The epic, he gets that move right there on the inside and
Was there room?
No, there really wasn't any room there, unfortunately. Both cars continue racing, Mark, but both cars pretty good damage. Chambliss trouble on that car. That car is broken. Boy, what a mess there on the restart. Matt Quinn still stuck in all that business. We got DPs flying past him. Sven Kammertz battling with Sergio Dorelli. Kammertz and Dorelli side by side through the carousel. Sven up there on the outside, swinging it out wide into the dirt. Makes the move on Dorelli, gets him in the kink.
Good action coming down here into Canada corner right now.
We have a restart and all of a sudden a race broke out. Jeez. Everybody flying here. Now Matt Quinn still holding on first place in class. But watch out, he's got company here. Here comes Yuri Yanis. Now Yanis is in the car. Dexter Castro out. They get that driver swap in early. Looks like Yanis is on the power early. Picking up our leader, Matt Quinn.
And surprisingly, Hashimoto is still out in front and by a little bit of a gap, actually, 2 seconds.
Yeah, you know, we're checking with race control now, and not quite sure, but Hashimoto did break out early on that start. I don't know if maybe there was a miscommunication or misunderstanding of what was actually supposed to happen there, but he wasn't supposed to go until the green flag dropped. It did look like he got a bit of a jump there.
He had a hell of a start.
We're waiting to see if there's any action on that. Hashimoto really having trouble out of the turn, swings it real wide out into the grass, gets it back up on track clean. Got about a 2-second lead on Mikey Grems right now. I think that's, again, the difference in the tires that you saw, but Grems starting to pick up pace just a little bit. Won't be long before he gets to him here, Mark.
Well, you know, everybody else's tires that pitted are the Grems, Helms, Kammertz, Dorelli. All of them their tires are gonna start coming in, and they're gonna freight train Hashimoto any lap now. I think you're gonna see that 2-second gap start to slowly lower and lower and lower, and then before you know it, he's gonna find himself in 6th or 7th.
Well, you know, Nicholas Helm's got some pretty good damage on the right front of that car, but seems to still be tracking pretty well. Don't know if the steering got affected more than just the aero, right front aero damage on that machine, but NKH still holding down 3rd place.
Nicholas Helm has the fastest lap of the race. That could have been before the damage, but we saw the damage early on.
Oh, so Mark, we got a battle here between Sven Kammertz. Oh, that was the lap car of Heinrich. I'm sorry, Mark.
Oh, it's okay. This is good action. This is the even lapped cars. That's why you go to watch these cars. That's what makes this particular series so special. Is it doesn't matter if they're on the lead lap, if they're a lap down, if they're 10 laps down. Guys are fighting. Guys are giving you everything they can, and you got to get around people and get around safely. This is a blast. This is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and Dorelli was just the next car to do that, to get around Hendrick. There, does a good job. Dorelli battling for position, trying to catch up to Sven. Let's go to the GTD battle here. Matt Quinn still our leader, but having to hold off Urianis, who has found his way and putting the pressure on here. Got those fresh tires. We know Matt Quinn is still out there. Those tires are 15 laps older. And let's face it, driver change doesn't hurt either. Got a fresh driver in the seat. The Audi is fast, though. The BMW probably has just a bit of an advantage on cornering, but the Audi's got a lot of grunt.
Yeah, that Audi is a good car. It's a nice looking car. The BMW is a beautiful car. That's a great thing about the GTD classes. All the cars, they just look so amazing, and they're fast and they're sleek and they're light. It's fun to watch.
Looks like we might have a little bit of battle starting to erupt here at with the prototypes. We did talk about the fact that Hashimoto was starting to get caught by Mikey Grims, but Mikey getting a really nice run down the straightaway, heading into 1, closing the gap quick.
Not enough in 1. He's going to have to try it in 5 because 3, he's still a little bit back too far for a pass in 3. But you're going to see him get a nice draft and catch him, especially if Hashimoto doesn't get out of 3 well. This is going to be a fun run down the Kettle Moraine, or the Moraine Sweep rather, into turn 5.
Yeah, and I think Hashimoto's really pushing right now too. So certainly starting to feel the pressure from Grims. Grims knows that. He's waiting. He's watching very closely. Again, I think that Tatsuro is really, really pushing. Let's check back with Sven Kameritz. I think, yeah, we're going to check it on the replay here real quick. It looks like Sven might have had a moment on the track there. And Sven, again, really solid in the practices. Just a bit off pace right now early in this race, and looks like he just takes it in a little too deep there, Mark.
Yeah, just missed his braking zone.
Yeah, and does a good job of realizing that and, limiting the amount of time lost there.
That's a great thing about the way turn 5 is set up. There's a huge runoff area there that's paved, and then a huge runoff area that's kitty litter sand. And there's a lot of room to be able to make that mistake and really not have to pay dearly for it.
Hey, you know what? Don't look now. There's the battle for the top 3 in the prototype class is heating up because Nicholas Helm is a man on a mission after that restart. Really still showing some fine laps here, Mark. I mean, he was the fastest. Let's see, he was faster than Tatsuro by almost a full second on that last lap. So certainly starting to close the gap. But for a car that's carrying a little bit of damage on that right front, it seems to be running awful well.
Well, what's killing me is that Hashimoto's car, the 13 car, half a lap ago, he was 0.4 seconds ahead. And about a half a lap later, he's got a 1.5 lap ahead. So he's actually holding himself and on what are now 21 lap old tires. This guy is driving the wheels off the car. Much like you said earlier, he's got to be pushing the car harder and harder. And I start to wonder, at some point, do you outdrive your talent? Do you outdrive your car, and do you end up off the track?
Well, he's a great story right now, so let's hope not. He keep it up front there and somehow make it to the next caution or the next pit stop with this car still up front. He's going to be in good shape right now. But let's check on the GTD class here real quick and see what's going on back here with Matt Quinn and Uriana starting to put the pressure on again. And the battle heating up for third also back there with Brandon Garrick and John King. Sorry about that. I couldn't get Garrick off the tongue.
Not a good place to happen.
No, not at all. Good point. And Garrick there in the Merc. And just behind him, John King also in the Blackadder Motorsports Mercedes.
You know, you're only going to call the Mercedes a Merc so many times before you accidentally call it a Mercury.
A Mercury.
I've done that myself.
Man, we're not even an hour in and I'm already getting loopy. No, say it isn't so.
Somebody cut that man off.
Nah, not loopy at all. This has been a great race so far. I'm mesmerized at just the amount of grip these cars have in the high speed sections, and the way they're just able to gracefully just whisper their way through there and get so hard on the braking and still find grip off, even with the laps. Like look at what right now what Matt Quinn's doing. That car still looks rock solid here, Mark, with 22 laps on those tires.
Yeah, I was just about to say he has not pitted either, and so he and Hashimoto in the prototype are doing something that is just nothing short of phenomenal. They are running blistering laps on what are now, almost 100-mile-old tires.
Well, I think the 65-degree track condition, really the 65 degrees on track really helping that cause. A lot of rubber on the track here. We had a nice long practice session. It is a 4-mile track. I say a lot of rubber. I mean, we had 17 cars out there practicing, so maybe not quite as much rubber as maybe I'm overstating that a little bit. But the fact that the track temperature is lower certainly helping out the tires.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned the rubber on the track is you can see the line coming in, so these cars are definitely putting down some rubber onto this track. You can see it right there going into Canada Corner. They're starting to put down the line, and as they do that, the corners, as get stickier, and you can drive them in harder and brake a little bit less, and the car just holds itself and rolls right through the turn as the corner gets better. But you're right, with 17 cars, it's going to take a little more time than with 35 or 40 cars, but it's happening.
I was practicing last night, and this new build, the way the gravel and the dirt, when you're following somebody and they get off of that, and it really kicks up into your windshield, you're really seeing those rocks and pebbles all traveling at you. It's a bit unsettling actually when you're at speed.
Yeah, try doing it in real life. It's crazy.
Yeah.
My extent of racing is to go-karts, but I'll tell you this: when somebody puts a tire up, even in a go-kart, and kicks that sand up at you, you feel every single pebble.
Graham's looking on the inside. Mikey Graham's looking to the inside. Can't pull the move off on Hashimoto.
Nice work by Tatsuro to hold him off.
Yeah, it was. That's opened a door for Nicholas Helm just a bit. He's closed up the distance there. What a great 3-car battle here at the front. Yeah, you talked about those go-karts. I've got some experience in go-karts as well, and boy, there's nothing like being hit with a small rock or a small boulder right in the middle of the chest from a cart in front of you. J.C. Arnold, you know what? Sorry, let me break away from that. J.C. Arnold, maybe with a little bit of trouble on track. Oh, hard contact for J.C. Arnold. The front end of that car. Oh, gets wicked loose in the concrete barrier.
This is coming out of the Billy Mitchell bend. I'm guessing what happened is he put a tire off wrong coming out of the bend. Right here, you're going to see him coming up the hill here, and he's going to put a tire, he's going to miss on the inside, and then it's going to cause him to go wide to the right, and the car is just going to kick straight into the outside wall, and he just nosed it in hard. That car is probably terminal.
Lehman having trouble, but hey, I got to go to the battle up here at the front, Mikey. Oh, Lehman's upside down on the track while we got a battle for the lead. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to get to that. Oh, man. Mikey Grims gets around, and just in front of them, we had the car off. That's opening the door also for Helm.
Helm gets him in turn 3, but I wonder about that car upside down. Is that going to bring out a yellow?
Let's go on board with Lehman real quick and just see what happened. Man, that was crazy. Okay, there's Jacob Lehman, the 992 there. Online Sim Racing, DE, the Enduro 2 machine. It's over. out of the kink there, gets the car way too off far to the left mark and spins all the way across and upside down. The caution flag is finally out.
Well, you know who this benefits. This is a huge timely caution for Tatsuro. He needed this. He only lost 2 spots after staying out all that time. He's going to get a chance to pit. I imagine you're going to see some of the other guys pit as well. This is one that's going to be hit or miss. Some of the guys are going to pit, some of them are not. But this is a situation where Tatsuro has to pit. And I think you're going to see a few others pit, and I think he's going to hold his spot because this caution came out at a good time for him.
Okay, so let's run down what's happened here so far. Now, the restart after that lost caution flag, that was deemed a racing incident. No action on that. We do. I can confirm that Hashimoto was given a warning for jumping that start. No penalty, but we do have another caution, and just about an hour into this race, that's well, you know what? Hats off to Hashimoto. He really kind of did what he needed to do by just staying out there long enough to complete one full run, and he's right there in that window, Mark.
Yeah, I'd love to see that last restart again, because I don't know if a caution or if a warning was the right solution for that. He did look like he jumped before the pace light went off, and if it depends on the rules. If the rule says a warning is a possible result, then that's fine, but he jumped it. I think we're going to get to see that replay right now.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look at that restart real quick. I had called that he was off and on the accelerator before the green flag had dropped and hadn't really realized that I was on him and watching him. But here it is on the replay. You'll see Hashimoto there up front in the red and white TCR Japan machine. And
we need to watch the lights on the pace car, I believe, isn't it?
No, the green. It was at the green when the green flag dropped was when they were supposed to go.
Okay, he was going out of turn 14.
Right, you see him break away from the field right there as the pace car peels off.
Yeah, he's pulling away right now. He had a second before the green flag. Before the start-finish line.
Well, we're going to get things re-racked here. Again, this is a pretty opportune pit stop here. Just about an hour, or caution flag, just about an hour into the race. Let's step away for just a second here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and GGFX here at Road America. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. I'm Sean Ambrose. He's Mark Nobert. We are here for the DGFX Sports Car Series today. And Road America has been an exciting one so far. We have just passed the 1 hour mark of this 6 hour race today, 6 hour endurance race. We've already seen some cars have trouble here early, but we are back. I think everybody's just about here to come into the pit stop. I think this time you'll see everybody come in. I doubt we'll have many people on track here when they get ready to come in. Finding our way down into Canada now, Mark, and everybody getting set up here, ready to get some service, 4 tires, and I bet we'll start to see some driver swaps on some of these cars. Now, we had a couple on the last caution flag, but I think if you want to get a fresh driver in the car, now's probably not a bad time to do it.
Oh yeah, this is definitely, you're going to see probably just about everybody stop. Absolutely, you're going to see Quinn and Hashimoto stop. Looks like a couple, one stays out so far. Oh, somebody's in the grass trying to get into the pits. Yeah, that was a last minute decision.
Well, Mikey Grims keeps the car on track.
He's got one stop already. I'd like to know
right.
what lap was that? 16? So he's only got 10 laps on it.
Yeah, lap 15 actually. So Mikey going to keep the car on track. That is the VAPEX Racing Group green entry, the number 99.
Taking a page out of Hashimoto's book on that one.
Everybody else behind him, though, coming in the pit. Pit lane is busy.
That's
Service, what's it like, Mark?
It's like an LA freeway right there.
It really is. And that's, Sven Cameron's with a really, really quick stop there. He's the first one out. Helm just behind him.
Now, Sean, was Cameron's car the one that was damaged on the nose? It looked better in that last camera angle. I'd love to see that again because I think he may have gotten some repairs done.
He did, and you know who else got some repairs? Nicholas Helm. Take a look at the right front of that car. Also seeing him a great improvement there to the right front. So that indicates to me that was simply just aero damage. Certainly Helm avoiding some serious trouble long term in this race by that being just apparently a little bit of aero damage on the right front of that car that is now gone and repaired.
Yeah. Both of those cars look like they've had the noses replaced, so they should be right back to the way they started the race.
Now let's go back to the GTD lead. We're going to run them down here for you in just a second, but Urianis comes out of the pit up in the first. So let's do that right now. Let's take the field here in the GTD while we're on him, and then we'll move up and do the field in the prototype. But Urianis is going to be your leader. John King sitting back there in second. Okay, and then we've got, Stefan Walder is in third. Fourth in class, that's going to be Brandon Agaric. Paul Darling going to sit in fifth. Paul Darling getting in the car for Quinn. Ernie Ludwig. He's now in the number 66. And JC Arnold still on track. JC in the pit still. I'm sorry about that. JC was the Audi that we saw get around. Now, that car had heavy front-end damage. Some of that damage starting to get repaired. So
it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to get that car back out on the track probably. Now, let's check out the prototype class real quick and see where everybody's at up front there. Now, quickly here, because we're getting ready to go. Mikey Grims is your leader. Sven Cameron's in second. Nicholas Helm exits in third. Rodrigo and Porta de Silva fourth. Sergio Dorelli fifth. And Hashimoto going to go all the way back to sixth after that pit stop mark.
Well, he's doing okay, though, because I think before he stayed out, I think he was well farther back than sixth place. So I think it's going to end up being in his favor. And the fact that he's, fresh tires, clearly we've seen him run some really blistering laps with these other cars. This guy could be a real factor in this in the next 4 hours of this race, 5 hours of this race.
Well, Mikey Graham's going to get ready to restart, and race control putting out the reminder. We do not go until the green flag. Pace car coming around the final turn now, getting ready to peel off into the pits. Ford Mustang pace car is off. Mikey Graham's coming up the hill, waiting for the green flag. Under the Caterpillar Bridge.
Much better looking start.
Green, green, green. Here we go. Mikey Graham's on the hammer. Down the long straight. Sven Cameron's already looking to make a move on the outside as they head down into turn one side by side. Sven getting the advantage there on Mikey Graham's. Really on the power.
Getting real racy into turn one. Wow.
Sven got that damage knocked out on the front. Feeling strong. Mikey Graham's can't battle with him down there into one. Sven Cameron's getting a really nice run here to restart the prototypes. Let's drop back to the GTDs to see how they got started. Urianis still the leader. The 49 Motorsports BMW up to first. Back to the prototypes. Battle up front. Mikey Graham's look to the outside. Could pull up on the inside. There's Nicholas Helm. Helm on the inside getting by Grims.
Grims, I think, got him back on the, no, Helm got it.
Yeah, Helm up to second. Grimm settling back to third after that restart. A wild one for him. Whoa! Sven Cameron's getting all the way out into the kitty litter. Heading through the carousel now. They get off the exit of the carousel. They're really nice and tight. Looking back there through the field, though, Hashimoto having trouble getting him. Hashimoto's off into the wall. Ouch!
Oh, no.
A tank slapper for Hashimoto. Go on board with Hashimoto real quick.
He brought it back on the track nicely, though. Kudos to him. That was really, really good driving.
Off in the grass there. Never able to really get the car back into shape. Way far out to the left. Bam!
Well,
just before the... I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it didn't look like he hit that outside wall that hard. It was kind of, the momentum carried him into the wall, but he also kind of just pushed into it. But he's definitely going to have some repair to do.
Yeah, the damage on, you see the damage actually on the right rear of the car, or I'm sorry, the left rear of the car. You never know, that might have knocked the toe out just a bit for him there on the left front. Let's drop back to the battle in the HTD class here. I'm sorry, in the GTD. Good battle going on here. That's John King. Urianis up in front. John King now in for Black Motorsports 67. Urianis got in earlier after the first caution for Dexter Castro. Still in the car.
Darling's actually moved up a position or two since the start of the green flag.
Yeah, Darling taking that position away from Brandon and Garrick. And the Audi is digging. John King looking solid here early as they get restarted. Let's check back in on the prototypes real quick. I know Sven's still up in the lead, but Nicholas Helm looks to be closing just a bit here. Helm really needed that pit stop. I think that's going to help his straight line speed just a bit. Next time they get to the straight here, we'll get to see exactly how much draft he's able to pick up as they head up the hill. He's starting to pull him just a bit there, Mark.
Yeah, he is. He's beginning to pick it up. That repair he did actually was helping him out.
Boy, car really looked good off the turn there. Really solid. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before Helm catches Sven Kamratz short of him having a little bit of trouble himself. That car seems to be really, really hooked up after the pit stop.
Yeah, Helm is definitely looking to be the fastest car on the track right now, and I'm showing him with the fastest lap of the race as well. It's almost like he's got him on a winch and he's just pulling him in.
Lots of speed can be made up in the carousel if you hit your marks there, and not so much right there, but you see there up just in front of him, Sven getting a little bit off of the dirt, throwing it up in front of him.
He's putting the wheel off a couple times, and it's kind of, well, one, if you're going to lose speed, two, you really run the risk of losing your car right into the wall.
As Sven flashing the lights at JC Arnold, having to make his way around him in a real tricky spot there. They both make it around. Kamratz and Helm make it around, and here comes now, that's Mikey Grimm's getting around JC Arnold.
Helm had a really nice exit on turn 14. You're going to see him kind of tow him in here. He might even be able to get a move into 1, if not 1.5.
The closing rate of those DPs is just incredible.
It is.
Blackadder Motorsports still showing the way, though. Sven got a mirror full of them, but not giving up the fight. He's going to keep digging here. He's going to make Helm earn this for sure, but Helm has found his way right up to the rear deck. Looking to the inside. Oh, Helm with a really strong move to the inside. Runs Sven a little bit out to the outside. Sven battling up the hill. Helm going to hang on that position. Sven all the way out to the right, into the dirt. I think Helm's going to take that spot and own it now. Let's take a replay here real quick of the pass on board with Helm.
And you knew it was coming, and I even guessed it would be before turn 5.
Yeah, you did call it, and Helm pulls off the strong move to the inside. Keeps it nice and tight down there, and Sven just doing a smart thing at this point. Let me run just wide enough to make sure I don't have any contact with him here early in this race.
That was amazing driving on the part of both drivers. Such gentlemanly driving, giving each especially Helm giving Sven enough room to not end up in the grass or the dirt, but yet still have enough room for himself to make the pass. That was textbook driving, and he deserves a lot of credit for that.
Okay, we missed a pass here, though. We had a move here in the GTD class. Paul Darling able to get by John King. Still got a little ways to go to catch Urianis, who, quite honestly, that restart, a great one for him. He is having a great drive here to get this next run started. '49 Motorsports got to be happy with that effort to get this race started. I do see JC Arnold bringing the V-Apex racing team, the V-Apex GT racing team, back down pit lane.
In need of more repairs?
Yeah, I think the car is still not quite right. They're going to probably get in and get a little bit more repair, maybe get some suspension work done on that car and get it to handle a little bit better. Speaking of handling, though, John King back here still fighting, still trying to get his way back up to Paul Darling. Darling's starting to pull away, though, and set his sights on Urianis. Showing pace right now is Darling. That Audi is, again, it's got a little bit more grunt than the BMW, and he is, as I'm starting to talk about him there, got a little bit of blink, a little bit off into the grass. On board with Paul Darling right now. You see him, the chase is on. He's chasing Yuri. Yuri's been solid, though. He is locked in and loaded, you can tell.
Having a good run.
Now, we are hearing from race control that the V Apex GT car had a penalty. I'm checking in on that penalty now. Yeah, they had a drive-through penalty for causing the collision there. So that's going to be tough for them. That's the 333 machine at JC Arnold's in there.
That's why we saw him coming down pit lane.
Yeah, that was the drive-through for that. Yep.
That car's in rough enough shape. I think it's its own penalty.
Yeah, I think poor guy's been penalized enough today. I'll tell you what, though, here comes Paul Darling, really starting to close up on Yuri Giannis as they come up the straight there. Darling looking to the outside. Giannis trying to break the draft there just a bit. He saw him in his mirror. He saw him coming down into turn one. Giannis making a really strong run through the turn. Darling swinging it out a little bit wide, but he's still on the power. Here comes the Audi. You can tell Yuri trying to really break any draft opportunity he has here at any chance he can. He's getting out of line. Here we go. The Audi getting by. Giannis going to let him have it. Paul Darling worked his way up to second. And then has got himself now up in the lead of this race in the GTD class. Now he's got to focus. He's got to have that laser focus and just keep the car on the track. Giannis has got to do the same. He can't, honestly, he can't afford to let John King close in on him here. He's got to stay on pace with Paul Darling and keep this car up front.
That 22 running so strong. You know, we saw in the previous stint how well they were running, and now with Darling behind the wheel, not seeming to miss a beat. Just the car appears to be the class of the field. He's so fast.
Well, those three are the class of the field right now as they're running a battle all their own. Brendan Gagarik is back there in fourth and having a little bit of a battle with Stefan Walter. Those two still in this race, but even there's a little bit of distance between those two. But again, the battle in GTD is those three cars up front right now: Darling, Giannis, and King. And what I feared is happening. Darling's starting to get away just a little bit from Yuri Giannis.
Yeah, he is.
And that puts him in that position of, now does John King able to catch the draft of Giannis just a bit? That could work out for King. Still early on in this run. And honestly, Mark, that last run, it seemed like the cars, I don't want to say got faster, but they did seem to handle a little bit better deeper into the run.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, and I think that's a good example of the new builds with the track wrapping in. They're just sticking at it like they really do, and this is it's impressive. It's so much fun to see, exactly how well they can just grab this track and just roll.
Well, the racing is definitely, I think it's spread out a lot more on this run after the restart than the previous one we had. Cars all over the place now, and still some good battles going on, but the battle against the track is what we're starting to fight now. And usually you're used to seeing that in maybe the fourth or the fifth hour of the race, but here we are just shortly into the second hour of the race, and again, it's really spread out, and it seems like we've got a lot of drivers on track battling, battling the space in front of them, just trying to chase time at this point and pick up every precious little tenth of a second they can on the cars in front of them.
Yeah, and what you're seeing at the beginning right now between Nicholas and Sven, I almost wonder if Sven is just happy for now in second place, just buying his time and not trying anything because the helm got around him and he hasn't pulled away. It's basically been this gap for about the last, several laps since the pass. So I just think he's happy where he's at and is like, you know what, I'm just going to roll it and we're going to go.
Now, I just went back real quick to check on Hashimoto and to see how that car was doing, and he did not pit after that tank slapper he had. And again, the car fighting some pretty solid damage on the left-hand side of it. It cost him about 2 seconds a lap right now, but he's still out there battling, still on a lead lap. So not quite as critical the damage he took there that as we initially thought, but car still has enough pace to keep the leaders at least, within a reasonable distance at this point. Question is, how much damage repair is that car going to need in the pits to get it right? Oh, and as I'm talking about him, he gets all the way up on the grass, all the way left to the curb.
Yeah, I was saying I hit the wrong button. You're right. He's holding on, and I think his saving grace at this point is where the damage is. His damage is in the back of the car and not the front. I think that's allowing him to retain a little more aerodynamic push than what he would have had if he had wrecked the front nose.
Now, Durelli is just behind him, and he was running strong earlier, but doesn't really seem to have anything for that car yet, and got a little bit of work to do there. So let's check in back on the GTD class here and see what Paul Darling and Yuri Yanis are doing, what they're up to. But it does look like Paul Darling has got that Audi comfortably up to first now. Yanis is backed off just a bit and still feeling pressure now from John King. Going to be probably battling some traffic here soon throughout the field as the DP class starts to make its way through. Got a battle for fifth. Hashimoto under pressure. Durelli trying to take it away.
Great battle here. He could get him. He could get him in turn 8 if he can get a little bit of a draft. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait all the way until 12.
Just when you think Hashimoto's made a mistake, he manages to get back on it and get away. Both with a really, really good line to the carousel as we're on board here with Sergio Durelli, Club Ham. I don't want to say that team name too much. It might make me a little hungry. Big
It's already
fan.
making me hungry.
Yeah, big fan of the ham, baby.
If it's pig, I'll eat it.
Yeah, I'm just big fan of swine in general. Yes, sir. We'll talk livestock later with Soup if maybe he stops by for a visit. So he likes to do things with roosters. He's like an authority on roosters and chickens, I think. Oh, we got to move here to the inside. Sergio Durelli up the straightaway there, gets the move on Hashimoto. Finally takes that position away. Okay, Ludwig is in the pits. Ernie Ludwig, the number 66. Blackadder Motorsports, number 66 machine, is in the pit. Not sure why he's in, to be honest with you. Don't see any damage on the car.
Some rear damage to it. His rear bumper is pretty badly bent up, but it looks like he's down off the jacks. It's hard to say if it's just routine stop or what. No, he's killed the engine. Something's wrong.
Well, let's see if there's a driver swap there. Maybe again, that's a situation where maybe life happens and you have to get out of the car. So we'll see here in just a moment.
Car's running again.
All right, we're watching a battle here for second place. Mikey Graham, Sven Kamrat's going at it. Mikey Graham's a hard racer. He's starting to pick him up here up the straight. It's a nice run on him. Love seeing that blue flame pop out the side of those DPs as they get off the power and through the gears. Boy, those guys are literally running in each other's tracks right now, even kicking up just about the same amount of dirt on the track in front of each other. Mikey looking, not gonna take it.
Whoa, that was
thought about it.
Stuck his nose inside there.
Now they're going to catch J.C. Arnold here. Probably not in a very good spot. Arnold's going to have to make a decision.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say he makes the right one to just stay out of the way.
That's where this kind of racing gets really exciting, is when you get, you find yourself on a short straight like that, and you got to be careful to not take out the leaders. But yeah, you don't want to just pull off the track. It's tough. Bob Giroux is the driver listed now in the 66 car, but they're still on pit lane.
Yeah, so something going on there. Maybe we'll get a little, get someone to check in with us on that. But Sven Kamrat's back up to the lead, taking that away. I'm sorry. Sven Kamrat's back in second after taking it back away from Mikey Graham's. No, I don't want to concern everybody. Nicholas Helm is doing fine. That car is about 3.5 seconds up the track, and he's having a great run right now. But this battle between Sven Kamrat's and Mikey Graham's is a good one. Yeah, going to take a look into turn one. No, he's going to tuck it back in line there just behind Sven Kamrat's. Mikey getting a little wicked off of turn one there. Car gets stepped out just a bit as he hit the dirt.
And again, back to the 66 Blackadder. He is on the track. Rob Giroux driving. He's now heading into turn 5 at a very slow pace. It's almost, obviously he's just coming out of the pits, but he seems to be a little bit slower than that. So he might be doing kind of a recon lap with this car.
Oh, Sven Kamrat's having to make a real evasive move there just to get around the Rob Duro machine. Sven all the way on the outside. Mikey Graham's.
See, that's another one. He had to get around Duro, and he cooked it going into turn 8. That's great piece of driving to save it, though. What a professional.
Advantage Graham's. He is taking all of that he can, but here comes Sven Kamrat's. Looking to the inside of the cake, head down into Canada. Oh, and he takes it back from Mikey Graham's. What a run to Canada. Oh, man.
Graham's conceded the corner to him. He actually got on the brakes earlier than he should have to save the car, to just say, you know what, I'm going to live to race another day. He gave him that corner to continue on. I was watching from behind Graham's car, and his brake lights lit up a good 15, 20 feet before where they should have. He's going to get him in turn 1, though. You watch. He's going to get him in turn 1 on the outside.
Lots of power here.
Oh, off the track. Doesn't make it in turn 1. Can he get him in 3? Side by side through 3. They're going to go down the moraine, and he's going to get him before turn 5. He's got the inside line. He's got the exact opportune spot to be right now. He's already a full car ahead of him. Now he can actually drift over to the right, take his proper braking point, and go from there.
Oh boy, almost contact there between Mikey Grimes and Sven Camerons.
See, that was kind of Grimes' fault. He had enough room that he could have gotten over in front of him, and he didn't do it.
They're gonna do this whole lap side by side, maybe not quite.
Nope.
Sven Camerons gets that second place back, but in the meantime, Nicholas Helm is just checking out on these boys. They're back here battling side by side, fighting for second and third, and Nicholas Helm is just driving away. He's almost a 7.5 second lead now on the rest of the field.
Cameron's put a wheel off in both sides of the kink and still maintained his lead. Now, I would say put your eyes on Mikey Grimes right now. I think you're going to see him come up on Cameron's coming up the straightaway here, because he's been coming out of 14 just like a 4, and he's gonna get this line, and he's gonna get right back up to where he needs to be by turn 1, and then he's probably gonna try to take him again in turn 5. He's setting him up right now. He's literally in his draft. He's got a toe. Now he's gonna pop out alongside him on the outside again, because Cameron's is protecting that inside. But these two guys are so good; they can run side by side through these corners. And he's just got to be careful not to put wheels off like he just did and risk ending up in the kitty litter. He's got to reset now, and hopefully he's going to do it again. I think you'll see him now sit here until turn 14 again, because that seems to be where he's strongest.
Got a real battle heating up here for, I believe that's 5th place. And it was Hashimoto following De Silva. Hashimoto gets really off course there. Does not wreck the car. The already wrecked car. Looking there at Hashimoto there in the red and white machine behind. He cooks him going into the turn, Mark. I mean, really cooks him down. And has a lot of runoff space to work with there. Thank heavens he's able to save the car, but loses a lot of time. And that was a good battle that was developing there between those two.
Our leaders, Sven and Mikey, had a lapped car to go around between turns 7 and 8. They navigated that, and now they're on the back stretch heading into turn 12. I think Mikey's a little too far to get that move in 14 that he's been getting. He's got to gain some ground.
Well, I don't know that Sven has had one of his better days. He seems to have been susceptible to mistake or just misfortune. Take your pick. But Mikey Grimes, all he's got to do is just keep the car on track, keep following Sven, and look for a possible mistake or, like I said, possibly bad luck to open the door for him. But he has caught his draft as they come up the straight. Mikey Grimes closing it down, heading down into 1.
You notice, though, he didn't get alongside him there because he didn't have the out on turn 14 like he had the previous laps. So I wonder now, because obviously Mikey must know that that's his strong spot against Sven. So you might see him try something in 12, but I think, he might actually see something in 5 here as well, but he's got to get closer. He's just not close enough right now.
Yeah, I think these two are going to keep fighting this position for a little bit. Let's run down the GTD class real quick. We've got a second here. We'll keep an eye on that battle. If anything develops, we'll break back in. But
Mikey's off.
Yeah, Helm is off.
No, Helm is off too.
Yeah, no, Mikey went off track a bit, but Helm's really off. That's our leader. And Sven Camerons has caught him now. But let's check the replay. Oh, boy. Those two cars hooking up again. That's Nicholas Helm and the V-Apex Racing Yellow Machine getting together. Let's look at it from above here. Helm looks to the inside.
Is that an avoidable contact?
Wow, let's look up board with Helm here. Let's see what happens. Probably the best shot we can get of it here from his perspective.
Forced it.
Yeah.
He forced the move. He had no business there.
Yeah, probably not. Boy, that really cost him too. It is now a battle. Oh, and Sven Kamratz is off the course. As we get back on that was a battle for the lead. Now here comes Mikey Grims to the inside of Kamratz, side by side, off of. Oh man, Mikey Grims with a little trouble of his own.
See him get him in 5 here. Oh, he drifted to the outside. He's not going to do it if he's on the outside. Five is so hard to pass on the outside. Now he moves to the inside, but he's not going to get it on the inside either.
And I promise you, GTD fans, we'll get to that rundown here in just a moment, but the racing is hot on track right now for second position. Mikey Grimm still on the attack. Sven Kamratz hanging on. All right, let's take just a quick second. Let's run back to Paul Darling real quick. All right, he's still got the lead here in the GTD class. That is the Hammer Down Racing GT3. Number 22, Yuri Yanis, keeping him up there in sight. 49 Motorsports, just about just under 5 seconds back. Head back to John King, sitting there in third. Blackadder Motorsports 67. And then now the rest of the GTD field is not on the lead lap anymore. They are a lap down off pace. That's going to be Brandon and Garrick. They'll be a lap down to the overall leader. They're actually still on the same lap as their class. So Brandon Gagarik is now in fourth. Stefan Walder in fifth. And then we get to the cars that are now a couple laps down. That's going to be Rob Duro still on track. JC Arnold still out there slugging it away. A little bit further back, we've still got some prototypes that are several laps off pace, but we'll get to them here. We'll run down the GTD class for you here in just a second. Mikey Grims is in the pit. And Chambliss is going to get a penalty here for the contact we saw. Going to have to bring that car in the pit.
That's good.
All right, let's go back here to David Jacques. He's also in. That's a scheduled stop.
Yeah, scheduled stop, driver change. Mikey out, David Jacques in.
Mikey Grims out of the car. And Mikey Grims did a great job with that car to get things started. We'll see what David's got for us today. And that was a drive-through. Okay, let me correct ourselves here real quick. That was actually Nicholas Helm, our race leader, with the drive-through penalty.
Yeah, the 93 car. He put his car inside there, and that it turned 8 or 9, and just had no business being there.
Yeah, they're going to call that avoidable contact with the 999, and that is going to slow things just down a bit there for Nicholas Helm. It looks like he's setting up for that pit stop now. Now this is a drive-through penalty. Yeah, sorry about us hanging that one on there on old Chuck Chambliss. He's still out there battling the V-Apex Racing Group Yellow Machine, holding down 7th here. Apologize there to all the V-Apex Racing group fans and team members. All right, Helms making his way back out, back on track now. Honestly, he's going to cycle back out in second place. He's got Sven Kamrich just a bit up the road there. But that's definitely going to hurt his effort. That was just a drive-through, but the car is back out. As you can see there on screen, Sven Kamrich, just a bit over 23 seconds out front.
He's gonna the 93 car is gonna desperately need a caution to get back caught up to the leaders the way he was. That those drive-through penalties are historically detrimental to trying to win a race. Even with 4 hours to go, he's still got a lot. He now has a long ways to go with if this were to go a significant amount of time without a yellow.
Okay, let's look at the prototype class real quick. See how they sit here. We're looking at them on screen. You got Sven Kamrich up in first. Nicholas Helm now back in second after having to come through that drive-through. Sergio Dorelli up to third. Rodrigo Importa de Silva running in fourth. Tatsuro Hashimoto still in the car. He is now in fifth. And David Jock, who just got it in the car for Mikey Grims, sits back there in sixth. Now the rest of the cars in the prototype class are off the lead lap. You've got Chambliss back there, sits seventh in class. JC Arnold now actually up to seventh in class, and Chambliss now in eighth. And Christopher Hendrick, the last car on the track. Of course, we've seen him have trouble a few times today, and he's off pace just a bit, but he's hanging on to that final spot in the DP class of the cars still on track. Well, Mark, we are officially into an endurance race, my friend. I mean, really, we're about to hit the 2 hour mark here very shortly. Just over 15 minutes to go. I know it's just 2 hours, but how is the car really affected by that over this period of time? The track conditions are favorable, but we've been at speed here for quite a while.
Well, I think the biggest issues you're going to have right now is tires and damage. I mean, clearly those are the only two factors that really are different in an endurance race versus a sprint race. You're driving, they're even not that much different. But the tires right now, we've had a long stint on these tires with the green flag, and you've actually seen a few drivers go in and take a green flag pit stop to switch the tires and switch the drivers. So the cars should be performing as well as they have throughout the course of this race, short of a few drivers, Hashimoto and a few others that have got significant damage to the car that have not stopped to repair it. And rightfully so. As if I'm Hashimoto, if I'm running the kind of laps he's been running with the damaged car, I'm not sure I would repair it under green. I'd wait for a caution and then try and fix something then. But these cars are holding on. They're doing well. You're seeing even guys like Nicholas Helm, who had the drive-through for the avoidable contact. He's beginning to reel him back in again. So these cars are performing well, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, I keep going back to the weather, and I certainly think if you jack up the temperature another 10 to 15 degrees ambient temperature outside, and you're probably going to see about 20 to 30 degrees hotter on track. The cooler temperature is certainly helping the effort today. The trash on the track, I got to be honest with you, doesn't seem to be as big a factor here early as I thought it would be.
No, turn 5 is beginning to produce some marbles. If I looked, I bet you'd probably see them in 1, 3, and 14, 1, 3, 12, and 14 as well. The major braking zones are starting to produce a lot of marbles, and that is going to be a problem because, as you know, you can't pass a car if you're driving in the same lane as the car. So these guys have got to be willing to risk getting out into those marbles and picking that crap up on their tires if they are going to make these passes.
You know, and we see on screen there Rodrigo and Porta de Silva having a little trouble getting the car off in the dirt. But hey, listen, hats off to de Silva. A solid run so far for Vendaval Sim Racing White. They're certainly not out of anything at this point. Dorelli just up the track from them, not too far. Hashimoto's still in the mix, so the podium is still at stake here. Again, I have to go back to the fact that we're not even halfway yet, so anything can and will happen here in iRacing. And with such a long track to get around, Mark, you never know when danger's going to rear its ugly head.
Oh, absolutely, and that's where a few of these drivers, you've got Nicholas Helm, I think, Sergio Dorelli, Sven. Now he wasn't originally, but some of these guys, their cars are completely undamaged. They're in really good shape and turning laps routinely close to their best laps of the race. So you're gonna, because of that, here we are, like you just stated, halfway into this race. We're almost 2 hours into. We're not quite halfway, but almost 2 hours into a 6-hour race, and they're running hard still, and they're going to continue to run hard, and that's going to mean somebody who gets a penalty, much like Helm or like David Jacques, who's sitting in 6th place now, when Mikey was up in 3rd or so before their pit stop, can easily jump back with as time goes on. There's so much time and so much race left to go that it's the car is going to continue to change a little bit, but it shouldn't change too much.
Well, I'm looking at the times now, and Nicholas Helm is he's picking it up just a bit. Helm is definitely faster than Sven Cameron's right now. You talked about David Jacques. That car's still running very well. Jacques not too far off from the lead pace right now. The cars in between them, they're a bit off pace. Dorelli, De Silva, Hashimoto, they're about a second to almost 2 seconds slower. So Jacques back there still running strong. Now, truth is, he's just over a minute down from the leader because of that pit stop. But now we know officially they're on a much different cycle. So it won't be until after the halfway point of this race, probably in about that 4th hour, that we can actually start back timing things. And you know what? I got a DP coming off the track right now. Who was that? That is Christopher Hendrick is coming off the track. Now he is laps down and had trouble early, but the Hendrick machine is coming in. Blackadder Motorsports 69 taking that pit. He'll probably have an opportunity to get a little bit more repair on the front end of that car. Still kind of beat up. I'm sure it's not quite as fast as when they started.
And getting to what you were saying about Jacques, being behind Hashimoto and De Silva, is that I think those two cars, I know Hashimoto for sure, and I think De Silva to an extent, are showing some damage. So if he can get himself up into 4th place before the next yellow or before those guys pit, you're definitely going to see a situation where he has a shot to jump right back up into the lead of this race.
Sergio Dorelli doing a good job of getting around John King. King still holding down 3rd place in the GTD class. That's the Blackadder Motorsports number 67. Blackadder cars all over this track. Having a pretty solid effort for the organization today. I keep peeking back at Hashimoto. There's no give up in him, man. He's been in the seat now for almost 2 hours. There's absolutely no give up. That car beaten up and damaged pretty good, but he's still digging. You can look out over the front end. It's just not as wide as it should be there, Mark.
No, his back wing is severely skewed. I mean, it's actually the right bracket that holds it in place has been pushed in about 6 inches. You can see it there. That's a great angle. And the aerodynamics of that car cannot be anywhere close to what they're supposed to be. And the fact of the matter is, this guy is still putting down decent laps. He's still in 5th place out of everybody in this field. If other drivers in this same car, you'd have GTDs in front of him. he's running the wheels off of it, just like he did when he was leading on those worn tires. If he gets a yellow and gets a chance to fix this car up, he could do very well. But like you just mentioned, he's put a long time in this car. He's going to have to come out soon. Is his backup driver as qualified as he is? Is he as good as he is, and can he run this car as hard as he can?
You know, that's the interesting thing about putting teams together too. You know, is you're matching drivers, and you obviously want to have a combination of drivers that, let's face it, can run about the same pace. It doesn't always work out that way, especially when you have teams that have 4 or 5 guys. It gets a little bit tougher when you start extending out the number of members in your team and who's going to drive and when. Adds everything to the strategy of this type of race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how you plan the strategy from here on out with 4 hours to go. Only 2 yellows, and they've been timely. Most of the drivers have used them as an opportunity to pit. I would reckon that a lot of these guys could stand to get a yellow any time now. I just don't see one happening. These drivers are doing so well, but it's just I think we're gonna see a few more green flag stops, which is going to help some of the drivers who have already done green flag stops, much like David Jocks in the 99. And you're going to see them slowly move their way to the front without actually having to pass cars on the track.
Well, let's try and check back in here with Paul Darling. I want to see what he's doing here. The Hammer Down Motorsports GT3, the Audi has been solid today, and it remains that way. He heads across the line. That's lap 51, working lap 51 now, almost 2 hours into the race. Hammer Down has been, well, they've lived up to their name, Mark. That's exactly what they've been. Love that 22 number, personal favorite of my own. The great Fireball Roberts ran that number once a very, very long time ago, and well, so did my old man. My daddy ran that number for a while back in the 70s.
And my number was always, in go-karting and everything, was always 83. I was a big fan of Jeff Brabman, the GTP Nissan, which incidentally has just recently come to iRacing. Yes, but that was always my car. And by the way, Hashimoto in the pits.
Okay, so I talked about the give up. Well, he's finally given up. He's decided, I've got to come in. Let's get a break here and try and get a little bit of that damage knocked out. Let's keep an eye. We'll check in on him, make sure there isn't a driver swap there. I've got to think maybe somebody on deck here for Hashimoto would be a good... as we speak on screen there, you see the damage getting knocked out. Hashimoto still in the car. Mark, most of that damage appears like it was pretty just
well, they put on some new body work.
Yeah.
Can't replace the doors, so they're going to be stuck with that damage on the sides, but that rear cowling, the rear wing, all that has been replaced, and I think you're going to see him start to whip out some laps again. Got some fresh Continentals on it, and let's just go run it out.
All right. All right, so we've got pit stops starting to kind of fall here. The dominoes are falling, Mark. Nicholas Helm in the pit. NKH Racing going in for some fresh ones.
To Helm's credit. To Helm's credit, he doesn't need any damage repaired, really, so he's going to should be a quick stop here under a green flag lap. I'm not quite sure what we got. Sergio Dorelli still on the track. I don't know where a few of these other cars sit on damage repair, but I think you're going to definitely see some shuffling of positions here. Jacques should cycle himself up towards the front when this is all said and done.
Wow, you know what? I think Vendaval Sim Racing White has got a problem. Hashimoto is still in the pit. I think that car had more damage repair than we thought. Might have been a lot of required damage on that car that's got it still sitting there in the pit lane. They are dropping down the board quickly here, Mark, and in danger of losing a lap.
Yeah, and that's real dangerous to do at Road America. It's hard to get laps back, but the car is still running. It appears to be that they're still doing some stuff to it. It's got to have some mechanical issues that they're repairing. We'll see what happens as soon as if he starts rolling or if he sits here much longer. But Hashimoto is still in that car.
Yeah, he is, and now I am showing there is a teammate registered for them, but not getting in the car yet. It's Juan Lopez, and he is not. Juan is not checked in yet, so 50 laps on the car for Tatsuro Hashimoto, and still sitting in the pit lane.
Yeah, Hashimoto can't switch drivers because his co-driver isn't at the track yet.
Well, let's go up to the front real quick because as I show it on screen here, I think that's that's Dorelli. Dorelli was in the lead. We're gonna give that up as he's now making his way down the pit lane. So and De Silva's in, and De Silva had worked his way up to second. Now Ryan Walker is still on the track. David Jacques, Nicholas Helm, who will should cycle back around to the lead. Although Jacques is on a different strategy, actually. Now, we should pick up where Jacques is on track. Now I think about it, because Jacques was he replaced Mikey Grams, and they did that off cycle. Remember that, Mark?
I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here.
Oh, that's okay.
You were cutting out.
Yeah, no problem. No, I remember Mikey Grams and David Jacques are on a different strategy, not having to pit right now. All right, Oscar Ferrara has gotten in the car for Club Ham in the 44. Got a battle for the lead up here in the prototypes. David Jacques putting some pressure on Ryan Walker. V-Apex Racing Green starting to show the power that they've shown here all season here in the West Season Championship. Putting some pressure on now. Now Walker, one of those cars, I just gotta try to remember what strategy they're on right now, but I think Walker still has to pit.
I'm showing that Walker pit.
That's right. Yes.
3 laps ago.
That's right. He did, and I'm sorry, replaced Sven Cameron's in the car.
And so Jacques has 10 laps on his tires, so this should be a real good battle. I think you're going to see if Jacques doesn't make the move real soon. I don't think he's going to be able to because the tires are just not going to hold up.
All right, so there we go across the start-finish line. Ryan Walker going to be your leader in the Blackadder Motorsports number 68. David Jacques in the 99. In second, Nicholas Helm up to third. About 12 seconds down the track. Oscar Ferrara in the number 44. He's now in fourth. Lots of driver changes happening. Oscar in now, the Club Ham. And then back to fifth, you've got Jefferson Padovani in for Club Delavante. Mark, take a look at the GTD class. And we see Paul Darling still hanging on the lead up there in the Audi. Now those Audis are good for about 29 laps, Mark. That's their window. If you're going to run out a full stint, you're doing this, if you're starting to back time this race just a bit, you start thinking about the laps you got to put in. Yuri Yanis hanging on a second, having a really solid run. We saw his teammate Dexter Castro in early, but Dex hasn't been back in a while. Yuri's been in the car for about an hour and a half. John King still in third. Blackadder Motorsports, number 67, having a solid run.
I'm showing Lopez is now in the car.
Okay, so we got Lopez in. Hashimoto gonna get a break. But man, they were in there for a while. That's gonna cost them severely. Gonna be tough to make that up here, as you were talking about earlier, Mark. Here you see Urianis on screen, letting that TP traffic get through. He's focused though. He knows we got Paul Darling right up the track from him there. We have hit the 4-hour mark here on the Global Sim Racing Channel, here in the GGFX Sports Car Series here at Road America. Now we got a battle for the lead. Battle for the lead on screen. David Jacques taking away the position from Ryan Walker. And there we go. Jacques taking over that V Apex Racing Group green machine from his teammate and getting out there, really starting to stretch the legs on it, on the power. Tell you what, we're going to take a quick break here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Don't go away. We'll keep you in the action here on screen. Welcome back here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the WeatherTech Sports Car Series here at Road America. Wow, what a race so far. V Apex Racing Group Green in the lead in the prototype class right now. David Jacques behind the wheel. He is doing exactly that, wheeling it right now, keeping it away from Ryan Walker just behind him there in the prototype. That's the battle right now up front for first place. Back in the GTD class, Matt Quinn leads him down right now. And being followed by Dexter Castro, who is back in the car for 49 Motorsports. Alessandro Longani is in the car now in the 67. For Blackadder Motorsports, 67, he is in. So we've seen a lot of driver swaps. We've got some new drivers in the field. Ryan Wallace back there in fourth in the GTD class. Bad Cactus Racing Team Blue, he's in the car. Then we'll go back to Jean-Philippe Wide and Wide. I'll go with Wide. He is now in for the 991. That's the online sim racing DE Enduro 1 car. Rob Duro is still back there in the car, sitting there in sixth place in class. The 66 Blackadder Motorsports entry still on the track. Looking clean right now. Rob's out there surviving and staying out of the way and just keeping the car on track. A lot can be gained from that, the 6-hour race. But again, a lot of good racing still going on. The battle up front, the prototypes, has been incredible. It's been Walker and Jacques. Now, Jacques able to open things up just a little bit, but that wasn't the way it was when we went to break. Those two were still battling, and it just towards the end of our break that things started to open up just a little bit for Jacques. But Walker really driving the car hard. Helm still sitting back there in third, but still has a lot of work to do. 7 seconds back and having trouble finding the pace of those leaders up in front of him. He's going to have to get busy here soon. Okay, you know what? I read my timing and storing wrong, and you know what? I've been wrong before. Actually, Helm is finding pace right now. In fact, he was a second faster than David Jacques last time, so starting to close the gap there. He's now 6.5 seconds back, so just in the time I made that mistake, he gained half a second, everybody. All right, now I will tell you that we've had a couple of paint jobs update themselves here, and I know one of them is Vendaval's paint scheme changed on us, and so don't be caught off guard. The cars haven't changed, just the paint job that they're running, and we apologize for that. But yeah, now Juan Lopez in the car. We're seeing the correct paint on that machine now, and he is now back to 7th in the prototype class. Vendaval Sim Racing White still hanging in there, still on the lead lap. Got some work to do to get up to the front. So we are now just a little over 2 hours into the race. We just saw around the pit stops. Now we're 60 laps into the event. Lots of time left to go. But what we've got here is a battle of attrition now. It's like you're getting into that point of the race where you get to the halfway point. You wonder how many cars have the legs, the strength to make it through this competition. 6 hours is a mighty awful long time. This race is starting to take its toll on a few cars out here as they had early trouble, and it's hard to keep those cars running at speed as you get deeper and deeper into the run here. And we're starting to see that kind of play out as you're starting to see more cars fall a lot down now, off pace. Matt Quinn still doing a great job, though, of keeping that car in the lead for the GTD leaders, and they've got to be pretty happy with that effort for Hammer Down Racing. Hammer Down has been solid all day so far. That's the big question. Can they stay up there all day? We'll see. Dexter Castro's back in the car for 49 Motorsports, starting to pick the pace up just a bit. He's a little bit faster than Matt Quinn right now. Not by much. It's just it's marginal, but it'll take a little time to get there at that pace.
So now, do we have any retirees? Is McClure still running? Heller?
No, actually, we do have a few retirees, and that would be Martin Heller was our first retiree. Actually, Richard McClure Racing there, that was a mistake entry and never started the race, but Martin Heller is out. Jacob Lehman is out. Andy Banfield is also out, and I believe, Fraser Williamson will be the last car on the track right now. So we still got 14 running here. 17 started, so the attrition hasn't been fatal for many. But as I was talking about just a moment ago, we got some cars starting to wear out just a bit, and it's starting to show in their speeds on track. Now, our leader, Matt Quinn, back there in the GTD class, just had to work with a little traffic to get by him. Our leaders, Ryan Walker and David Jacques, coming through there. And you better watch out, because Nicholas Helm is on the hammer, and he is just behind him, trying to get up to that battle there up front. He is, again, still picking up pace. I'm on point with his pace now. Just 4 seconds, just 4 seconds back and closing every, I'd say just about every 100 yards of track, Mark.
Yeah, he's gaining. He really is picking up. I think you're gonna see him catch up. The worst thing for him right now would be to have something happen behind him, but he's doing all right. He's really moving.
Probably a car that doesn't want to see a caution flag right now. He's settled into his running strong. I don't think we're going to get a caution flag, to be honest with you. I think most of these guys are pretty dialed in. You've got a lot of fresh, let's just call it fresh legs, fresh bodies, fresh blood in the cars right now. So, that's a good place to be. Again, I don't think a caution flag would benefit many on track right now. Some of these guys are, like I said, just trying to settle in and really hit their marks and find the consistency that their teammates had found as they got into their runs.
Yeah, and I mentioned that earlier in the broadcast that you wonder if the second, I said backup driver earlier, and I didn't mean that at all, but what I meant was the second driver, the co-driver. You have to wonder if the co-driver can run as fast as the starting driver, because if not, damage, whatever, doesn't make a difference.
Oh, Ryan Walker starting to turn up the wick just a little bit on David Jacques. We're looking at the rear. We were looking at the rear window there at David Jacques, and you see Walker is in the mirror, filling it up. Here comes Nicholas Helm. That gap at 4 seconds now. Jacques better get on it. He was slower by a full second that last lap on those guys.
Yeah, well, and Jacques, remember, he pitted at that one point for the driver's change when we had Mikey in the car.
That's right. Yes, exactly. And Jacques right now getting towards the end of that run. But still got really, really good pace regardless. That, again, that car is still only, it's just honestly less than a second off from the pace that Helm is throwing, or just a little over a second off from the pace that Helm's throwing down. So they probably wouldn't mind getting a caution at this point. But like I said, I don't think the likelihood of that happening is strong right now. It's right on board with Walker.
No, I get the feeling we're to that point of the race right now where things are calmed down. Nobody's really pushing. Nobody's doing anything stupid. In a lot of cases, we got different drivers. They're early on. They're feeling out the track. I think we're going to be a little while before we see another yellow come out.
On board with Walker there. Oh yeah, Jan Philip White had a moment there. Let's pick it up on the replay. Got that car around. Yeah, and it was Dorelli checking up there to avoid him, and that car went to the prototype runs around. Sorry, my bad. That was Oscar Ferrara that actually turned around. That was
And he spun it around right back into the lane again, which caused that DP to have to take evasive maneuver.
All right, Oscar able to avoid any real trouble there for Club Ham. The car is still fine, back on track. Still got a battle going on for the lead up front. Walker still keeping the pressure on David Jacques. Stay on this battle because, again, Walker keeps putting the pressure on. This could be an opportunity here. Doesn't get quite as good a run off the turn. Yeah, just not able to close on David Jacques as well as he could have. The run off the last turn, not strong enough.
And
maybe
a lot of
down the hill here.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I thought maybe he had a run down the hill, but didn't quite get there to him.
I was say a lot of that's coming to his corner exit. He's just not getting the jump coming out of the corners that he needs to get the right draft to be able to make a pass in the next corner.
I think Walker might be suffering a little bit from overdriving the car just a bit. He wants to get there and try and set him up for the move, but in those spots where he should be setting him up, I think maybe he's just overdriving it a little bit. And this has allowed Nicholas Helm to really, really close up now. Helm now only just 3 seconds back. They head into the carousel. Again, another great spot to find speed. The exit's so important. Get through the kink. Both cars really working well together. Walker getting that run down into Canada.
And this is the place where he can gain a lot of speed coming up the hill here. If he hits the outside corner, then the inside corner right, and then gets this outside corner right here, there's a little bit of curbing there. But if he can catch that and then catch the inside corner for turn 14, he can really get a good run up the hill here and down the straightaway to catch him and try to make a move.
Yeah, he's getting it. He's getting it. Definitely, he had a good run. He was dead in his tracks on that final turn there, and he's starting to close the gap. Looking to the inside. Not going to step back in line. Didn't have enough quite there to get it. In hot pursuit. All right, I'll tell you what. Watch that for just a moment. Matt Quinn still really dominating the GTD class right now. That Audi has been strong all day. Still strong. And Dexter Castro really having trouble finding any advantage right now. The Audi is just a little bit quicker right now, about 2/10 quicker, but you know, it's enough that Castro just can't make up the distance right now, and he's just going to have to hang in there and be solid. Just work with what he's got. Hope for a mistake by Quinn, but again, that team has been solid today, and Hammer Down is going to be tough to catch if they stay up to pace.
Yeah, and he's a good ways back right now. That it's going to take a pretty good mistake, a penalty, or an extra pit stop to gain it.
You know, another thing that has really helped Quinn out, he hasn't really had any trouble with the DP traffic going by him. They've all worked around him really well, and he's not had to scuff off any speed. We got a battle here. Back up to the DPs. Helm has caught up. Working on Walker now. It wasn't a matter if, just when. Up the straightaway.
Nice exit.
Helm to the inside. Oh, he's going to take it, Mark.
Easily made the move. Wonderful. Again, another textbook pass, and you're going to see he's going to actually benefit out of his exit in turn 3 and pull away down the straight.
Well, Nicholas Helm driving like he stole it, baby. He is on it. Got quite a run going now. Again, we talked about David Jock needing to pit at some point. I have to check and see how long they've been out there on this run, but I gotta imagine they gotta be getting close.
Jacques has 12 laps on these tires.
Okay, so not quite as close as I thought, actually. So Jacques actually still got a ways to go. Although, well, hang on just a second. I wasn't picking that up right. He's got more than 12 laps on those tires, in fact.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that count now, but Jacques definitely getting towards the end of a run. And here comes Nicholas Helm. He is right on it. He was just under a second faster on that last lap than David Jock, and he is closing in on him now. Mark getting to that spot in the track here now, that point of the track where you talked about where that last turn going to be so important for him to get a run up the hill. This could be it here for the time that David Jock has enjoyed at the front of the field. We go, and Nicholas Helm is going to get right there to the inside, takes that line down into one. They drag race in there. Helm going to take it away. Nice run. David Jock on 23 lap tires. Just finally got that count. Thank you. My math just wasn't working there. I kept putting numbers together and none of them made sense. But what a move by our new leader, Nicholas Helm, who has done a lot of work to get back where he's at.
Well, he's been fast all day, and it's not a surprise. He's actually making really, really smooth corner in and corner out, and just driving. He's my early pick to take this thing because he's just driving it so well.
Now, Walker's done a good job. He battled hard, lost out to it, but he still kept up the pace. He's not fallen off that much. But, boy, you can see the difference here in what Helm is doing. He's already starting to kind of open it up there on David Jock, almost a second up the road there. And that car just looks to be getting faster, Mark.
Yeah, he is. It's the car's in pristine shape, like I mentioned earlier. He's not putting a wheel wrong. The guy's just doing everything in the books to run this thing to the victory circle.
All right, so we are just about to the 2.5 hour mark on this race. Let's run down the field here for you real quick. All right, we'll go through everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. No, let's hang out here for a moment longer. Jock hitting the pit lane now. The Apex Racing Green is in the pit. Probably thought, hey, I fought the good fight. Helm got around me. Time to bring her in. I'm getting to the end of my run here.
And he did fight a good fight. He ran that thing well for a very long time, and it's probably, it's time to get in there, pit it up, and I don't know about maybe a driver's change because I don't think he's been that long in the car, but get this thing, get a breather, get a drink, and get right back to it.
Yeah, well, he's done a full stint in the car, so the choice is Mikey can get back in or he can stay in the car. But right now, just get your service and get back out. And they is back out. David's going to stay in the car. No driver change. Nice, good, quick pit stop.
Yeah, that was good. I'd love to see the right front side of that car because it looks like he's got a little bit of damage there.
You know, I'm wondering maybe if he had clipped the wall just a little bit there coming out of the pit, might have wrinkled that car up just a bit. But yeah, there's a little bit of right front damage. You're absolutely right there, Mark, on the V-Apex green car. Let's look at the replay here real quick. There he is taking off. You know, it's one of those situations where you might be fighting a little bit of what we call iRacing netcode, Mark. What we're seeing and what might be appearing there isn't exactly what it seems. And guess what? In fact, that view just changed on my screen. It looks like everything is back okay here with David Jacques' car and the V-Apex Racing Group Green machine. All right, so everything okay with V-Apex Racing Green. Nicholas Helm again. Now your leaders in the prototype class. Let's run that down for you real quick. Nicholas Helm, the leader. Now 2.5 hours into the race. Ryan Walker hanging on the second after that pit stop by David Jacques. Jacques going to cycle back out into third place in the V-Apex Racing Green. Jefferson Padovani doing a good job back there in fourth. That's Club de Volante, and they're running strong. Oscar Ferrara back there in the 44. Now they are a lap down right now. Club Ham. They had some trouble earlier and had to take that long pit stop. It cost him that lap, but Ferrara doing a good job. He's somewhat back up to speed, still trying to find his groove, I think, out there. And that's all of your DP leaders right now. The rest of the DP field kind of back there struggling right now. They've had early trouble, but there's still three more of them out there battling on track. Chuck Chambliss, Juan Lopez, and Fraser Williamson back there in the end of the DP field. But Mark, great battle still going on here in the GTD class.
Yeah, we've got Matt Quinn leading the class right now. He's 2 laps down overall, but he's running the wheels off that car. Picked up where his teammate left off. He's turning some real fast laps. His regular lap times are right in 206, 205, which is what they've been for both of those drivers the entire race. Got Dexter Castro running right behind him in that 49 entry. He's running a real strong day. Doing well. He's just a little more than a lap down to Matt Quinn as far as I can tell right now, but he's running well. In third place in class, 8th overall, is Alessandro Longori in the 67 car there. He's had a pretty good day, pretty quiet day. We haven't seen him a lot on screen. Maybe need to see a little bit more of him because obviously he's doing something right to be in third place in class. Fourth place in class, we have Ryan Wallace in the 95 car. He's Bad Cactus Racing Blue Team. He's started today 5th. He's up into 4th in class, and he's having a pretty good day so far. He just needs to maybe turn it up a little bit farther. 5th in class, we've got Jean-Philippe Wide, however you want to say it, in the 991 car. He's actually running all right. He started 6th up to 5th, and his lap times are only a second off of that of Matt Quinn and Dexter Castro. So having a pretty decent day in his own right. This GTD class is doing exactly what we expect it to, producing close, fast, competitive racing.
Well, I just took my eyes off of that action, moved up to Nicholas Helm, and just continue to watch the pace that he's throwing down. He's now 2 seconds faster than everybody behind him. He is still lighting up the track. All it took was a little bit of clean air, and he has found his way. NKH Racing finding some real muscle here at the halfway point as we approach the halfway point of the race, and that's a pretty solid effort. He's been behind the wheel for a while, but really seems to have that laser focus. Oh, we've got a spin on track. Car. Look, Ernie Ernie Ludwig off the track. Doesn't look like he made any contact. He was just coming out of the pits.
Oh, he did a great job to avoid Helm there at the as he looked like he was going to start to come back on track. Oh, he got help.
Yeah, he did. Ernie was making his way out of the pit, and had another car come into the picture there. Let's take another look at it.
Who's that behind him there?
That was that Banfield? No, that was Alessandro Longani.
I think
Alessandro on board. Yeah, no, we're on board with Alessandro now, making his way down the straightaway. You see the car coming out of the pit. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of the grass there, and
I hate to say it, but not his fault. I mean, obviously he got off. That part is his fault, but he should get a avoidable contact penalty.
wow, that is going to bring out the caution flag, I think, unless we
There
miss
has to
something.
be something else.
Boy, I don't know, but the caution flag is out. That is our third caution of the day. Ludwig needed a tow, could not get that car around, Mark.
Wow, I can't believe that. He must have gotten hit pretty good.
Yeah, it must have been a better shot to the rear end of that car, or just to the left rear actually, than we thought. But could have knocked the rear end out of it or something. But the car had to take a tow, and now the caution flag is out. And just past the 2.5 hour mark, we get our third caution flag of the day here at lap 72.
Well, this is a huge advantage to a bunch of guys. Nicholas Helm, Ryan Walker, Matt Quinn, Dexter Castro. A lot of the guys leading their classes are going to get a chance to get fuel. And it's also going to help a few other guys who have some damage out there to get those badly needed repairs and get back in and really not lose a lap or more than a lap. This should help. It's to be noted right now. We have 4 cars on the lead lap right now, and then 1 car a lap down. Beyond that, everyone's 3, 4, 5, or 6 laps down. So right now, cautions like this so that people can get repaired help us to get back onto the lead lap and then get back into competitive racing.
Yeah, well, I talked about that a little while ago, about the fact that, things had attrition was starting to set in, and the cars were really starting to struggle because of that attrition and because of the damage they were working with. This is a great opportunity to slow things down a little bit. Go ahead and get a caution. So now this is going to be a standard length caution, so the pits will not be open this time by. Okay, if you need emergency service, you can come in and get that service. You can only take enough fuel to get yourself around if you're out of fuel. But aside from that, you can't take any regular service. You can only do emergency service if you need it. So we'll go one more lap around, and then we'll begin pit stops here for these cars.
Right. It's worth noting as well that emergency service means you get 1 lap's worth of fuel so that you can get back around and pit like you're supposed to pit.
But we're going to stay here through this one with you, because we don't want to miss this pit stop at all. Don't want to take a chance of going out to break and missing coming back in for the pit stop, because let's see, the strategy is going to start to play out. Who stays in, takes repair if they need it, who risks continuing to ride with a little bit of repair still needed on the car for the sake of position on the track. As we approach the halfway point of this race, position on this track is starting to become very, very important. This restart is going to be critical, really, because of the fact that, again, as we approach the halfway point, we've got the chance to bunch the field back up. And some of these guys that were a little bit faster behind going to have a chance to get themselves back up to the lead of their class. And the battle between 49 Motorsports and the 22 of Matt Quinn, that's we're going to see a driver change there. I don't know, but Hammer Down Racing been really strong today. 49 Motorsports has been really solid back there in second. Could this be an opportunity, though, for them to get back to the front of the field on this restart? Very well could be. Can't wait to see these pit stops, though. Still have a ways to get around here to get to them, but man, I'll tell you what, this has been a great race so far. Only 3 cautions we've had. Slowed things down just a little bit. Seem to have come at the right time, kind of when we've needed them, Mark.
Yeah, and is it just me or is nobody stopping for pits? Oh, they are still closed. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it's these yellows have lined up. I mean, you couldn't script better yellows than what's happened today because of the incidents when they happened. They've fallen perfectly for everybody and really haven't hurt anybody. You know, we had an incident earlier where several drivers pitted for green flag all at one time, and a yellow would have hurt a lot of people badly, but it didn't fall. Everybody got to do their green flag pits. Everything cycled around, and then before you knew it, we had another yellow eventually, and people pit again. So the yellows have helped everyone, not hurt anyone. It's been a wonderful day as far as yellows go because they've been few, they've been far spaced out. With this again our third one of the day on lap 73, and just been bringing us to some really good racing.
Now you were at the WeatherTech event here recently, were you not?
Yeah, I haven't missed one. I've been to all of the WeatherTechs, and I was to all the ALMS races here.
And that last race there, seeing the C7 on the track for the last time, any memories going to stick with you here for the reign that the C7 has held here over the IMSA series here over the last several years?
Love that car. Now I'm an old school IMSA GTP person, but I love that C7. I love the fact that they've made it look more like a Corvette more and more over the course of the years. Back in the early days of the Daytona prototypes, I didn't care for them at all, especially when they were Grand Am based. But now they look like Corvettes. They're throaty. They look awesome. They sound awesome. It kind of hurts to see them go away. The thing about it was in August, the rules weren't 100% cemented for next year yet, so we didn't really fully completely know that it was going to be their last race there. I was gonna say it was likely, but nobody knew for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be sad to see the C7 go away. I'm a huge fan of that car, and honestly was a big fan of the C6 also, but I almost feel like the C7 hasn't been around long enough, but I have a lot of fun running it here on iRacing, and it is a car unto itself, to be really honest with you. It's why they call it a prototype class. But again, I'm going to be sad to see it go away. I'm sure a lot of these drivers will be sad to see it go away and begin to wonder what iRacing will do next to kind of keep up with what's going on in the IMSA series and provide maybe a little bit more content. That opens the door for a little bit more content here in the on the iRacing service. So hopefully something to look forward to. The loss of the C7 may open up opportunity for us sim racers out there.
Oh, absolutely. It only does open up doors. But the unfortunate side of things is because of the length of time it takes for them to bring cars to fruition, good quality like they bring. We're not going to see anything anytime soon because the DPIs, the DP's replacements are still, they're still kind of fluid, if you will. They'll come around, and I think by this time next year, we're going to be talking about when the DPIs come out for iRacing.
At least starting to have a conversation about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think in the meantime, they've really taken a step in the right direction, going kind of old school, bringing back the Audi, bringing back the Nissan GTP. It'd be awesome to see them bring back the Silk Cut or the Tom Walkinshaw Racing Jaguars. It'd be awesome to see them bring back the Toyotas for Dan Gurney, any of the All-American Racer stuff.
Okay, here we go. Pit stops are happening. We've got several cars staying on track.
Hopefully they come out looking the same as they went in.
So, our leader, David Jacques, going to stay out on track. He has got in front of him the lap cars of Fraser Williamson and Oscar Ferrara. They will get the wave arounds here under these caution rules. And we know Jacques is on a different strategy. Had just come into the pit right there before that caution came out. I think they've got.
I think he's got about 7 laps on that car or something like that. Or?
Yes. Yeah, I'm checking that now, actually. Maybe I can get it a little quicker than I was able to last time. But yeah, no, wasn't out long at all. In fact, 5 laps. That's it. So, opportune flag for David Jacques. You're going to get to restart this race up front. And we know, we've seen it already, the difference in the tires. Jacques got a little bit of heat in those tires, got them burned off just a bit. The DP really, really tricky on those fresh, cold tires. That will make things interesting here under the restart.
Oh yeah, and smart move for David to come in and pit. He, a conventional wisdom would say you got 5 laps on the tires, you stay out, you just make sure you keep that lead. But he pit. Everybody else pitted too because they needed to. He came out. He went in with the lead, came out with the lead, and fresh tires. Kudos to him. Smart move.
All right, so the 49 Motorsports machine of Urianis was in the pit for quite a while. That's going to cycle them back out of the pit in 5th. Paul Darling, great pit stop for them. They get in and out and retain the lead. But 49 Motorsports in for just a while. We have an interesting development for NKH Racing. Wow, this is huge. I can't believe what I'm reading here. They're done for the day. Their second driver is having mechanical issues with the wheel, and that has got them stuck in the pit right now. Wow, tough break for NKH Racing. The show Nicholas Helm was putting on.
Yeah, what I thought was the class of the prototype field. I felt he was probably the fastest, if not one of the fastest drivers out there, and to have that kind of a trouble, that's disheartening. That hurts.
Boy, it really does. I mean, that just takes the wind out of my sails. They were having a great run. I mean, Helm was just driving the wheels off of that machine, and now they're out.
Hey, you should finish the race with the keyboard.
Boy, I'll tell you, I'd be scrambling to find a way. I'd look in the deepest, darkest corner of my closet to find that old Microsoft Sidewinder or something and get that thing on the desk.
Amazon drone shipping.
Yeah, that might be the answer. That better be a fast drone.
Well, they're pretty quick nowadays. That's my Amazon plug. Hopefully the check's in the mail.
Or at least the gift certificates, as Christmas is coming up, Mark.
There you go. That's a good point. What do you want me to buy you?
I could use a car. Hey, you know what you could buy me? Wayne Taylor Racing has got a couple of C7s up for auction right now. I believe you can buy it now for $700,000 turnkey, and spare parts and body panels come with that. So yeah, there we
Sean,
go.
I bet if we wait, you're going to see a few more C7s flood the market, and the price is going to come way down. So let's wait on that.
Yeah, but I want Jordy T-Sheet's car. I want Jordan Taylor's. I want Jordan Taylor's car.
What's funny about the Taylor boys is about 2 years ago, we're leaving Road America and we go south on 43 down towards Illinois. And there's a little place just outside Kenosha, Wisconsin, called the Mars Cheese Castle. And we stopped there. Somebody in the car to use the bathroom, wanted to get a little cheese, whatever. And the Jordan Taylor, Ricky Taylor, the whole team was there. And they were running around with GoPro cameras and filming what appeared to be some kind of a YouTube segment or a commercial at the Mars Cheese Castle.
Yeah, those boys are always up to a lot of fun. I don't know if you've ever seen any of their go-kart racing videos from the front yard, but they literally have like a little road course set up in the front yard that they often run and run the GoPros on. And the Taylor boys love to have a little fun. Like I said, if I was going to pick my cars of the litter to get, I'd probably want to get one of those Taylor machines.
Oh, I remember Wayne Taylor, their father, racing in the Intrepid back in the days of the IMSA. What a driver he was. But you know what I love best about the Taylor boys is I think it's is it Jordan that likes to post the funny videos online. Or funny photos. He'll take a picture on an airplane and tell you the life story about the guy who he's sitting next to, but it's all made up.
Yeah, I follow him on Facebook, and that is a pretty good gag, actually. You know, I wouldn't mind having one of the Action Express DPs either, now that I think about it. So, a fan of that team as well. They've had some big Joao Barbosa fan, and wouldn't mind having a car that he sat behind the wheel of, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's the Action Express team is fun. You know, and I won't dispute it. I've said it before. I'm more of a fan of the Ligier or the HPDs. I'm more of a fan of the closed, not closed cockpit necessarily, but the non-DPs. What are going to be now the P2s. I love the look of those cars. I love the way they corner. If I had my choice, if I had my dibs on a car, I think I'd go after one of the Michael Shank Racing Hondas.
There you go. Mix it up a little bit. Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, love that one, especially the gold one. Oh my God, I love that car.
All right, Mark, it's about time to start talking business here. As you know what? Yeah, we're about to have to talk a little shop here in just a moment. Yeah, we're just about to the halfway point of this race. The lights are out on the pace car. David Jacques is going to lead them off. V Apex Green still having a magnificent run here in the West Season Championship. And he's going to have Ryan Walker right behind him to restart. Jefferson Padovani got the 111 on up to third. Oscar Ferrara going to start there in fourth. And let's see, is the Nicholas Helm machine unfortunately still in the pit? But Paul Darling going to restart the GTD class. Here we go. The green flag is out. And there goes David Jacques. He did not go. He was late, fell asleep on the pedal. Something. There's a battle. Ryan Walker on the inside. Padovani right behind there in the mix. Oh, baby. What a run down into turn one. Here comes Padovani. Well, now Jacques gets on it. He's starting to pull away finally, but he fell asleep a little bit there on the start.
It looked like he missed a gear.
Oh, we got a spin. Ferrara spins back there. Doesn't look like he'd been getting in contact with anybody. He was all by himself.
He may have nosed it into the barrier just slightly. Let's see.
Nah, just barely. Well, there we go. So let's go back to the GTDs real quick, though. And Paul Darling got off to a good start. That Audi's still running strong.
He's got himself up to 6th overall. He is on a tear.
And he's having to deal with Padovani right behind him. The 111 dealing with a little bit of damage on that front splitter, Mark.
Yeah, it's never good when you got the damage on the front of the car. Like I mentioned earlier with that the DP that can't remember his name, but he basically had the damage on the back side of the car, and it's always worse when you have it on the front.
All right, so here come the Mercedes. They are on the charge. Ryan Wallace, Alessandro Longani. They're following, all them making their way up the straight here. Going to complete this first lap of the restart.
Yeah, this is not a good time to be
Walker-
pitting.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there, but Walker is in.
The back of that car is torn up. I wonder if it's affecting him.
Was that on the start? Did that happen on the start for them? I must have missed that if there was contact there on the restart, but something's happened to the left rear of that car, and they are now in the pits.
Yeah, he was the left rear of that car was totally torn up. So he must have gotten into somebody or some wall someplace.
One lap, and David Jacques is out to a 7.5 second lead on Jefferson Padovani.
Such a disappointment that the HD car that just couldn't finish the race. The NKH rather.
Yeah, that's just. I'm still just at a loss for that one. They still sit there in the pits, crippled. I don't know that they're going to get back. The word we got from race control is that they were done. And the last time I checked, done means done. Looking at Yuri Yanis now on the charge. Yanis trying to make a move on Stefan Walter.
And they're not. Nicholas Helm is out of the sim. And Bernie's in the sim, but not in the car. Okay.
Here we go. On screen, 49 Motorsports trying to make a move. They closed the gap on Walter. Setting up for the last turn here. Gotta make your way here with a good run. Yuri all over the bumper of that Mercedes in front of him. Making the run up the hill. Looking at the back of Walter here. Can Yuri close the gap any? Starting to maybe just a little bit, but not enough here, Mark. Brakes a little bit deeper.
It's all about getting that run. It's just like in the prototypes, like getting that run off the previous corner. He just got a good run there, but unfortunately it's a short corner into 3. Now he's got to keep his momentum built up, stick right on his bumper, and now he's got to get on the throttle, and he's got to try to get his momentum, his instinct is going to be go to the right, but he's got to go to the left. He's got to get that car to the left, get the inside of this corner, take it from him, and then that way he's on the inside of 5 and on the inside of 6. And there he goes to the inside. He's going to have him before the end of 5. He got the pass.
Finally, yeah, Urianis able to pull that off. And, man, 49 Motorsports starting to make their way back up to the field. Again, they had a lot of work to do. That long pit stop, not exactly sure what all that was for, but got to start to think that was maybe for a little bit of damage repair. Seems to be paying off. The car's still a little beat up on the right front, but again, they've got good pace right now. Yuri is really getting that car to stick to the track, and he pulled off a good move there to pick up another position and get himself a little bit closer to the front. Longani and Wallace are just right up in front of him there.
The only reason I can think that you would pit for damage in an incident like that is if it was making the car undrivable, so it had to be pretty severe.
Well, all that racing back there continues to let Darling get away. Again, that car has just been solid all day. Hammered down, racing the GT3, the Audi, just a fine car today. Nothing wrong for them so far here as we hit the halfway point. They're going to come across lap 79.
And on that note, at the front of the field, David Jacques is still at 10-second lead. I mean, our leaders in both classes are beginning to really check out, and it's still we're just at halfway into this race. We're just about the 3-hour mark, and our leaders are beginning to check out to the point where pit stops might not affect them. So something's got to change here if these guys behind them are going to have anything to say about it.
Yeah, and David Jacques, again, the restart by both leaders. Incredible. I mean, they both have jumped out to massive leads quickly, really able to separate from the fields. And remember, Jacques was on older tires than everybody that pit behind him, and he didn't. He kept the car on track. we talk about the advantage there of having better tires on a restart, having some worn tires on a restart, because the DP especially very tough on old tires, really worth about a second to 2 seconds on those first couple laps of the race.
Are you showing Jock has about 12 laps on these tires right now?
More than that now. Let's see. Actually, well, no. When we did the pit there, he had, I believe, six on.
And a lot of those guys that pitted have 6 as well. So I'm showing him with 12 laps.
Right. Exactly.
So he's 12. Jefferson is 6. So we're looking at an issue where there's not a big discrepancy in laps on those tires. He's going to continue this until the next pit stop. This is, and if he can continue to pull away like he is, he's already almost to 11 seconds now. If this continues, he'll be able to pit, get his tires, and then get right back out again, and really not lose a lot of gap.
Padovani still keeping it there in the mirror. Battle for P3 though. Oscar Ferrara, Ryan Walker, and Ferrara comes in the pit, stealing our thunder from us there, man.
Yeah, he's one. I have no idea how many laps he had on his tires because my telemetry was way off. My computer was showing me that he had 79 laps on those tires.
Well, Club Ham coming in for some TLC and maybe a little glaze on the ham there,
and some bacon.
All right, so let's go back to the battle for P3. Still heating up on track. There you go, Urianis trying to take it away from Logani.
You can't make that move on the outside. It just isn't going to go. Turn 6 on the outside does not stick. Your best hope is to stay on the outside and come into turn 7 here on the inside. But then again, if you don't make it there, you're on the outside in turn 8. The best bet is to be on the inside of 5, inside of 6. Then you might be on the outside of 7, but then you get the inside of 8.
Well, that is a great 3-car battle right there. Yuri still digging, trying to get back what was lost in the pit, and got a long way up to Paul Darling, but to make up these 2 spots would certainly be the beginnings of trying to get back there towards the front.
This is the best battle on the entire track right now because there really aren't any battles anywhere else. Everybody is driving by themselves.
Yeah, make no mistake, they are battling. I mean, Yuri really wants these positions back. I'm sure he feels like he's a much faster car in the clean air. He's trying to pull off a move now, right to the back of Logani. Oh, a little Archie there, baby. Up straight away.
That looked a lot like blocking to me.
Wow.
Archie Bargy aside, that was flat out. I'm turning into you.
Wow, and Giannis gets the move done, complete, down into turn 1. Gets back on the power, a little bit of dirt kicked up there. Maybe just a little bit of a thank you, a backhanded thank you there to his competitor, Logani, just behind him. Oh, trouble just ahead there. Wallace gets off a bit wide.
I'm going to go so far as to say Logani probably did not try to block Yuri, and when he realized basically what he did was block him, he probably gave him the room to make the pass.
All right, well, still the best battle on the track right now. Urianis picks up another spot. One closer here. Back to the front of the field. Ryan Wallace is holding down second. The question is, for how long can he do it? Yuri has shown good pace here on this restart. Paul Darling way up the track. At almost 8 seconds he's closing on now.
I was just about to say that. These guys are about 7.5 seconds behind Paul, and what that does is it allows Paul to just pull away further. These guys fighting each other causes them to not hit their optimum lines, which therefore slows them all up, which therefore lets Paul streak away further.
I got a feeling that Audi is going to be really hard to catch. It's just been it's really been the class of the GTD field today. And the longer this thing goes on, the longer they let him keep putting distance between them. Again, it's just going to be a hard condition to fight for another 3 hours. We have passed the halfway point of this race, 82 laps in, getting ready to knock down and start working on 83 laps. Been a great race. Paul Darling going to go across your leader in the GTD class. David Jacques in command up front. In the prototypes, Jefferson Padovani sitting there in second. But a great battle. So, oh boy, a little trouble for 49 Motorsports there. And Yuri Yanis had a moment. Hashtag Code Brown.
Well, you know, what these three guys, Wallace, Giannis, and Logano need to do is they need to just stay in line, run laps as fast as they possibly can to try to catch Darling. This fighting between them is never going to work.
Yeah, now you saw the DP of Logani get off the track. I'm sorry, not Logani. We're on with Logani now. Was that Walker that was off track? Yeah, that was Walker that was off track. But just up ahead of them as he was going off track, 49 had a little bit of trouble. The car got loose there into the entrance of the turn. Was able to gather it back up, but these three are still racing so close. Brian Wallace still holding the advantage over Yuri Yanis. Logani has gone nowhere at all, still in the mix. And now they've got the DP of Ryan Walker, who's back under power now, making his way through up into this battle. This is going to be tough, boys. Heading through the kink, down into Canada. Where's Walker going to put that car? Can he hold it there? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Wow, they're fighting. These guys are really going.
They trying to bring in another caution flag? I mean, come on. Boy, Yuri Yanis gets a great run right there.
And he's going to have him before turn one.
He's going to slip in behind the DP up the straight. Going to catch that draft of the DP. Oh, and he wasn't able to get it. Ryan Walker kind of left him hanging out there by himself. Wow. I'm going to blame that on Walker. Giannis's inability to catch Ryan Wallace.
Well,
I'm going to blame that.
I'm going to argue you a little bit, Sean. The Wallace car kind of turned into the middle of the track a little bit, and I think Giannis had to get out of the throttle to avoid him.
Well, Giannis still hard on it.
I'm checking my replay right now.
Boy, Giannis is really trying to set up Ryan Wallace here. I think he's maybe even getting a little impatient.
No, I'm wrong. He just didn't. 49 just did not get enough on the throttle.
Mark, we just got past the halfway point of this race. What a battle we've seen out here, not only by the prototypes, but the great battle going on right now here with the GTD class on screen. We've put in our time. We've got another team sitting on deck, ready to go. Certainly going to be fun to follow it now with the great Richard Losper and Joe Peak getting ready to bring you the action here for the next 3 hours and right on into the checkered flag of this great race we're having today here in the DGFX Sports Car Series here at Road America. Richard, have you got us?
I do have you guys, Sean Ambrose and Mark Norbert. How do you hear me? 5x5?
Yes, sir. Mercy sakes, you're hitting me with a 9-pounder, son. You sound great. Man, we're
awesome.
We're having a lot of fun out here today, Richard.
Alrighty, well, let's just bring in Joe Peak so we make sure we're all on board. Joe, you got a copy?
I copy all of you guys, and I'm looking forward to calling the last 3 hours of this thing.
It's
And
been a great race.
Yeah, I've been watching it for quite a while, and we are looking on the screen right at this moment at a great battle here between Jay Yanis for 49 Motorsports and just in front of him Ryan Wallace for Bad X. This is the battle you guys were calling, and it looks like we're picking it right up.
Yeah, you are picking it right up. The battle has been on for several laps now, Richard, and Yuri just not able to find a way to get around him here yet. He's tried to set him up a couple times, but hasn't been able to pull the pass off. But I'll tell you what, we're going to step away for just a moment, take a quick break, let everybody get settled in here. We thank you for watching today here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and the TGFX Sports Car Series here at Road America. We'll be back in just a moment with Richard and Joe.
Hello and welcome to the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. We are now moving into the second half of the 6-hour race. In fact, there is only 2 hours and 47 minutes left. I am Richard Losper, your host for the next 2.5 hours, just about. With me in the booth is Joseph Peak. He will be assisting, and our directors is still Amjad Yaman, and we're still using the great camera angles provided by Dougie Beard. So, Joe, good day to you, and welcome to the second half of the show.
Thanks, Richard. I'm really excited to get to watch and see how this thing is played out. It stayed incredibly close. We have 18 cars out on track, which for multi-class isn't a whole lot, but what's impressive is there have been battles throughout. I know you had said that you've been following, and I have been too, and I'm really amazed at how tight all the battles for position have been, even 3 hours into this thing.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. And out of the 18 cars, we have 5 cars that appear to be out of the race. Of course, the big news that we've picked up on, everybody probably knows about it by now, is the fact that NKH have had to withdraw from the race because of equipment failure. So what a big blow for them.
And that's one of the things as we see is this a pass for position actually on screen? Yes, it is. This battle for second place. Yair Yanis and Alessandro Logani coming up into turn 6 here, and I think it looks like Yair is going to get it.
Yes, indeed. That was a good attempted pass, and he's made it stick as they move now into the Hurry Downs area. The two BMW and a Mercedes actually battling it out for position right in front of us at this moment. But that's done now. We were talking about NKH and commiserating on equipment failure. As we see, he's off track, and the Mercedes of Alessandro Longoni takes the position back again, Joe.
These guys keep going back and forth. I'm not sure if we're going to get to talk about MKH. Yair Yanis is taking a look back around the outside. I think Alessandro's going to defend side by side. We heard Mark talk about the marbles earlier, and I think that's going to prevent Garrett from being a little bit too brave around that outside line.
Yeah, into Canada corner as we see once again there. Yanis just going off track a little bit there. Doesn't do any harm to the car. And they go back up the main straightaway. And right now, Yanis trying to get to grips with Alessandro up the long straight here at Road America. He's starting to pull him in now. Alessandro goes defensive going into turn number 1. They break for turn 1. Look at the dark stripe there, Joe. It's obviously a lot of rubber being laid down here. Here comes Yanis trying to make the move going into 3. They break hard for 3. Now they go down towards turn number 5. And are we going to see the move done? Defensive from Alessandro. Attack from Yanis side by side, Joe. And they go down into turn 5. Who is the braver of the two?
Well, once again, there we see yet again, Yair just not going to try and hang it around the outside. And I'm amazed at how patient, as we rode on board with Wallace, he's been. He's in what we like to call the popcorn position, just kind of enjoying the show back there. I would have thought he would have had an opportunity to sneak by these guys by now, but he's not really getting up on top of this battle.
That's correct. In fact, I hadn't noticed him back there, but he's well and truly in it as well. So we've got Alessandro, we've got Yanis there, and just behind them, Ryan Wallace as well, as they go now through the carousel, heading down towards the kink. A lot of speed being carried by these cars. They go into the kink now. Alessandro first into the kink, then followed there by Yanis, and now Ryan Wallace as well. And they go down towards Canada corner, all line astern at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, I think finally we're getting a little bit of a calm moment here amongst these guys. So why don't we go back to NKH? You mentioned them having hardware problems, and there's some things that obviously don't translate to sim racing that you experience in the real world. But that's one of the things that kind of equates to what is real world car failure, little parts and things like that, as once again, your Yanis is going to distract us and gets in it.
Yes, Yanis now on the outside. Alessandro still going defensive. Is making a determined effort to try and take that position away. Alessandro defending, Ryan Wallace just sitting back there, not doing anything at this point in time. And well, he should do that. Alessandro successfully defends. They go back down to turn number 3. This is hard racing, Joe. And 2.75 hours still to go. As big problem, Joe. Giannis loses contact with the road there, and he manages to get it back on track, but he's lost a lot of time there.
And we're going to see it on the replay. Both these guys, Longoni and Yanis, both went way wide. Longoni was able to save it, but Yanis just barely kept it on the black stuff. And boy, you can't say these guys aren't pushing. They really wanted that position.
They did. They certainly did. But now, Yanis not that far behind. So we move now. The action moves, to Ryan Wallace, having a look now at Alessandro Longoni. So let's see what Ryan Wallace can do. He sat patiently back there watching the battle between Yanis and Alessandro Longoni. Now it might be his opportunity in the Mercedes to try and make a move. So Mercedes on Mercedes at this point.
Ryan is showing the signs of a good endurance racer right there. You remember you mentioned it and I mentioned it. He was incredibly patient. But look at the timer, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. He really didn't need to be getting mixed up in that battle, and it paid off. As soon as someone made a mistake, that's one position. Now all he has to do is deal with one car instead of 2.
Yeah, that's correct. But having said that, Yanis is caught back up. He's only a second or so behind these two and moving up quite fast on them at the moment. So catching back up, he'll be in this battle very soon again. And I would suggest to our friend Ryan Wallace, if he's going to do anything, the time to do it might be now. But he is definitely showing the patience that you mentioned there and trying to just stay calm in a situation, but now he does try. Wow, and there's the mistake. There's the mistake from Alessandro, and now, in fact, Ryan takes the position.
Well, and behind them, we got a problem with Yanis, who almost goes off track coming through 3, just barely keeps the car from a slide off into the dirt. But yeah, wow, what a great move by Wallace. He didn't actually make an attempt at a pass. He just I think he rattled Longoni because he was way off the apex and won. And just with him being off the apex, it looked like he got squirrely, maybe got a little bit of gunk on his tires. That forced him into an error, and Wallace took advantage. Instead of having to make it under braking, he just out-accelerated him down to 3.
Yeah, and look, things have calmed down for a second here, Joe. So let's go and have a look and see what the DP class is doing. So at the moment, our leader, as far as I can see, is David Jakes, and he's racing for V Apex. And I've been watching him for a long time. He's been up or near the front all day long so far.
Yeah, David Jacques is really having the race come to him. Remember a little bit earlier when it was Nicholas Helm who seemed like he really had this race by the scruff of the neck. But once again, it's that endurance mentality. You don't know what can happen, and it's come to David, and now he's sitting very pretty.
Yeah, he's looking good at this point in time. These cars have tremendous speed advantage over the GTD class, and you can see how they just blow by these GTDs when they get up to them. As you can see now, David Jacques is starting to catch up to in front of him. Who do we have there? We have Giannis, so we can see how fast these cars are in relation to the GTDs as David Jacques now starts to catch up with that battle that we've been commenting on for the last few minutes before.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get these guys probably down the Moraine sweep. I think he might be able to get Yair before turn 3. But I almost wonder, I'd be curious to know what's going on with the setup of each of these DPs. Because one thing that I found, I ran a 24-hour race on one of these, is now it looks like Jacques is going to get by, is these are very setup-dependent cars. and that can affect the speed and really the handling a whole lot, and essentially get you in a good position in the race. If you got a comfortable car, then you got a good car in an endurance race.
Yeah, that's quite correct. And earlier on I was watching some very close battling taking place between V Apex and I think it was the Blackadder Motorsport car earlier on. That was about an hour or so ago, and these guys were battling just as hard as we saw the Mercedes and the BMW battling. But now it looks like they sort of have cleared out from each other, and there's gaps between the DPs at this point in time, with a little bit of attrition that's taken place as well, and the real battle is now in the GTD class, as we've spoken about previously.
Yeah, we keep getting glances of it on screen. I'm wondering if we could pop back to it, because Longani is right back up on the back of Wallace already. And like you kept mentioning, Yanis has the speed, although he loses a bit more coming through Canada once again. I wonder if he's driving that car too hard. We've seen him overdrive 2 corners now as he's going to have to deal with traffic, and makes a little bit of contact with Fraser Williamson. Manages to get back onto it. Let's look at the replay there. That was a tense moment.
Yes, and there and the Fraser Williamson goes right off track, coming out of the final turn there, turn number 10, I think that is. And now he did catch it back up. He was way out on the grass, as we can see on the replay.
Now we're back to live. So Fraser Williamson is going to maybe have to collect himself a little bit, get his breathing under control, get his heart rate down a little bit, and focus back on what's happening and not worry about the traffic for a bit, because it seems like he got a little bit shaken, not expecting maybe Yanis to hang on the inside of that corner so long.
Yeah, and that, you know what, that's down to the big speed differential between the cars. It was just an unexpected thing, and it was a little bit of contact, and that just threw Fraser Williamson right off. But back to the battle here between Jay Yanis and Alessandro Longoni, and of course Ryan Wallace, who's now leading that trio. And he's sitting pretty, he looks very, very collected and calm, does Ryan Wallace. And I think that, sitting back there and watching the battling taking place between Alessandro and Jay was good for him, because now that he's leading them, he's just keeping his calm. But Alessandro is obviously going to have something to say about that as they go around the carousel now, heading towards the King Road. America, this King area is just a part of the track that I absolutely love, Joe. And to see any car negotiate this section as you see them go around the King right now is just marvelous to watch.
Man, I can only imagine what it's like in real life trying to go through there. It's scary enough in the sim because there's just no runoff on the outside, Richard. And that's one thing, like you said, I love about this course. Is it's got that old school feel to it. There's no big paved runoff to make sure that, you can save guys with their sports cars who are coming out for track days and stuff. This is a track that will punish you if you go over the edge.
Absolutely. Now I'm in a lucky position here as we see now the DP passing. That's Fraser Williams getting past. But let's go back to the battle up front here, Joe. There's a position battle. Alessandro taking, and that's the key. Ryan Wallace just backs out of it, keeps himself out of contact, no problem. And here comes Fraser Williams into 3. He gets by, no problem this time. And Ryan Wallace, we were just saying how calmly he drives. He just simply backed out of that. And here's Jay Yanis now passing him as well, and he lets him go, Joe.
Yeah, and some of you who might be saying, why didn't Wallace get more aggressive in there? Why didn't he take it 3 wide with Williamson? Well, I've been watching Williamson as, going around the outside here. Yanis is getting aggressive, a little bit of car contact. My goodness.
Tell you what, Jay Yanis is taking no prisoners at the moment. He wants that position back. And Ryan Wallace, in my opinion, is the calmest of these 3. Alessandro's got a little bit of blood rush to the head as well. And he's decided, I'm not going to let Jay Yanis pass me easily. So the battle is on.
Absolutely. I guess Jer's a Finn, so I wonder if he's got some of that. I think it's called Sousa, they call it. It's like bravery in Finnish. He is, he's got some of that going on right now because he's making some crazy moves. And I wonder, because I know he's teammates with Dexter, and Dexter's usually in his ear to act as the crew chief. I'm not sure if he's cheering him on or telling him, hold up, you got 2.5 hours. Hold on to the car. You still got a lot of race to go.
Absolutely, 2.5 hours left to go in the race, and these guys are battling as if it's the last lap of the race. But that's all very exciting for the viewers, let me say. So now we are back to the position where we were about half an hour ago.
Oh, and sounds like we got a prototype leader heading in. It's Jacques. David Jacques, our leader of the prototypes, is into the pits.
Yes, that is in fact the case. So we'll keep a camera on David and see what he's doing there. So it looks like it's just a standard pit stop. But meanwhile, we'll stay with this battle that is still happening here. It's still as hot as ever, Joe, with Jay Yanis determined as they go down towards corner number 3 again. Jay Yanis brakes hard. Now they're going to go to a great sweep. He's attacking once again, Joe.
Oh my goodness! I mean, I know this that both the Merc and the BMW are pretty tank-like. They're pretty sturdy cars, but these guys have been banging doors now for multiple laps. Contact a few times in just the short while we've been commentating, and Jer is going to try it around the outside once again. This time not able to hold on. We had some cars off just ahead of him. That was Fraser Williamson again, and he's actually going to get completely off the course and let these guys through as we got contact between Jer and Alessandro once more, and this time Jer finally gets it done in a 6.
This is unbelievable racing. Really, really good racing. Meanwhile, we should just make a little note that Jefferson Padavani has taken over the lead for the DPs. So we'll just make a note about that. Of course, the leader was in the pits. But back to this battle here. Joe, so they're heading down towards the King once again. Now the leader of the trio is in fact Giannis, and it's Alessandro Longoni attacking now as they're heading down into Canada corner. He has a bit of a look there. In fact, he has a big look. Not sure if he made a small contact there, but he certainly wanted to try and make the move into Canada, which was very risky in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it was just he didn't expect that BMW to slow up so quickly, but Jer Yanis clearly has the pace over these guys. Look at him now start to stretch out now that he's got some room. And we're hearing that apparently Dexter's getting pretty heated over the mic. I'm not sure. I feel like maybe it's almost Jer that's going to have to tell him to calm down.
But now we have a whole bunch of the DP cars coming through and interrupting this battle here as we see Alessandro just going off track. And here comes Ryan Wallace into 3, taking the position away from Alessandro.
Whoa.
And there is there's a car
Ernie
off.
Ludwig.
Who was that?
That's Ernie Ludwig. He was a lapped car, and I think that was with a bit of contact. He started to come around, and he was helped the rest of the way by Jer Yanis, but I don't think that was Jer's fault. It's just when you got a car spinning and you're on the edge, it's hard to avoid.
And they all go into Moraine Sweep now, the couple of DPs, and there's Giannis, and Alessandro overtakes Ryan Wallace right into Moraine Sweep there and moves up that extra position once again.
Yeah, Longoni is he's not sitting around and trying to mess with Wallace. He wants to stay up with Jer Yanis in this because he knows he's got better pace and he's got to stay in the draft if he wants to fight him.
And there's one. This is that Fraser once again. Fraser, he's not making things happen very easily. Fraser trying to get past the. No, that's Jefferson Padavani now as they head into the King, which is surprising. He should be breezing by these guys. Now he does breeze by Wallace and gets by, and that was a good pass there. Now they head down towards. Yes, and now he's okay. He's fallen in line, but he will get them on the straight, no doubt. But still, the battle continues, Joe, between Alessandro Longoni and Jay Yanis. Jay Yanis in front of Alessandro at this point.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is Alessandro really trying his hardest to ride the coattails of Yair, as now we got that's actually our overall leader that's passing them by, as Padovani has yet to pit. Remember, it was a car of the 99 who's got Mikey Grims. That's why I was thrown off, as they've switched drivers out, and we failed to mention that earlier. Mikey Grims is in the 99. There you can see the VA Apex Racing green car, and he's back out. So he should retake the lead as they cycle through, but Padovani is showing no signs of heading in anytime soon.
And we should just make mention here that I'm seeing in the chat there's a warning from race control for both the 49 Motorsports car and the number 67 for aggressive driving. So the 67 is in fact Alessandro, and of course the 49 is Jay Yanis. So they're getting warned by race control that they are driving too aggressively, which is a little bit surprising because they're racing, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're looking to things not get a little bit too heated. Oh, as Yair Yanis goes around and Longoni has to take evasive action. Here comes Wallace around the outside, but he's on the outside of the carousel. It's going to be very hard to try and make the pass. He's got the grip from somewhere. He's making an advantage on him, and now they're going to go side by side into the kink, Richard.
Yes, I see it. And this is incredible driving. And they are side by side now. They head back down to Canada corner. Ryan Wallace has it at the moment. Alessandro thinking about another move. Now he falls back into line. He decides that after this, will they get another warning from race control? Who knows? I think this is fantastic racing, to be honest.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, it's hard but fair in my mind, but it's the race steward's call on this one. I guess Longani was thinking, I only got a warning for racing too hard with Yanis, but not with Wallace yet, so I can still push the limits there.
Well, I want to say that now it looks as if Jay Yanis has got it all to do once again. Remember, he was out front. He had a few risky moments there. He got pushed sideways and he fell behind, and now he's got to catch back up again. But you were right there, Joe. He certainly has pace, and I can see him catching up to these guys once again in the not too distant future.
Now, we watched the replay of Yair Yanis spinning out. Now we had switched to going through the kink side by side there. That was a self-made error. Yair Yanis had no one around. There was no pressure on him from the guy behind. And we've seen him miss the apex a number of times. I'm curious to know if maybe that 49 car has a bit of damage, or maybe the handling just isn't working, because this is very uncharacteristic. Usually Yair Yanis is a consistent driver.
He is, but we've seen him in various cars. I haven't seen him driving a lot in the BMW, but he's certainly got pace. There's no doubt about it. He's catching the two in front of him once again, and it's only going to be a lap or so before he's back up with Alessandro, and the battle will be rejoined.
Yeah, these guys just can't seem to get away from one another. And we did get some clarification from our stewards. They just wanted to try and keep the racing clean. Basically, it sounds like they were trying to keep it from getting a little too heated between the two drivers. They had their fun, said, all right, cool out and make sure that you don't wreck each other, because you still got a lot of race.
Yeah, and I mean, that's sensible from race control. Just a little warning. He didn't actually tell them to stop, just gave them a little warning. But now let's get back to it. So, yeah, Yanis just coming through Canada corner. Up ahead are the two battling now. Ryan Wallace in the lead of this trio. And in fact, Alessandro just catching up to him as they go through the last corner. Now they head back up the front straight here. A nice little gap there from Ryan Wallace on Alessandro. And yeah, Yanis just pushing the car as hard as he can to catch back up to these two. So we should see battle taking place very, very soon again. But Joe, perhaps we should just give the viewers a sense of where the race is at the moment by running down through all the drivers in the two classes.
Absolutely. And, we mentioned a little bit earlier, Jefferson Padovani still has not pitted. He is still leading this race and has been for a while now. Ryan G. Walker, about 8 seconds back of him. He's in second place in the prototypes. Not really a bad race by Ryan. He's still in this thing as well. Like we said, anything can happen with a lot of race left to go. So he's sitting in a good position to take advantage should something go down with the leader. Mikey Grims gave away the lead a little bit earlier, took a pit stop maybe about a half an hour ago. He's in the number 99, and that car is currently sitting in the final podium position. The car behind them, actually car ahead of them. Whoa, and Yanis just went off ahead of them. Did he make contact with the wall?
And we'll check that on the replay. Jay Yanis was way off track there. Replay is coming up, and we see Jay Yanis just getting loose. Looks like it's a self-spin. Does he hit the wall? That is the big question. I don't think he did just from the replay. Let's check it out again. He goes into... Which corner is that? That is just the left-hander. Yep. Loses it, gets it. Contact with the grass, spins the car, doesn't look like he hit anything, so he lives to fight some more, but I'm pretty sure that his team boss Dexter Castro is not going to be too happy with the way things have gone recently.
Yeah, and I was about to say, he's very lucky to not hit that wall, but then I remember we're dealing with Jere Yanis, and that was probably very intentional with how he spun that car. And our leader of overall is heading in. Padovani is now coming up to his stall. But as we watch that with Jere Yanis, that was just a good heads up from him. It's very easy if you get loose coming out of 6. The left-hand wall doesn't have a lot of runoff, and there's been a number of times that I've sent the car into there in just about every car. And for him to really try and swing the car back around and make sure that it doesn't carry the momentum into that concrete was a great call by Jere.
Yeah. No, he's certainly driven the wheels off the thing to race with the guys in front of him, but then he's made a few unfortunate errors. I think you might be right. Maybe there's some damage that we can't see on the car, and it's causing the handling to be really... It doesn't look like it's damaged, but I'll have to have a look at the front to see what's going on. But certainly the car is very loose, and he wants to look after that car and give it to Dexter in as good a condition as he can, so that Dexter, who's really, really good in this car, by the way, so Dexter can have a good shot at trying to win this thing in that class. But we were saying earlier on, and the situation has changed completely. Our leader now is Ryan Walker in the DP class, with Mikey Grims in second place, and that's because the leader, which was who was the leader? He went into the pit. Padovani, that's right. Padovani went into the pits and did a regulation pit stop, so the order has changed slightly.
And it looks like we had another driver change, the number 111. De Silva has now hopped in the car of Club de Volante. Also,
meanwhile, Ryan Walker's just come in, Joe, as well.
Absolutely. I was just about to say that, and he's going to take his scheduled stop. That means the number 99, as he comes up the straight, Mikey Grims and the VA Apex Racing Green is going to retake that lead now that these stops have cycled through.
That is correct. And Mikey Grims takes the lead as we speak. Ryan Walker gone into the pits. The new driver in the 111 car, Rodrigo De Silva, he will now assume second place. And in third place will be, fourth place actually, it will be Oscar Ferreira. I'm seeing another car slot in there, Sven Kamertz in the Black Adam Motorsport entry. So that is our number 68 car. That car is into the pits as well.
Yeah, and Sven was taking over for, trying to remember who the driver just hopped out of there. I just missed it. But anyways, yeah, remember we saw Sven Kamertz back in the car a little bit earlier and having some great racing with, I believe it was Nicholas Helm, who is unfortunately now out of this race. But the question is, can he get up to Mikey Grims and do anything about this lead now that the 68 is back out on course?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So we will see how that transpires. There are big gaps between these guys, although there's not that big a gap between the Silver and Kamets in the Black Adam Motorsport car, and of course the Silver in the Clube do Volante entry. But continuing with our rundown, we come now to first of the GTD class, which is actually Paul Darling in the Hammered Down Racing GT3 car, and that's the first of the GTD class, which is an Audi. And we haven't actually mentioned him because he's just been out there running by himself, Joe.
Yeah, I kept thinking earlier on when we were watching that battling, Paul Darling and his teammate Matt Quinn have got to be loving this battle for second place behind them, because I believe when we picked up the broadcast, it was about 25 seconds difference between those guys. Well, it's now 40 seconds between Darling and Wallace. So Darling's just out there cruising, knocking the laps out. Meanwhile, the guys behind them are all tripping over each other and basically handing them the win.
Well, that's right. And then after Darling, we do get to Ryan Wallace, who calmly but surely took over that second position, and he would have been back in fourth position while all the battling was going on, and now he sits in second position in the Mercedes, and he's racing for the Bad Cactus Racing Blue Team, Ryan Wallace. And then we have Alessandro Longoni. After Yanis's problems, he is now in third position. Then we've got Yanis. And then you can tell us who's next in line there, Joe.
Stefan Valder is the next one out there, still running, at least in that class. And then actually they are ahead of a number of prototypes who've run into trouble, at least overall. Juan E. Lopez, Kevin Linden, Reese Saunders are also out there still running, but multiple laps down. And then our last car in the GTD class still running is Rob Duro. However, a sad 14 laps down. At this point, they're trying to just pick up attrition before this race is over.
Yeah, that's correct. And then, of course, we have 2-4. We've got 1, 2, 3. There are 5 cars that are out of the race. So Andy Banfield, he was in an Audi. He is racing for V Apex GT Racing Team. He is out of the race. Martin Heller in a Mercedes for Sweet Spot Racing is out, unfortunately. Then we've got Jacob Lehman in one of the DP cars for Online Sim Racing, the Endu number 2. He's out. Nicholas Helm, of course, tragically out there due to equipment failure. And then finally, Richard McClure, also in a DP for Team Richard McClure. He is out as well. So that is the lineup. 13 cars still racing as we see now, Joe. Jay Yanis coming into the pits.
And I bet his tires are thanking him for doing that, because, man, he really abused them throughout that that session, that stint. Spun a number of times, had lots of spins. And if they don't take tires, I'll be shocked. It sounds like we might have an interview very soon. We've got Fraser Williamson waiting to talk to us. He's the teammate of Rhys Saunders, who's sadly down in 12th overall there, the number 69 Blackadder Motorsports. Let's pull him into the room, see how he feels their race is going. Fraser, You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Hey, this is Joe Peak with the Global Sim Racing channel. We've picked up the coverage from our friends Sean Ambrose and Mark Nobert, and we see that Rhys is a little ways down. I take it you guys are just out there trying to pick up anybody who has problems?
Yes, pretty much. After a horrible first couple of stints, it's all about trying to pick up those positions if other people hit walls or have technical issues.
Now, one thing I'm curious about, not having been able to talk to any of the teams yet, what kind of philosophy have you guys gone for the setup on this car? Because I know my experience in running an endurance race in the DP is that it seems really setup dependent on how you want it to handle.
Well, I think for this setup, we would just be concentrating making sure it's got enough front end bite so we can get throughout the run enough turn in, but to make sure it's safe enough so we can make sure we can push throughout the run whenever it's needed, so we've got extra speed to catch up to other cars.
Now, coming into this thing, what was your goal as far as the finishing position? I'm assuming probably a little bit higher than where you guys are now.
Yeah, we've been a bit higher than 7th or 8th. About the top 5, maybe a pushing for a podium would have been nice out of this, but decent amount of points, and let's just see where it takes us to the next round.
And speaking of which, next round, I believe, is COTA. How do you feel about that circuit?
Oh, COTA. I've got mixed views on it. It depends on the car, and it just depends on how well the setup is. If I've got a decent setup, then the track is bearable. If it's not, then it's just the longest 3 hours of your life.
I can only imagine. Richard, do you have any questions before we let Fraser go?
No, I am fine. I think Fraser has covered everything. Fraser, so you'll be jumping into the car later on again?
I don't think I will be. I'm pretty sure Chris will be going back in after race.
Okay, all right. So you're done for the day then. You've enjoyed yourself. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I've enjoyed myself as much as I can, whilst I've been in a wall half the time, so I'll call that a mild success.
Okay, all the best for the rest of the race for your team there, Fraser.
Yes.
Sorry about that. A very understated Fraser Williamson, as we said, about 12th overall right now for the Blackadder Motorsports number 69. Richard?
Yes, indeed. Now, we can tell you that after the pit stop, Yanis is out of the car and Dexter Castro is in the car at this point in time. As we see Paul Darling coming into the pit, so that's going to be an interesting situation. So it'll allow the guys behind him perhaps to catch up a little. But he's been so dominant, Paul Darling, in that class there, that I can't see anybody hitting him straight away. But Dexter Castro, Joe, in the car now, perhaps a little bit of calmness injected into that BMW.
Well, I hope so. It's been exciting. I mean, we heard that Dexter was getting a little bit excited while he was outside of the car. Maybe it's something where once he gets behind the wheel, he can forget about some of the things that have happened, and like you said, he can focus on just the task at hand. I know for me, I always get a lot more nervous when I hand over to my teammates, just because you're not in control of the car, and I'm sure you can relate. When you're a race car driver, you like to be in control, and so you don't like to be sitting there not being able to tell the car what to do.
Oh, absolutely. When we race and both of us are involved, I guess, in endurance racing, I am involved in the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series, and I normally do the first stint, and my job that I have is to bring that car home in pristine condition to my teammate, because my teammate will absolutely wallop me if I don't do that. So when I hand over, it's kind of a relief to hand over sometimes, but at the same time, you're now on eggshells because you hope that your teammate will do the same thing that you've done, which is to keep the car clean and to try and maintain position.
Absolutely. You're crossing your fingers, saying, please take care of it as much as I tried to. Now, as we watch Matt Quinn, we know that he is a pretty good endurance racer. Now, we're used to seeing him in the Autobahn series, though, in a DP, but it looks like he's, HPD. I missed a letter there. It seems like he's been handling things pretty well, because he's been in the car already today out in that Audi, and he hasn't seemed to have done anything to really compromise it yet, commentator's curse notwithstanding. So all he's got to do at this point with the gap that they've built up is just take this thing home.
Well, that's right. And of course, Matt Quinn, I should say, is racing for Hammer Down. He's taken the car over from Paul Darling, who did a magnificent job, as put the car in first position in that class, the Mercedes, and at this point in time, they are sitting behind Ryan Wallace, but Ryan has just gone into the pits now, so they will get their first position back again. And Ryan Wallace will be handing over the car, I presume, to someone else. So we're going to have a look at that.
Looks like Brandon Edgersik. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
Well, he's just entered his pit stall right now. Ryan Wallace, he looks like he's getting out of the car. And Brandon Edgersik.
Garrick, I'm hearing, maybe is how it's pronounced.
We'll
We'll call him Brandon.
Yeah, okay. Little bit,
Brandon's in the car for Bad Cactus Blue.
Brandon. I think we'll stick with that because, you Americans have no clue on how to produce, how to pronounce European names. And we've got a slightly better idea, but that one's got me, I have to say. So we'll stick with Brandon.
Well, and he's actually from the Mid-South, so I probably should know, but I've never seen that name before. But regardless, we're now looking at our GTD leader, Matt Quinn, still running that hammered down racing Audi, just like the thing is on rails.
Yeah, Matt Quinn. Let's go to Matt. And, the Audi is, I've got a little bit of experience in running the Audi, just in testing, and I haven't done any racing with it. But of all the GT3 cars, it might not be the fastest car, but it's certainly, to my mind anyway, Joe, the best handling of all the GT3 cars, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's a very strange car in its handling. It's similar to the McLaren, which is the car that I've driven a lot. So I took to it pretty well, but the thing that really kept me from switching over to the Audi was it doesn't like curbs, and it tends to really, as the car goes light and the fuel burns away, it tends to want to come around a little bit easier. So that made me a little uneasy, but these guys seem to have dialed that out pretty well.
And Joe, we just had a moment there. I wonder if we can actually get that on replay. Matt Quinn, our leader in the GTD class, there was a HPD came up on him, run by Juan Lopez, and there was almost contact there as the HPD came up so quickly on him, and we're gonna try and get that on replay.
Yeah, these cars, he got right up back on them. You're right, as we saw it on the replay. These DPs really close very fast, and especially on a track like this with long straights. The DPs have a little bit more downforce than the GT3s, but not a whole lot. It's not like the HPD where the thing is just glued to the ground. A lot of drivers describe it as more of a glorified GT1 car, these DPs. So really where all their power is just flying down these straightaways.
Yeah, absolutely. And this track having that very long straightaway in the front stretch, of course, and then a couple of shorter ones around the back. There's a very high speed. This is a great track for these GT cars, I think. And if there was ever a track that I wanted to run a GT car on, GT1 or GT3 for that matter, I would certainly select this track.
This one, I know I'm in the minority here, but I like this track for racing. But as far as hot lapping, I think I'm one of the few people that really finds Road America a little bit boring because it's a lot of long straight 90-degree turn, long straight 90-degree turn. But for racing, the draft keeps everybody in it, and it makes it really thrilling with a lot of good side-by-side action.
Oh yeah, and another track that is really great for racing on with lots of draft is Monza. Now we experienced a magnificent race at Monza earlier today with the slow cars, which are the MX-5s. But I want to tell you, very exciting. I like this track, and I was going to say earlier on when we got involved with a battle there that was happening between the GTD cars. I have a teammate, Travis Schwenke, who actually has run real life laps in a slowish car at this track and done a lot of racing at this track in real life. And as far as he's concerned, this is, a track that he absolutely loves. So, guys who have actually run on this track, and I do know a couple of guys who run the SRF, the Spec Racer Forward as well on this track. They all say that this track is a real racer's track.
Yeah, and that goes back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier, where it punishes those who go over the edge because it just doesn't have a lot of leeway. Now, granted, they have paved some things in real life, such as turn one. They don't have that in iRacing since it was scanned before they did that. But even still, turn one had a lot of runoff anyway. So, yeah, it's like you said. It's really it just doesn't let you get away with things that other tracks do.
Well, that's right, and the walls, but it's some areas the walls are pretty close, and I'm here to tell you that those walls, even in sim racing, can be very unforgiving if you get it all wrong. And that exit from the final turn, as we just watched Dexter Castro go through there now, that exit is very, very. If you go through there too fast, you can get really loose on exit, and you can land up in all kinds of trouble on the grass there. Lots of grassy areas here to keep the cars, in check. And there's a couple of gravel traps as well in some of the faster areas as you go through turn 3. There's huge runoff in this area as you head down towards the moraine sweep. But in the final parts of the course, not so much runoff, Joe, and you can certainly find the walls if you look.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that final corner as well, and how tricky it is to try and get on the power sometimes. And it's so important there too. That's what's so maddening about that corner. It's a late apex, so you're already trying to really square it off, as we watch Rhys Saunders there in 7th in class. And you've got that huge hill. Like, I don't think people realize, just looking from the camera angles that we've got here, that hill is just enormous. And if you don't get your momentum going, then you're going to suffer up the front straight. And the guy behind you is going to have an even easier time trying to just stream on by.
Yeah, exactly. And, the slower the car, actually, the easier it is for guys to use the draft to catch you. And you're quite right. That is quite deceptive when you're looking at the camera angles that we have here in sim racing. It doesn't look that steep, but in fact, there's a massive climb up towards the start-finish line.
Now we switch back to our leader in the prototypes, Mikey Grims, as it looks like he's trying to put a lap on. Not sure who this is here. Looks like Sergio Dorelli for Club Ham. And we talked a little bit earlier, Richard, I want to try and touch on this. We talked to Frazier about how he set up the car, how his team decided to go with this setup. And the reason that I bring that up, and I feel like it could play a big part here, is my experience was in a track that's a little bit similar. It was at Daytona, which is a lot of fast straights as well. And you want the car to be as trimmed out as much as possible. Now, my experience was that we could brake later than everybody around us down into turn 1. And I don't really do a lot with the setup myself. That was one of our guys on our team, Dusty Peterson. And when I got out of the car, I was out braking guys around the outside of turn 1. And I asked him, where's our downforce setting at? He said, it's trimmed all the way back. We have the absolute lowest downforce setting. It was all down to how the car was set up, other than the aero. And it just helped the braking that much. That's why it's so important to really have a team that knows how to set up this car and really maximize everything about it.
Yeah, well, that's the key to running these types of cars. There are a lot of things that you can change. There's engine maps. There's wings that can be changed. There's the traction control that can be set. I'm not sure if the HPDs have got traction control as well, but they probably do. So all of those things, it really takes good knowledge of these cars to get them set up properly for a particular track. And I would imagine that the setups are quite different track by track.
Oh, definitely. It all depends on what you want the car to do, where the car can get the most out of the lap and things such as that. And yeah, that's like I said, if you've got a team that has a lot of people, it's more likely you'll have someone who has the knowledge.
Yeah, as we just watched Mikey Grims there put another lap on Sergio Dorelli. Put a lap on Sergio Dorelli. Sergio is way down he's 2 laps down at the moment. And he's just in 4th place at this stage. So Mikey Grims is actually the leader in our DP class. Sven Kamitz is in 2nd place, but he's some 50 seconds back. And then 3rd place, the podium position, the last podium position, is a minute 20 back from the leader. So not a lot of close action happening in the DP class at this point. And Sergio Dorelli, 2 laps down, he's actually in 4th position. So they're very, very spread out in that class. In the other class, it's a lot closer, but we certainly haven't seen the frantic battling that we saw earlier on in the race, which was quite exciting to watch.
Well, I think we're about to get it pretty soon. I went and looked at some lap times, and Brandon with Bad Cactus Blue is running 207, 208, whereas Dexter Castro is the next car on track. He's only 4 seconds back. He's running 206 and 205. So he's about to run him down in a hurry, and I'm not sure if this is going to be as intensive a battle as we saw before, but I'm guessing that Brandon's not going to give this one up easily.
Well, let us have a look at what we can see here. Dexter Castro is, I've got the cameras on Dexter right now. As you say, where is Dexter? He's 4 seconds back, roughly 3.9 seconds. Going through the kink at the moment. You're quite right that he seems to be running down the driver in front of him, which is Brandon Egerchik, I'm going to call him. And Brandon, of course, took over from Ryan Wallace in the Mercedes. So it seems that maybe Brandon doesn't have the same speed as Dexter. So let's see what happens. We'll come back to this, but the gap is visual right now. Dexter can see his opponent, and of course, you know as I do, Joe, that when you can see your opponent, it kind of gives you a little bit of inspiration, and it makes you just lift a little later on the corners and so on, trying to catch the guy in front.
Oh yeah, it can't be stressed how important it is to have that visual contact as a driver, because it eggs you on. Now the big difference there, though, is that it can have a different effect on different drivers depending on your skill and also kind of what you do best. There's some drivers who actually prefer to be ahead and be the leading driver and not be able to not worry about anybody in front of them. I know some drivers where when you put that carrot in front of them, they overdrive the car. And that's where you're going to see the best of the best really come to the fore, that when they get that visual, it's not that they push too hard, it's they know exactly where to put their focus, exactly how to drive it to try and inch that way forward until you have an opportunity.
Yes, that is quite correct. Well said there, Joe. But now we can see the gap is already reduced to 2.6 seconds. So that's more than a second has been taken off the gap now. And in fact, the gap is just narrowing, lap by lap. So within the next lap or so, I believe that Dexter Castro, who's really good in this car, will be up there with Brandon, and the race will be on. Now, it appears that even with all the shenanigans that Giannis got involved in, that the car still seems to be very strong.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just maybe better on newer tires. One thing we've heard from drivers about the BMW is that you have to really take care of the tires, because this is a car that doesn't have a lot of top-end speed, so they kind of have to abuse them through these fast corners. And I wonder if maybe that's what happened with Yair, especially with all the fighting that he was doing, that he just ran out of tires. Because right now, like you said, Dexter's got it hooked up, and there you can see the gap really, really coming down. And right now, I think now that he doesn't have to worry about anybody around him, he is making the best use of that BMW strengths.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just brings a smile to my face here when I look at the rear end of the BMW that Dexter's in. It says, written in big letters across the back of the car there, sorry. Now, I'm wondering what message is trying to communicate there.
Apparently, it's an inside joke with the team. Our director actually races with 49 Motorsports. I'm not sure if he's going to explain it a little bit later. But I'm looking at the front of the car, and I do see just a little bit of damage on both corners of the front, you're starting to see some seams on the hood, and that's really what these guys do not want in the BMW. Remember, I said it's not very good down the straights. Any more aero drag you add to it is just going to make these guys hurt all race long.
Well, it's certainly not hurting Dexter Castro. He is mowing down as they go into the hurry downs right now. He's mowing down Brandon in front of him, and he's going to be right with him in the next lap also. We did say that a little while back, but now it's looking very much like a reality. It's only 1.4 seconds. Now, Brandon doesn't look as if he's responded. Perhaps he can't respond, or perhaps he's just taking it easy. We saw that Ryan Wallace, when he was in the car, was very calm, very collected in driving the car. Maybe that's the situation with Brandon as well. And of course, these guys are sitting here in second and third place. Yeah. So let's see what happens as we now see Dexter Castro just about with the car in front, and as they go down the main straight again. And bear in mind, these guys are doing their 109th lap, Joe. That's a lot of laps.
Well, yeah, it's a whole lot of laps, especially around a place as long as Road America. This is a 4-mile track, so it's not like you can just whisk around this place like it's Lime Rock. And yeah, you made the point about Brandon maybe not having that great a pace. This is one thing that I love about endurance racing, and maybe this is why I've taken to it, because I've never been that terribly fast as a driver. I don't have your speed, Richard, but one thing that I've prided myself on is just getting consistency out of a car, and that's what served Brandon and his teammate Wallace well, and that's what's got him in the second place. They're not getting into trouble. They're not doing the greatest of laps, but you know what? The car is whole, the car is clean, it's moving forward, and right now, even if they move down one position, they're still on the podium.
Yeah, exactly. And in a in a competition like this, where you have 6-hour races, it's all about the championship as well. It's not just an individual race that counts. You want to maximize your point gain from each and every race. And drivers like Wallace and Brandon here just demonstrating that they can bring the car home and be up there on the podium perhaps, or maybe just off the podium every race, and that's going to stand them in good stead. Now they've just come through the kink, and here we are, Dexter Castro right up there with Brandon and about to make the move. He goes to the inside, goes side by side, and there's a response there from Brandon. No, you don't, he says. I'm not giving up the position that easily.
Well, that answers that question about what kind of driver Brandon is. He chopped him off at the nose, and confidently, there was no hesitation there. And thankfully, Dexter saw what was coming and he got out of it at the apex. But man, Brandon, he's not giving this one up easily, as we might have a 3-wide situation here.
Well, the DP gets past, and in fact, Dexter waited for that to happen. Now he's going to attack again. They go into turn number 1. He's got the position. He's certainly had the position there on the inside, made the pass, and now as they head down towards turn number 3, he has moved into second position, and Brandon has now just given him a little notice that he can race if he wants to, but it's all over, and Dexter has made the pass.
Yeah, and like I said, still a third place in class. That's something to be proud of. They still have 1 hour and 49 left to go, so it's not over yet, but they're still just putting in really good laps here. And yeah, you're right about the championship. As an illustration of that, Richard, you mentioned the Conti series that we also cover back in season 2, way long ago at this point. I had, I think it was 2 podiums that season, but I finished, I believe it was 3rd in the championship, and that was because I finished 6th or better in all but a single round that whole season.
Well, that's right, and it's a perfect example there, as you mentioned in season 2. Last season, in that very same series, in the Drivers' Championship our team basically made a clean sweep, and I finished up in third place in the championship, and I never won a single race, and I don't recall, I think we had about 3 or 4 podiums out of the 10. So consistency is what it's all about in endurance racing.
And we're getting some information from an experienced BMW driver here. I guess Dexter had reason to try and be aggressive to try and get past, because apparently the aero wash is not good for the BMW and adds to the killing of the tires, which can cost you. You know, we were talking about those tires earlier. We're hearing that it's maybe up to 3 or 4 seconds a lap, depending on how hard you abuse them by the end of a stint.
Wow. Well, this is, I mean, these cars, they're pretty heavy cars, as you mentioned, and they chew up tires. It just seems to me that the Mercedes is even, it looks bulkier than even the BMW. I have no experience with racing the Mercedes, so I don't know. Even though I do own this car, maybe I should do a few laps in it at some stage.
Yeah, I have to confess, I haven't done a whole lot of laps in the Merc, but that was because I heard it was similar to the BMW, and I'm not a fan of driving the BMW. But when I got in the Merc, to me, it just kind of felt really floaty. It was almost like driving a Cadillac, where you didn't really feel the bumps a whole lot, which might sound good, but for me, it was hard to judge what the car was doing. But I know it's a very popular car, and there's a lot of drivers that have put it to use to great effect.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, the Merc and the Audi are the 2 cars that have become kind of the favorites in GT3 racing from what I've seen. And the BMW is not that much of a choice these days in some of the competitions that I've had a look at. So talking about the Audi, let's go and have a look at our class leader there, Matt Quinn, who's just reeling off the laps like you wouldn't believe, and just so confident and just so easily is doing it at the moment.
Yeah, right now he's got a gap of, it looks like, about 48 seconds, maybe 49 seconds over Dexter Castro. Next car in line is actually not even in his class. Kevin Linden is trying to get back up into this race. He's 7th overall, but you can see he's 6th in his class in the DPs. And this is one thing that's scary, though, about when you get multi-class endurance racing, Richard, is Matt's not going to get a blue flag here with Kevin Linden coming up behind him. And if you're not paying attention, if you don't have a spotter or a crew chief keeping you abreast of what's going on around you, that can take you by surprise, because you don't get the blue flag and you're not aware that the car behind you is from another class. And suddenly, next thing you know, you make a move that DP isn't expecting, and that can end your race in a hurry. So you really have to pay attention to what's going on.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We have the same thing in when we're in the Continental Endurance series, where you have the Mustangs, who have a huge speed advantage over the tiny little MX-5s, and you don't get any blue flags, as we see now. They're going into the kink there. Matt negotiates it. Kevin Linden waits, which is really respectful and nice of him to do that. And now he's got a clear run to Canada corner. He makes the pass, and that's what you want to see. I always get nervous when you get drivers, and you get to know who the drivers are in the faster class, coming up on you from the rear. And if you know they're aggressive drivers, as we have seen in the past, then you get really nervous, because they will have no respect in trying to overtake you, no matter where you are on the track.
Absolutely. I firmly believe that every driver has a mental checklist of, when they get into an endurance race. Oh, this person made a move that I don't like, and I'm just going to remember them next time they come by, give them a little bit more room, things like that. That it's a survival technique, but also I think all drivers are a little bit egotistical and petty, so we all kind of snark at each other in our heads, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I have my lists very, very definite on who, and you've got to know your opponents, and I know them all. Let's face it, they're the ones that are in my class, but you also have to know who are the drivers that you need to be careful of in the faster class, because they can ruin your race very, very quickly, even more so than the guys in your own class.
Yeah, this multi-class racing is a dance, and both partners have to know how to do that dance, or else things go wrong. But meanwhile, I think we got a battle shaping up. Brett Kincaid has Wolfgang Wildenauer just really closing in on him, and this is going to be for 4th in the GTD class.
Yes, indeed. So we have a BMW once again versus a Mercedes. And we have Wolfgang Wildenauer. He is racing for Online Sim Racing DE Endu, which I guess stands for Endurance, number 1. There was also a number 2 car which is out of the race at this moment. But here he comes now. He is racing in the BMW, and he's trying to catch up to Brett Kincaid for Blackadder Motorsports number 67 in a Merc. Mercedes-Benz. So let's see as this develops, and it's right there at the moment, Joe, as they just negotiate turn number 3, head down the moraine sweep towards turn 5.
We have a problem with our leader, and I think he made contact with the wall. Yeah, Quinn had an off coming through 13A, overcorrected, and took a hard lick into the wall.
Wow, let's get that on replay. We're seeing the replay right now. There he is. He's all sideways, and he does connect with the wall. Where is that? That is at the last turn?
Yeah, coming up to the last turn, just out of 13A. We're watching on board now. Let's see, does he get some oversteer? Oh, and and you know, apparently is what I mentioned earlier, that it just got a little bit too much curb, and I thought this would be a great track for the Audi because it has very flat curbs, but that one curb on 13A is not very flat, and it bit him, unfortunately. Well, he's still going, and he still has a lead. In fact, his lead is so great that it looks like it's about 40 seconds still, if I'm seeing this right.
Yeah, but Joe, have a look at the front of the car. Let's get a camera angle on the front there, and you can see, as we can see now on the broadcast there, that he's got some severe damage on the front there.
Now, we're not going to be able to tell from the last lap because that's when he had the accident. He had a 2:17, so that dropped a lot of time. The real question is, what is his lap time going to be like this time? And the team is going to be watching that as well. His teammate is going to be paying attention and saying, you know, if it's bad enough, come in now. We're going off our original strategy plan. We're getting the car repaired. But if it's not bad enough, sometimes you got to gut it out and wait till you can get to your scheduled stop to get those repairs.
Yeah, that's correct. Because you know, when you have an unscheduled stop, do you change drivers? What do you do? Various things, various parameters have to change. But we just saw Mikey Grims in the pits, and it looks like he's just come out of the pits again.
Yeah.
So he's back on track. So he's out there doing a great job, and he now slots back into second place. So Sven Kamitz for Blackadder Motorsport is now in command of the race.
And on screen, down into turn 1, we saw Wildenauer really try and make a move into 1. Couldn't make it stick. But he is now onto the back of Kincaid, and it looks like they're going to get split up. This is Sven Kamitz, actually, who is coming through right now, and he's going to get between them. This is going to get just a bit of breathing room to Kincaid.
Yeah, that is correct. And they come down towards the Hurry Downs. The DP gets by, and now the battle can resume. And you can see that there's absolutely nothing between the two cars at the moment. Wildenauer trying to get right on terms as they go through the carousel at the moment. Let's see if he can close that gap even further as they head towards the kink there. Brett Kincaid in the Mercedes-Benz heading through the kink as we speak, and Wolfgang now catching up in the draft to Kincaid as they head towards Canada Corner. They come through the left-hand kink there. Now they break for Canada Corner. No gap virtually between them, but a better exit from Kincaid over Wildenauer as they come through the last part of the course there, 13 and 13A, as you mentioned earlier.
And through the final corner, this is going to be critical for Wolfgang. And he gets a decent exit, but not really good enough. He really wants to get on the power as soon as possible to get in the draft of Brett. I think he's going to get reeled in, but he's going to run out of track before he can make a move into one.
Yeah, he won't be able to do it here, but he has caught up now as they go into turn number 1. Seems like Kincaid in the Mercedes gets better exits than does Wildenau, but now he's right there. And they go into 3, and now he's right there. Now the run down. Now the run down to the Moraine sweep to turn 5, and let's see what he can do here. Will he try something in turn 5? Let's watch. He's behind. Does he go to the inside? Yes, he goes to the inside. Joe is going to make his move.
Wildenauer nailed turn 3, but down into turn 5, he's a little bit timid on the brakes. He's given the apex by Kincaid, but not able to take advantage of it once again. I think if Wolfgang was just a little bit more aggressive down to that turn, he would have had the position.
Well, yes. I mean, if you're going to the inside, you are signaling to your opponent that I'm going to take this this gap. But he didn't. He just kind of showed his nose there, and that is something that you don't want to do, because what that does is tells your opponent that you are chicken and you're not going to make the move. So the opponent, that gives the opponent heart that he can defend.
All right, they're going to get split up one more time. Yeah, that's Mikey Grimm's coming on through there, through the kink. Actually, that was perfect timing, so he didn't have to try and go too wide with either of those guys.
Okay, here comes Wolfgang now again. So let's see. Going through Canada at this point, you can see that the Mercedes is much better coming out of that turn, and certainly was better on the last lap through the last turn here as well. But here's a good exit. Ooh, that was an attacking move there, perhaps a little late on the brakes, and he gives it up and comes into the pits.
Yeah, Wildenauer says enough of this. I'm going to come in for a stop. Honestly, I'm not sure that was an attack. I think it was a case of target fixation, because Brett made a big mistake into the corner, and then whereas Wildenauer could have taken advantage of it, I think he just kind of focused too much on the car ahead and outbraked himself as well.
Yeah, and knowing that he was going to pit in any case, I guess that sort of made his decision for him not to perhaps attack on that previous lap too hard. So he's in the pits now. Wolfgang Wildenauer, online sim racing DE endurance number 1. So he's in the pits. So what do we have in the way of a battle that we might focus on? Where's Dexter Castro in relation to Hammer Down? So 49 Motorsports, there's a 29-second gap between Matt Quinn with a damaged car. He's still out there, by the way. He hasn't come into the pits yet, Joe. So this might be an opportunity for Dexter to try and make up some time. There's a 28-second gap at the moment.
Yeah, they've been losing about 3 to 4 seconds a lap to their normal pace since that damage. So they are definitely losing time. But because they had built up such a big lead earlier on, I think at this point they're thinking we're still comfortable and we still got a chance to take this thing home, so there's no reason to panic right now. Even still, I think if I was the crew chief for that team, I would bump the scheduled pit maybe up a couple laps.
Well, getting some information from our director that now might be a good time for us to take a break. Let's quickly do a rundown. So Sean Kamens is leading the DP class with Mikey Grams in second, and in third place we have the silver in the DP class. Give us the top 3 in the GTD class, and then we'll go to break, Joe.
Matt Quinn's still leading, but you have to wonder how much longer. Dexter Castro is in second, and then Brandon for Bad Cactus Team Blue, excuse me, is in the final podium spot on GTD. Take us to break, Richard.
All right, we shall take a short break. Don't go away. The racing, smallish field, but it's been really good in parts. So we'll be back soon. Don't go away. Welcome back to the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. At the moment, we have 13 cars still on track doing battle for this race here at Road America. It's been, in parts, it's been very, very exciting, and in parts, it's been a little quiet, which is where we are at the moment. Joe, what are you seeing at the moment? Sorry?
Well, the big development that I'm seeing while we went to break, Paul Darling went into the pits and, Matt Quinn went into the pits and handed over to Paul Darling. However, they took a long time to take repairs on that car, so much so that you can see on screen they are now down to 5th in class. So I believe they are 2 laps down from the leader in that class, which is now Dexter Castro. So what we thought was going to be a sure thing for Hammer Down has turned into a huge hill to climb. In fact, I might even dare to say that it's insurmountable for them to try and get back the race win now.
Yes, you are quite correct. I'm just looking at the car now. There's still a lot of damage on the front of that car, so the aero must be horrible on that car at the moment. Behind them is Dexter Castro at this point in time, so he's probably looking to put a lap on them or another lap on them at this point in the race. So and he's now already, Dexter, in first position in that class. So it's certainly been a turnaround, a bad turnaround for Hammer Down.
Also, Blackadder Motorsports, number 68, came in and got back out with their scheduled pit stops during the break. That handed the lead back over to V Apex Racing Green, and Mikey Grims is back up into P1.
Yeah, and while we were also in there, there have been a few pit stops and a few driver changes. So we can see that Russell Clayson is now in the car for V Apex, the V Apex entry, the yellow V Apex entry, and Tatsuro Hashimoto is in the car for Vanderbilt Sim Racing White. Sergio Dorelli has gone back into the car for Club Ham Team, and the other 3 have stayed the same as they were before we went to break. And now we'll see that Dexter Castro is still in the car there. He's the leader. In between there, we have Mikey Grims. And then we have the Hammer Down entry. They still slightly ahead of Dexter Castro. They're being passed now by Mikey Grims. In the DP, there was a little bit of almost contact there, I believe.
Let's watch the replay. What part of the track was that on, actually?
That's the last corner. Second. Woof. Yeah, pretty close there. No harm, no foul, but certainly almost some more damage for Paul Darling. Now, Paul Darling was really, really good in the car early on. So what can he do with this damaged car? He's just been passed there, Joe, by Dexter Castro. He's been lapped again by Dexter Castro. So not good for Hammer Down Racing GT3 at this point.
Well, the good news is when he got in the car, his first time lap was about a second faster than what Quinn was doing. So he can do something, but it's really not a whole lot that he can do because they're so far behind. They're basically just running laps and hoping for a caution or maybe just a bit of attrition to move them farther up the order within their class, which is really sad to see. They were so dominant for much of this race, but it goes back to what we keep saying. They have a bit of a moment coming out of turn 6. It's a cliche, but it's so true in endurance racing. You do not know what is going to happen.
Absolutely true. Mind you, we just watching now that he's managing at this point to just keep up with Dexter Castro in the BMW as they go around the carousel. They are on lap number 121. That is, Joe, 121 laps so far, and there's still 1 hour and 20 minutes to go as he gets really loose. Yeah, oh dear, that they're done now. We'll have to have a look at that on replay.
Yeah, that is race over. Even if they get that repaired, they'd come out with maybe 20 minutes to go in this race, and that's an optimistic estimate. And I think it's the same thing as what we saw with Quinn. He gets off onto the curb, into the grass a little bit, and the car just gets a little squirrely, and in that kink, there's no place to go when you make a mistake. You're going to see it here on the replay once again. Out from under him, and there's no saving it.
Well, in any car, slow or fast, when you get on that outside curb there and you touch a little bit of the grass coming out of the kink, you're done. You are going to crash the car. And we can just see Paul Darling now heading into the pits there.
Yeah.
Still going, but like you said, there's a lot of damage to repair now.
Oof. Well, I think that's their day sadly over. But one guy who doesn't have his day over yet is Kyle Burney, who's actually joined us up in the booth, and he is one of the race control marshals.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? It's been a good race so far.
Yeah, it's been exciting from our point of view. And I have to ask, from your perspective, what have you thought of what's been going on so far? We've had relatively few cautions, it seems, from our perspective.
Yeah, it's overall been an improvement. A few races back, we had some issues with interclass interactions, and we kind of sat down, sent out a email to all the team managers and said, hey, let's cut it out. Let's race smarter, race hard, but race smarter, and just be smart about what you're doing. And things have kind of settled down. Going into the race, we knew that entries weren't going to be the highest, and we kind of expected it was going to be lower cautions based on fewer entries and the size of the track, because this is the largest or longest track.
Oh, and it looks like on screen we had a problem with Kincaid. Let's see what happened on the replay. This is going into turn 3. He was all by himself. He's in third, didn't lose a position. You're going to see the rear of the car just starts to come around on that Mercedes, and he keeps it from going fully around and then just gets it going once again. So a bit of a non-issue for him, loses a little time. But Kyle, you're also a driver, an avid driver here on iRacing, and I'm sure a lot of drivers go through the whole, well, I didn't like this call that a marshal made, and I could do a better job than them. With you having done both now, what would you say most drivers don't understand or grasp that the marshals and stewards go through?
I'd probably say the biggest thing is it's really trying to take yourself out of the situation and not, play favorites or anything like that. It's, you just have to look at it as 2 cars or however many cars are involved and something happens. You don't really want to look at the drivers. If they have a history, then yes, you can look at them and say, okay, well, we've known from his history and this and that. But another thing is you also got to think of everyone that we have in race control. Something that we do and we make sure of is we say, okay, what would we do if we were in that situation? Would we have done anything different? Is there something that's good? And then we also say, okay, well, is there something that you'd be more focused on, say a battle right behind you, that you're looking more in your mirrors than you are in front of you because you don't want to get rear-ended. So it's harder in that sense, but overall it's really just trying to really pick out, was there one person who was definitively more at fault than somebody else? If both parties could have done something different to avoid it, then usually those are deemed racing incidents. But more often than not, if you get somebody who just plows into the back of somebody, then they're probably at fault.
So basically you have to be objective in a sport that has hundreds of subjective decisions happening constantly.
Yes, you definitely do. And then another thing is you gotta have a cool head on you, and then you have to have a thick skull too, because you can't let angry drivers who are coming in the heat of the moment and still kind of mad of saying it wasn't my fault, because you got to think, you guys know it, everyone knows it. It happens in Formula One, it happens everywhere. It's nobody's fault. In the eyes of the driver, it's nobody's fault. It's always the other person's fault. So you just got to make sure that you don't let them get under your skin by what their anger, I guess you can say, of what happened.
Well, we can't thank you enough for all that you do behind the scenes. It is, of course, a pretty thankless job a lot of the times, but really, pretty much every series that we follow cannot happen without these sort of roles being filled. So again, thank you for all you've done.
Yeah, thank you. It's definitely fun, and we enjoy it. Ed Voras, who isn't here, I don't think he's coming back, or he's enjoying himself in sunny Hawaii right now. But him and I we definitely talk a lot and try to do everything we can to make it better. And I think next year we're putting in a lot of newer things to help with participation and make it easier on the guys.
On screen, and we're going to watch the replay here. Reese Saunders in the Blackadder Motorsports number 69 lets the tail get away from him around turn 5, but just like the replay we saw before, he gets it going once again without incident, and I don't believe he lost position. But thanks for coming and talking to us, Kyle, and looking forward to seeing you again at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, so am I. So that's about 2 months away, and that's going to be the big one, the highlight of the series, where both championships come together to battle it out for the overall. And I know there's a couple teams that are not able to race in the West Championship, but we're in the East, and they're looking forward to getting back on the track.
Excellent. We look forward to it as well. Richard?
Yes, sir. And thank you, Carl. And let me say that I have been on both sides of the coin, just as no doubt Kyle has been. I'm at the moment an administrator of a league and also racing in the league. And as you said, Kyle and Joe, it can be a little bit stressful at times. Enough said just there. But getting back to the racing here, we are now about 4 hours, 45 minutes into this race out of a 6-hour race period. There's about 1 hour and 15 minutes left in this race, Joe. It has been a very up and down race, let's say. There have been some really exciting times. There's been some quiet times. Now we are in a quiet period where everything is stretched out a little bit. But there's been some drama as well, where people who looked as if they were in command of everything. And we're talking here about Matt Quinn and Paul Darling, all of a sudden find themselves right out of the race, and they have retired as well, unfortunately, Joe. So, after 4 hours, 45 minutes or something like that, we find now that the race has quietened down a lot. Still 12 cars racing, so that means that 6 cars have retired out of the 18 cars that were originally in the race. But a whole bunch of guys still circulating. I'm looking at Reese Saunders now. He's all over the shop. Is Reese Saunders trying to keep that DP on the track? It seems like he's more off the track at the moment than on it.
Yeah, a little wide there at 13A, and this is a deceptively dangerous point in the race, Richard. It's down to the final hour here in the next 15 minutes, and pretty much everybody has their own piece of track at this point. There's nobody closer than 24 seconds of each other on the timing and scoring that I'm seeing, and you start to feel comfortable, you start to feel safe, and that's when you can lose focus. At this point, unless you've got multiple laps, and even then with this much time left in the race, that's still a danger. You really can't relax. You have to make sure that you stay focused on your driving and hit your marks, because you have to make sure that the car stays safe. If you start to lose focus, you make mistakes, and like we saw with what happened with Quinn and hammered down, you can have a comfortable lead completely disappear and your race entirely end in just a moment. Absolutely. Now we have Dexter Castro coming into the pits. This looks like a regulation stop. This is your class leader in the GTD class, so he's in the pits now, and still at this point in the lead. We shall see if yes, but at this point he's in the lead. So Brandon Egerchik in the Mercedes, he's in second place. He was at on the same lap, we believe, but more than a minute back. So we'll see if he can get in front of the 49 Motorsports car. And in fact, he has just passed now. So he takes over the lead of this class, Joe. Now, what's going to be really interesting as Dexter finally comes out of his stall, is we're not sure if these guys can make it to the end. And we're hearing that the pit stop time shows that they short filled, so these guys are definitely going to be coming in one more time. Now, if anybody else around them is able to make it to about that 1 hour mark or close to that, these GT3 cars can usually make that, and they could find themselves leapfrogged on strategy.
Well, you're certainly right. I mean, that was a 39-second stop. That is definitely a short fill. So he's obviously anxious to maintain position now, but he is now in second position, and he is something like 37 seconds back from Brandon. So that's interesting. And just behind him is a 20-second gap now to Brett Kincaid in the Blackadder Motorsport Mercedes. So, as always, Joe, things are waking up again. And this is something that we see over and over in all the racing that we cover, that when a race looks like it's all over, it isn't.
Well, we just got some information from the marshals. They gave a drive-through penalty to the number 13 car, and that was for contact with the number 66. That's Rob Duro in Blackadder Motorsports. This was actually about 6 or 7 laps ago, it seems. It was coming out of turn 14. Tatsuro got into the back of Rob and completely turned him around just through accelerating, I think not anticipating the closing of the gap well.
Yeah, that's the closing speed between the two class cars, and not sure we can get that on a replay. It might be too late. We directors having a look to see if we can get the replay of that. But it's interesting that these drivers do have a 5-minute period, Joe, in which they can appeal the decision. So perhaps not the driver in the car, but his teammates or his crew chief can approach the marshal and try and put forward an explanation based on what they've heard from their driver. An interesting way of dealing with the situation, and I think an absolutely fair way of dealing with it.
Yeah, that is fantastic because, we're all human, including the marshals, and so they're going to make some calls that wind up being maybe a little bit wrong because there's things that they hadn't considered. So, yeah, that's excellent that you've got some time to try and turn things around if you feel like it was legitimately unfair. However, like Kyle said, every team is going to feel like it's legitimately unfair if they get a call made against them. So I'm sure everybody appeals pretty much every time that they see something like that happen.
Okay, now here's a good comparison, Joe. Brett Kincaid in the Blackadder Motorsport Mercedes has come into the pits. So let's see how long he stopped. His last stop was something like 67 seconds, over a minute. So if that was a regulation stop previously, and that seems to be about the time that these guys spend in the pit, 65, 67 seconds. So you'd expect if he's going to do a full stop, that's what it should be, around 67 seconds. So we'll see now. Tires have obviously gone onto the car, and he's still sitting there waiting. So it looks like this might be a regulation stop for our third place in the GTD class, which has now moved down to fourth place.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a full-length stop. I'm still wondering if this is a little too early because this is a thirsty track. And an hour and 8 is really bringing it on the limits, but you got to push the limits if you want a strategy to play off. You got to gamble. Brett is now back out. And one thing we should point out for our viewers not familiar with the GT3 cars is they cannot take fuel and tires at the same time. iRacing rules state that you have to do one or the other. And if you take both, it's usually tires second.
Yes, and in fact, that was a full pit stop, so 65 seconds, which is what we've come to expect for a full pit stop with these cars. Tatsuro Hashimoto is also in the pits, and
He's probably serving his penalty.
I was just going to say he's probably serving his drive-through penalty, so they did not appeal the decision by the looks of things. which the marshals don't make those decisions lightly, so it's hardly likely that anyone's going to appeal the decision. They're just going to have to accept that they have to serve the penalty, which is what Yashimoto has done. He should be back out there by now.
Now, one thing to consider too that's different about this series compared to most road series you see on iRacing is they have full course cautions. Now, I'm not sure of the likelihood of us getting one, famous last words, because everyone's so spread out. We have so few cars. It's near the end of the race, and everyone's just kind of trying to get to the end. But remember, 49 Motorsports are trying to double stint this last hour, and that could hurt them because if they get a caution and these guys who are pitting now, that's going to allow those GT3 cars that are pitting right on the limit be able to get to the end. So Dexter will have to take a second stop for sure, whereas those guys who are stretching it are going to be able to stay out and get track position.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's where the strategy comes into play now. I did see a caution which took place not during our time on air, but certainly there was a caution during our comrades, and when they were doing their stint, and the cautions are quite long at this track. I think there was about 5 or 6 laps worth of caution there, so that would have taken over 15 minutes just for the caution to play out.
Yeah, we had 3 of them during those first 3 hours. We haven't had any since. We still got an hour and 6 to go, so we could still have one. But again, I wouldn't place bets on it. There was words, I believe it was either Scott Goodyear or Eddie Cheever once said, luck is a bad strategy, and that's how I feel about gambling on some of these cautions when it comes to your strategy.
Well, that's correct. And we're getting some information there just about Hammerdown being out of the race. We have already talked about that, so no problem there. The race marshals do send us information about what's happening, and I think that's really good of them to do. But back to the racing. So we're approaching the final hour, Joe, in this race now. 6 hours, that is a long race. I can't imagine how you guys have done 24-hour races actually do that. I find that's just too long for me.
And, I think it takes a certain mentality. And for me, I used to run cross country back in my high school days. And one thing I found about those of us that did that, we're all kind of gluttons for punishment. You enjoyed really putting yourself through this grueling, competition. And I see the same thing with endurance racing. Yeah, you're tired, you're worn out, you're mentally just exhausted. But for some reason, it's just, you come out of it feeling like, wow, that was a lot of fun. Let's do it again. Our very first 24-hour race, the team that I run with, Turn 2 Motorsports, every single person on the team was like, when's the next one? Let's get ready for the next one. Because there's just something about coming out the other side of it that feels like a sense of accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely. And we've been on both ends now. Certainly endurance races. I haven't done anything longer than a 4-hour race. And I want to tell you that, you do 2 hours in the car. At the end of 2 hours, even though it's sim racing, it's not for real. And bear in mind, I have done real life racing. I find that the real life racing is a lot easier than the sim racing, because the sim racing, you're fixed into this position in your rig, as we call it. And by the time you get out of it, you are stiff and sore just from the immobility. Whereas when you do real life racing, you're stiff and sore, but in different places and all over your body. And you've really been doing a lot more exercise than you do in sim racing. So it's a different experience, but I just can't imagine a 6-hour or 12-hour or 24-hour race, God forbid.
Well, and what amazes me, Richard, is you see a lot of different strategies on driver swaps in that sense, because our team tends to take the philosophy of keep someone fresh in the car. We don't like putting on anybody on that grueling stint like you mentioned. 2 hours is about the max that we tend to send guys out there. But yet we see other teams where guys will go and do 4-hour stints, which is Actually, I feel like a little bit closer to how it used to be in real world endurance racing before a lot of the series started to implement rules if you could only have guys in there so long. And I guess that comes down to the team and also to the person of what you feel you can handle. Sometimes guys just want to get into the rhythm, and when you're in the rhythm, they can just take it when they're young. And they, I'm not as old as you, Richard, but I definitely am not a spry teenager anymore. And I can't.
Okay. Let me break in there and just before you continue on there with that, and we do want to hear the end of that, but Brandon, our class leader in the GTD class, is now coming into the pits, and there's just on an hour to go. Now, you mentioned that you can do an hour in these cars, so this might be his last pit stop, and this might be really, really good for him. Now, Dexter Castro now assumes the lead once again. So we'll see what happens as we see Ryan Wallace getting back into the car here, Joe.
Yes, excellent point. This is much safer to me. Getting it about the hour mark, to me, says that you can pretty much for sure make it to the end. And I'm sure we're very thankful that we have Ryan Wallace back in so that it's a little bit easier to pronounce. But I'm curious to see how this is going to play out between themselves and Dexter Castro. They're still sitting in the pits. They've got Wolfgang Wildenauer coming up behind them now, and I think Wolfgang is going to take second place here.
Probably, but Barry, yes, he's just passed now and does take second place. So he's the wild card at this point. Dexter, we feel, still has to do another pit stop, or most certainly has to do another pit stop. So if Ryan can stay out there for the remaining hour, and it's exactly 1 hour to go now, Joe, so interesting times.
Now, the one thing that I keep thinking about with this pit strategy with 49 Motorsports, and also the danger of a caution, I wonder if they're thinking about the flip side of if they have that caution at the right time, and then they can come in for their second stop that they need to make. They're going to be on fresh tires. Yeah, maybe they lose track position, but track position isn't hard to make up on a track like this with lots of passing opportunities. And if they have fresh rubber, that could give them the advantage to try and charge through the field and take it before the end. So we'll see what happens, and if really this two-stop strategy at the end really plays out in their favor, because it's really intriguing.
It is, but you just can't bank at this stage of a race. You just can't bank on a caution coming out, and they will need a caution to enable them to get some extra fuel into that car, maybe some more tires as well onto that car. Whereas even if we do have a caution now, that virtually assures Ryan that he can finish the race on what he's got in the car fuel-wise at the moment. So, if you get 15 minutes knocked off the race where you're going to be cruising around at 60 miles an hour, then they're going to be able to finish the race on the fuel they've got right now.
Now, Wolfgang Wildenauer, we said, took second place, but I expect him to come in. Nope, I guess not. I think Wolfgang should be close to the end of his stint here very soon and be coming in, and should hand second place back to Ryan Wallace, who currently is about a little over a minute behind Dexter Castro.
Well, this is where our focus is at the moment, because certainly things are a lot closer in this class than they are in the DP class. Just to recap what's happening in the DP class, Mikey Grims is leading the class at the moment. He has completed 141 laps, or is on lap 141 right now. The closest to him is Sean Kamitz, who's 48 seconds back. And then third place is a further lap back again. So not a lot of action in that class, which is why we're concentrating at the moment on the GTD class. And things are certainly looking quite interesting there, with Dexter now leading, and 42 seconds between himself and Wolfgang Wildenauer in the online sim racing entry, and then Ryan Wallace, who we feel is possibly in the best position of the three at the moment in the Mercedes, as we see Dexter Castro coming into the pits once again, Joe. Interesting.
Huh, okay. Well, so I thought that they were going to split it up equally in half, but maybe they're covering themselves off in case of that caution. But whatever the case, they are now into the pits and they're going to come up to their stall. And Wolfgang Wildenauer is about 42 seconds back. Again, I still expect Wolfgang to come in very soon, but this is definitely it for the 49 team. They should be able to make it all the way to the end from here.
That's right. And they will have to pit themselves or bet on themselves to be able to race with Ryan, which is where I think the battle's going to be. And I think we will have a battle before the end of this race between those two, Joe.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. Wolfgang stays out yet another lap, so maybe I'm looking at my numbers wrong here. I thought that he was going to have to take a pit stop soon, but he continues to flummox me. Now, in the meantime, we're getting information that both V Apex Green and Blackadder 68, that's first and second on track right now, do have to make another stop. Yeah, I believe it was Yer Yanis that got into the 49 Motorsports car. Now, what I want to know is, if those two have to make another stop, what about the number 111? When was their last stop? I need to look up some information here.
Joe, meanwhile, interestingly, Ryan Wallace has just passed Yer Yanis, so it's on. And they go down now down the Moraine sweep towards turn number 5. And let me tell you, there's almost nothing between these two who we know in a couple of stints ago were racing hard with each other. And here we have the same two again, nose to tail, Joe. And there is already there's a little bobble there by Ryan Wallace, and Yer Yanis takes the position back. So the battle is rejoined.
Yer Yanis does not need a signed invitation. He takes the opportunity at the first chance. And it's interesting to see that mistake from Wallace. He was so smooth earlier in the race. And I'm trying to remember how many laps actually. He's only got 2 laps in the car. So I'm wondering if maybe he's just kind of getting into his comfort zone there. And that's what brought that out. Or maybe he got shaken seeing Yanis closing so quick. But whatever the case, that was short work by the 49 Motorsports guy to get themselves back into second place in what should effectively be first once Wolfgang comes in.
And we know that they did another sort of half stop. So they've done 2 half stops recently, which means they should be good to go to the end of the race now. And we know that, or we feel that certainly Ryan's got enough to go to the end. So Wolfgang has to make another pit stop. So if that's the case, he's virtually out of it. So it comes down to these two. And as the laps wind down, and there's now less than 1 hour to go, around 54 minutes. So it's going to be very interesting to watch the battle between Ryan Wallace and Yer Yanis. If you were to place a little bet 1 hour out, who would you bet on, Joe?
Oof, that's a tough one. Goodness. From what I've seen, Yanis seemed to really struggle at the end of the stint, whereas Ryan Wallace was doing pretty good last time we saw him in the car in a long stint. So I think I'm going to put my money on Ryan here.
Okay, and I will go against you and put my money on Yer Yanis. Yer Yanis, we saw, had a lot more speed. Remember, he had lost time when he was, spun the car and made that time back up again. He's a hard racer. We know that. He seemed in full command of the car, but he did have a few bobbles towards the end there. But still, what he should be doing now is trying to build a gap. And if he can do that, I reckon if he can build something like a 10-second gap on Ryan, then he's going to win this race.
Apparently I upset our director by betting against his team there. But, yeah, like I said, I mean, it's a very close call. That for me, I was making that on a judgment call and what I've seen so far in this race. I wouldn't put it past Jair with his speed to be able to pull this thing out, but he's got to cut back on the mistakes that we saw the last round to pull this thing off.
Yes, and we do know that Ryan Wallace was very calm and collected when he was following, but now we get into the business end of the race. So Ryan can't pull any punches now. He can't sit back and wait for things to develop. He's got to make things work for him. So first of all, he's got to stay with Jay Yanis, who we think is slightly faster than him. So let's see if that can happen first over the next 15 minutes or so. And if he can stay with him, then we have a race on your hands to the end.
And we might have another race to the end elsewhere in the GTD class. We're looking at the times. Brett Kincaid should catch up with Wolfgang Wildenauer after Wolfgang makes his last stop. So we'll see if Kincaid can maybe paint him into a corner and get another position before this race is over.
Oh, well, that would make it even more interesting. So, Ryan Wallace, Jay Yanis, that's what we're watching at the moment here. And now I've just gone to have a look at Brett Kincaid, who promptly goes off track at Canada Corner while I have got the camera on him.
Well, that's certainly not going to help his cause. And he's very lucky in Canada Corner. You're coming out into that corner at such a high rate of knots. It's very easy to send it into the wall. But the gravel stopped him well enough, and he drug a bunch of gunk back onto the track, and he keeps on going. 51 minutes left to go. We're starting to see more and more mistakes, Richard.
Well, it's that time, it's that time in a race. The car is tired. The drivers are tired. And I think more because this is sim racing, the car doesn't really deteriorate. Or I'm not sure how they model the deterioration of the parts in the car. But I don't think it's like real life. If this were real life, the car would be really, really secondhand at this point in a race. You see it in the V8 supercars, for instance, that when they do a 6-hour race, which is what the Bathurst race is all about, by the time they've done 5 hours, that car is really secondhand. And it needs, brake pad changes and things like that, which you don't see in sim racing here. And I would imagine with these GT3 cars, Joe, which are faster than the V8 supercars, it would be even, the car would be even more tired if this were a real life race.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, we see our leader in the prototypes come on in, and he's going to take his last stop. But no, I agree. I really look forward to the day, because that's another tool in driver's box in endurance racing. I look forward to the day that iRacing starts to model some of that wear and tear on various parts, brakes, things like that, because then you're going to see another group really come to the fore. Right now, it's basically, since most endurance races on iRacing have no cautions, it's just a sprint race. Everybody's pushing as hard as they can all the way to the end, as hard as you dare anyways. Obviously, like I said, sometimes being a little bit slower and just taking care of the car can keep you on track. But that has nothing to do with, like you said, with the status of the parts of the car and the car's condition. It's more to do with just trying to stay within the limits. If the car can wear out, well, the guys with a gentle foot, gentle hand
and
will really come to the fore.
We seem to have lost Joe there. Joe, you with us?
Oh, I'm still here, and I'm not sure if Richard couldn't hear me, but I am indeed still here.
Okay, no, I hear you once again. Go ahead.
But yeah, no, I finished my point, and now that we've got Mikey Grims, who's come in for his stop, the question is, when is Sven Kemmerts, the number 68, going to come in? Because he's the other leader that has yet to make one more before the end of this race.
Yep, that is absolutely correct. So leading at the moment is Sean Kemmerts, as you said, Black Adam Motorsport. Mikey Grims, who's led a significant portion of this race, Joe, he's now relegated to second place, and Rodrigo De Silva still sitting there in third place in this class. So not a lot of action there. Still big gaps between the cars. And but there has been a change of leader from Mikey Grims it is, to Sven Kemmerts at this point.
Now, I did go back and look and see when the number 111 last pitted. They are going to have to make one more stop. So the critical thing for Mikey here, and if V Apex Racing has someone up on the box and helping give instructions, they need to tell him, if Rodrigo starts to challenge you, don't fight him. Your race is not with him, and you don't want to get in trouble this late in the race. Because if Rodrigo makes a risky move, you don't want to get caught up in a car that you won't be racing once he makes his stop.
Joe?
And it sounds like Richard's having a few more problems. We might have to have Richard reboot here in a second, but I can hear Richard fine, and from hearing from my director, the audience should still be able to hear me okay. Let's go through the top three of each group, as we've got just almost 45 minutes left to go. Sven Kemmerts, as we said, still in the lead, but has yet to pit now. Has one more stop, and that should slot him back into second. Mikey Grimm's in second position in that class, has taken his last stop, should be good to the end. And behind him, not far behind at all, Rodrigo Emprota da Silva rounds out the podium in the prototypes. And GTD class, Wolfgang Wildenauer, still waiting for him to make his final stop. He has one little off once again there, you can see on Canada Corner, which is getting very dirty at this point out on track. He should hand that over to Gerd Yanis, who's currently in the second position. Remember, we were worried about him battling with Ryan Wallace. Well, Wallace is currently holding down the final podium spot, and he's now about 4.5 seconds. Yair is streaking away with that early move, really paying dividends. And let's check to see if Richard has joined us once again. Richard, you got a copy?
I am back. I was having a few audio problems there, but I believe I'm back. Can everyone hear me?
And we've got you loud and clear, Richard, but Wolfgang Wildenauer has finally come in for his stop. And this is going to send him back, we think, back to where Brett Kincaid is.
That is correct. And we thought that Jay Yanis might do a runner, which is exactly what's happened here, Joe. He's now got a gap on Ryan Wallace of something like 4 seconds. So that is a lot bigger than Ryan would have liked, and he's got his work cut out now to catch up and make a race of it, because he's falling back, further and further.
Well, on screen, Wildenauer missed his pit stall, and now we've got a driver change with Stefan Valder getting in. Meanwhile, we've switched over to Kincaid to see where these guys are going to slot out.
Yep, Kincaid in the Mercedes for Blackadder Motorsports, number 67, coming up to the final turn right now. Stefan Walder still sitting in the pits there. Looks like he's going to lose that position, Joe. I would imagine to Brett Kincaid at least, if not to, well, he can't, Matt Richards too far behind. So certainly will lose it to Brett Kincaid, passing him right now.
Yep, he's going to go clear by. But here's where you throw a wrench in things. Brett's going to have a lot older tires than Stefan. I wonder how much this is going to account for in the lap times. We got to watch that.
Yep, and we still have the better part of 40 minutes to go in this race. So this race has a long way to go still. 40 minutes is a long time when you're hoping and wishing for the end of the race to come.
45 minutes in a lot of series, that's longer than official races in iRacing. So, but these guys are all experienced endurance racers, so 45 minutes is going to feel not too terribly long to them.
And I'm seeing one of the DPs come into the pits there. That's Reese Saunders in the number 69 for Blackadder Motorsports. He's just coming into the pit, so that presumably this will be his final pit stop.
Well, thankfully we don't have any virtual crews to worry about. He's kind of having a little bit of fun there, and he comes to his stop, and he's going to be able to continue on and complete without any more need for fuel after this one. You can see a lot of dirt and grime on that car as he swaps over to Fraser Williamson, who we talked to before. And it looks like Fraser is going to complete the stint.
And some repairs being done on the car as well. We're seeing some dents being knocked out of the car on the rear end, certainly. And hopefully somebody's got some windscreen wiper goodies that they're wiping the car with, or they're pulling off one of the windshield tear-offs, so that at least you'll be able to see. And when he comes out, you will have enough fuel and hopefully some extra tires or new tires to finish this race. Fraser Williams.
Now, apparently there was a big mistake somewhere along the line from the 49 Motorsports car, but actually no, I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was just traffic, because his last lap was about 3 seconds a lap slower, which has allowed Wallace to close things in, but not significantly enough that he can attack. He's still about 4.5 seconds back.
Well, 4.5 seconds is more than he was on the previous lap, so Ryan has got his work cut out in that Mercedes-Benz to first of all catch Gia Yanis and then try to make the overtaking maneuver, which is not going to be easy. But he's still in it. One mistake from Gia Yanis and it's all over. As we see now, a lot of the DPs coming in for their final stops, Joe.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Sven Kammertz for Blackadder number 68. They're coming in for their final stop. That's going to hand the lead back to the V-Apex Racing Green Team. Mikey Grimm's still in that car. And actually, he's about to overtake our leader in the GTD. So we got both leaders in one shot. If we move the cameras over, there we go.
Yep, that's just happened there. And De Silva in the 111 car also in. And Hashimoto in the number 13 car for Vendaval Sim Racing White also in the pits. So everyone taking their last pit stop. Fraser Williams still sitting in the pits there, Joe. That's a long pit stop.
Oh, they must be having more repairs than we thought. Now they're coming out. In fact, they're coming out just behind Hashimoto, although they are many laps behind them already, so that is not for position. And boy, you talk about, wear and having to deal with these sorts of endurance things where you're just out of energy. How about for guys like Tatsuro Hashimoto, who's part of the Asia Club? And now I'm not sure where exactly in Asia. They've given us a very wide mark to guess for that one, but I'm assuming it's closer to your time zone than mine. And Richard, I know it's not exactly at a bright time of day over there.
No, it's if it's close to my time, let's say it's Japan, for instance, with a name like Hashimoto, we might assume Japan. They 1 hour behind me, so 9:30 a.m. in the morning will be about 8:30 a.m. for him in the morning. So he's been going all night, has Hashimoto.
Yeah, so props to Tatsuro if that's where he's located. He's been out there helping his team. Hopefully he's been able to get a nap or two in somewhere along the lines.
Yeah, that's correct. So, and now he's in the car. He's got the last stint to do. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough for him if he's been up for the last 6 hours or so. Probably more than 6 hours with the practice time and the qualifying and all that.
Well, he's taken it to the end, it seems. So at least he'll get to finish, as you said, right about when the sun is coming up. Maybe he can go get some coffee or a roll or something after this.
Okay, so Mikey Grims, he must be a happy man. He's back in front. He's got a 54-second gap on Ryan Walker for Blackadder. And now we've got Jefferson Padavani back in the car as well. So, I'm not sure whether these are the main drivers or the second drivers of the car, or maybe even the third drivers, but certainly these are names that we've seen before in the car, and they're back in there and they're going to be taking it to the end. And on the lead lap, there are only 2 cars at this point, and that is Mikey Grims and Ryan Walker, who's 55 seconds back. Everyone else is more than a lap back.
Yeah, things are really spreading out now. Our closest battles are between Valder and Kincaid. And actually, remember, I mentioned this earlier with Valder having fresher tires. I think that is paying off. His last lap was a 2:08.3, and Kincaid was a 2:11. So he is reeling in at a rate of knots.
And in fact, the gap is 1.2 seconds right now. So let us keep the cameras on this, because Brett Kincaid and Stefan Walder are in a battle for a genuine position. And that is, what position is that? That's fourth position on track in their class. One,
Third
two,
position.
three.
This is for a podium.
This is for a podium, correct. So everything to fight for right here. And they're going down the moraine sweep right now. And Stefan Walder looking the better of the two cars. In fact, he's going to try and make the move. And there was Brett Kincaid rather tamely gave that up. Mercedes it's the other way around. It's BMW on Mercedes. He's just taken that position to say thank you very much.
Yeah, it looked like Brett was actually intentionally letting him through, because he either braked or lifted very early into turn 5 there. So I'm not sure what the game is at this point, because it's late in the race. You're fighting for a podium. Now is the time, at least in my mind's eye, where you want to be a little bit more aggressive, because you have it's not, oh, well, I can get that position later. It is later, and you got to hold on to that position.
Yes, exactly right. But I don't think he's got anything. I mean, he's got no fight in him left, because if I'm not mistaken, we can see that the BMW is streaking away as they go into Canada corner. Oh, no, it's not that big a gap, but if it gets any bigger, then we're going to have to say that Brett Kincaid has rather tamely given up the idea of a podium position.
Now, remember that number 67 car did pit a little bit early, so I wonder maybe if they're trying to save fuel to the end, which is a strategic error in my mind's eye, if that's the case. But, Richard, that was our last battle that was coming up. Everyone else is pretty spread out, so maybe it's a good time for a break.
It might indeed be. We shall check with our director, who likes the idea apparently. So let's go for a break. And when we come back, we'll go all the way to the end. Currently 35 minutes left in this race. Don't go away, folks. I know for a fact that there's always a surprise towards the end of a race. So we will look for that when we come back. And welcome back, folks, to the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. We are just about in the final 30 minutes of this race. These drivers have spent 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours, that's 5 times 6, that's 330 minutes they've spent in the car already, 30 minutes to go. Everybody is tired. Some of these drivers have been up all night. Some of them have been racing for most of the day. Joe, it must be the worst part of a race when you have the last 30 minutes because all you can think of is when will it end.
Well, it depends on how fresh you are in the car. In the case of guys like Yerdianis, I guess it might feel like he's been up all night to get lucky because he is lucked into this first position with a few guys who are ahead of him wrecking out, and right now not looking anywhere under threat by Ryan Wallace. Same thing for Mikey Grims, who's got about a minute lead over Ryan Walker, and just Walker doesn't look to be in any position to try and rock up to the back of him. Meanwhile, looks like on screen we had a problem with Williamson. Oh no!
Williamson was pointing the wrong way for a moment. He's got back on track. Car looks, he spent a long time in the pits, remember, just recently. But he's back out there. He's heading up to complete another lap. Starting on lap number 146. He's halfway off the track already. I think that he's one of those tired drivers, Joe.
So, I guess apparently I'm finding out that he might actually be watching on YouTube here. But Frazier did something a little bit embarrassing there after he had his spin out of turn 14. I'm not sure if he has an H-pattern shifter on his sim rig, but he moved it forward when he was right in front of the wall, and he nosed it in. He might have actually, there you can see the damage on the front of that car. He probably wanted reverse, but that's not what he selected.
Well, as I was saying, it's that time of the race where everyone is tired and everything is tired on the car, maybe on your sim rig, your computer, all kinds of things happening. But let's go through where we are at the moment. Our leader in the DP class and overall leader as well is Mikey Grims, racing for V Apex Racing Group Green. And they are 53.8 seconds ahead of the second place getter Ryan G. Walker, racing for Blackadder Motorsports. Third place, and that's a podium position, is Jefferson Padovani. He is for Club do Valente, or Club do Valente, as we see more problems for Fraser Williams. Hold it together, Fraser, another 30 minutes to go. And third place we just mentioned there. Fourth place, Sergio Durelli for Club Ham Team, and top 5 for Tatsuro Hashimoto for the Vendaval Sim Racing White, and they are 4 laps back in that DP class. Joe?
Yeah, we saw the replay on screen of Frazier just starting to lose the car under braking into Canada Corner. He did a good job collecting that thing, though. Just behind Tatsuro, though, real quick mention, you said that Russell Clayson got in the car earlier, and I've actually raced an endurance race with Russell. He doesn't do just V Apex Racing. He's an honorary member of Turn 2 Motorsports. And I tell you what, if you want an anchor in the car, Russell, we call him the cannonball, Clayson, he is the guy that you want in there. He can rifle off good laps. He can do multiple stints. He is the great endurance racer that you want on your team. If we switch over to the GTD class, Jared Yanis is currently leading that one, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, and now his gap over second place, Ryan Wallace, has extended to about 14.5 seconds. Jared Yanis is sitting pretty, but again, he's got to make it to the end of this thing without mistakes if he wants to hold on to that P1 position. Stefan Walder, he is currently in third in the online simracing.dngu1. That's it, team is a mouthful. And they are also pretty comfortable at this point, starting to stretch away from fourth place, Brett Kincaid. If we're going in order of cars out on track, Fraser Williamson, who we were mentioning, is 11th overall. He's behind Brett in position, but he's in the DP class. And then the last car running and the GTD cars, that's Matt Richard. He's 20 laps down from the leader, about looks like 12 laps down from our GTD leader. And that number 66 is still out there running in the 5th position. Top 5 for him.
Okay. And notably, there are 6 cars out of the race at the moment. And the notable ones are indeed Matt Quinn, who was leading this race at one point for the GTD class in the Audi. In fact, he led for a very long time. And also the leader at one stage in the DP class was Nicholas Helm for NKH Racing. Both these drivers had problems which have caused them to retire. For Matt Quinn, it was an actual on-track issue, and for NKH, it was an equipment failure. And there are others that have dropped out along the way as well. Andy Bamfeld, Martin Heller, Jacob Lehman, and Richard McLeod. But Joe, the reason I was having a bit of a laugh earlier was when you were talking about Russell Clyson. Now, Russell Clyson is called the Cannonball. Now, do you remember who named him the Cannonball?
I do remember. I believe it was Kevin Brown who dubbed him that.
No, you are incorrect. It was a guy called Richard Losper who actually nicknamed him the Cannonball. And it happened like this. Now, Russell, if you're listening, or when you do listen to the broadcast, it's happened a long time ago. There are no ill feelings whatsoever. But Russell and I had a coming together at Road America, and it was in the Hurry Downs where Russell, or I felt that Russell took me out of the race in that particular race. It was a CESCS race. And I went online and said Russell, Clayson was like a bloody cannonball on the track. And that name stuck forevermore. He became Russell Cannonball Clayson. He's the Cannonball. No hard feelings against Russell. That was all a long, long time ago. And Russell is really a very good driver, and everything else that you said about him there, Joe.
Yeah, I wouldn't share the car with him if I didn't think that he was a competent guy. We've run in the VLN series, the official VLN series here on iRacing a number of times, and we've managed to garner each other a number of points. In fact, I believe we're top 20 in points over there. So Russell knows what he's doing, and he knows how to take this DP home for the rest of these last 24 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Russell now races in other classes of cars. The class I was talking about back then was, in fact, the MX-5. I have stuck with the old MX-5, probably one of the slowest cars on the service. As we see Russell just passing one of the Matt Richard for Blackadder Motorsports in the number 66 car. And that is a car that has had some damage on the rear of it, a Mercedes car, but it's been out there circulating all the time. Has done a fantastic job. You have to say, Joe, that every single driver who's still out there, of the 12 that are out there, has done a fantastic job. You don't race 6 hours without being proud of doing what you've done, even if you're coming last.
And that goes back to what I was talking about there's something about endurance racers that you're doing it to reach that 6 hours. You want to just get the car to the finish. Sometimes that's the goal. You're not even thinking about wins. You're just thinking, you know what, I want to finish this endurance race, because at the end, that feels like an accomplishment in and of itself. Now, we're looking at Brett Kincaid on screen. I want to bring up something interesting here. We've worried about him being able to make it on fuel. Now, since his last pit stop, he started with 209s, 208s. He's now down to 211.8 for his last lap, 211.1, I guess I should say, as he just came across the line. So he's dropping quite a bit of time here. He's not running terribly fast. They're really trying to stretch this car to the end if they're saving fuel.
I think you're right, and I'm listening hard to the car. I will listen some more to try and hear if he's lifting, and I think he is. When we should be able to pick it up as they go to a slight downhill section here on the moraine sweep. I think that he is certainly trying to save fuel to not have to do another pit stop. As we see Sergio Dorelli for the Club Ham team in the DP class coming into the pits now. So obviously he has needed to take some more fuel and possibly tires as well to finish the race.
Yep, looks like those guys have thrown everything into the pork bellies and then are going to get back out and get on the track, finish this race. Now, I don't think they're under threat. Yeah, they've got 3 laps on Tatsuro Hashimoto, so they have the 4th place wrapped up as long as they keep the car on track and pointed forward.
Yep, and they're sitting in the pits right now. The car looks whole. I've just had a quick look around the car there. The back certainly looks straight, no problems there. And from the rear, even though it's full of dust and dirt and grime, I should say, it still looks pretty clean in terms of, and there they're coming out, so they've just taken a bit of fuel there and looking good for that 4th place there, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice quick stop. Sometimes that's what you want at the end, is just a quick splash and dash. Make sure you can get to the end. Also gives you a nice breather as a driver. Obviously, they didn't switch, and it's still Oscar in the car. Whoa. Well, I guess he's not super fresh because he made a big mistake coming out of turn 1. And that's something we should mention, because they were talking about in the first 3 hours that this is slightly cool conditions out here in this cloudy weather. The DP really does not like cold tires. It can be a handful if you come out and they're not warm. And I'm thinking maybe that's what we saw right there. Is
Yep.
He got a little eager.
I agree. I've seen every single DP driver on their first, their out lap, and possibly even the second lap, their first hot lap, that they're very, very cautious. And that's what you got to do, because we're talking 18 degrees on the track. Now, that is not cool. That is cold. And so these cars will take a little while to warm up the tires for sure.
Getting some fuel stint information since we've been watching Brett Kincaid. Apparently 29 laps is about as far as you can go flat out. Now he's on lap 22. I'm guessing this one's hard for me, Richard, because I haven't had to do a whole lot of fuel saving in the GT3 car. And maybe it looks like we do have someone who has done fuel numbers in the GT3s. Maybe he could get us some numbers here. I'm guessing maybe you could save 2 extra laps by fuel saving. I'm not sure that you could get more than that on a long track like Road America.
Now he's going to have to stop again. 19 minutes to go. What did we say? 7 laps. There's 2-minute laps. So we're talking 14 minutes, maybe 16 minutes maximum he can get out of the car still. And we have an 18-minute. We have 18 minutes left in the race. So he might be fighting a losing battle there. It might be best for him to come straight in and grab a dash of fuel and get back out again.
Well, the good news for Brett is the next car in his class, Matt Richard, is 11 laps down on him. So he's not going to be losing that position if he has to come in for another stop. I think I'm with you at this point. It's kind of pointless. They lost the position to the number 991. Might as well come in for a splash and dash and make sure you're safe.
Oh, yeah. The worst thing that can happen to you after 6 hours of racing is to run out of fuel. And you're stuck down on the moraine sweep or something like that, you know. So now come on in, get some extra fuel. You don't have any threat from behind. You're not going to catch the person in front. Just make it safe, and then you can go hard to the end of the race.
And this track is almost built like it's meant to embarrass people who get their fuel wrong, because for one, it's a long lap, so it's unlikely if you stretch it 1 lap too long that you're going to be able to coast around. And then on top of it, the final corner is a slow corner that leads up to an uphill to one of the longest pit straights we've seen on iRacing. So everything about it says that you're not going to make it to the end, and Brett Kincaid spins, manages to keep it out of the tires. I believe this is turn 5.
Ooh. Yep, we'll have a look at the replay there. He's still trying to get the car back on track. He's reversing, going forward. Here comes the replay. We'll have a look. He's coming down. And what happens? He takes the left-hander and just loses it. So that is just, tiredness or not taking enough care at the end of a race here. And he comes down, and we're seeing it again there out of the window of the car. Loses it. Lucky to not hit anything there by the looks of it.
Yeah,
Go on.
Yeah, he just stomped on the brakes because he saw what was happening there. He's not going to try and gas it to get it to come back around. I'm not sure if it's driver tiredness or tiredness because, again, he's going a long stint here, and this car might have worn out its tires.
Yeah, and that was down in one of the tighter turns, down in turn number 5, I think that was. So, no disgrace. He's got the car back going again. He hasn't lost any position as far as I can see, so it's all good. He continues on, and 16 minutes to go. Let's get it done, he's thinking, and it looks like he will be able to do that if he didn't break the car, so it's all good. So, Joe, what can we say further here? Everyone is virtually, they at a point now where I'm pretty sure they're thinking, let's get it over with. Nobody to race against, nobody to take a position away from you. They all spread out pretty much. This is where they're going to finish unless somebody has a really bad accident between now and the end of the race.
Exactly. But, this thing has to go to the checkered flag. It has to have the specified number of minutes because that's just the rules of the game. And since we do have some time, we've spent a lot of time talking about the GTD class because they've had the closer battles of the two. So why don't we give a little bit of love in these last 15 minutes to some of the DP drivers that maybe haven't got as much screen time. Guys like Oscar Ferreira, who's kind of been all by his lonesome, but he's going to get a top 5 today. And let's see, I'm trying to see how many drivers we've had in class total here. It looks like we had 10 guys out here at the start in the DPs.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there was 3 out, so 10 altogether. 3 are out. That leaves 7 of them in the race at the moment. Mikey Grems has the lead at the moment. He's racing there for V Apex Racing Group Green. That car has been very solid all day. And he's doing a great job. He's leading the race. He's got a 1-minute gap on his nearest opponent, which is Ryan Walker for Blackadder Motorsports. Again, Ryan Walker has done a great job as well there, Joe. So really, let's have a look at some of the lesser lights, if you like. So Oscar Ferreira, we were talking about. Oscar's done a great job. He's sitting in 4th place in class. And still going strong as well. The car looks clean. When I say clean, I mean undamaged. So it's all good for these drivers. They've done a great job.
Definitely. And, since Mikey's been doing such a good job up front for the majority of what we've covered of this race, these 3 hours, why don't we go on board and see what it's like with a driver who knows how to be smooth and knows how to keep it out front, and let him show us how it's done.
If we don't put the commentator's curse on him.
Yeah, let's hope not.
All right, let's do that. So we're on board here with Mikey Grims, who's leading the class. Let's just sit back and watch what he does with the car. And here we see Mikey Grims. We've been on board for him for just about a complete lap. And we can see exactly what he's been doing. We've been on board from looking out the windscreen with him. And he's doing a fantastic job just wheeling this big, very fast, very heavy car around this track. And Joe has been doing that for 164 laps. He and his team, of course.
Yeah, it has been serving them very well. And, you know, we need to give credit because we've seen Mikey in the car for much of our stint here calling this race, but we haven't seen a lot of David Jacques, who was helping him along. And actually, I'm curious to know if I can figure out how many laps David has put into this thing as well. Obviously, we haven't mentioned that they do have a fair share rule in this series that drivers have to put in so many minutes / laps for their race to count. So you can't do this thing solo. Not that I really want to do 6 hours solo.
Yeah, and they don't tell us, and we unfortunately don't have any way of finding out exactly how much time David Jacques has done. But certainly, David Jacques was in the car, was watching at before our stint, Joe, when he was driving the car. He's done a fantastic job. Well, I think we've said it all. I mean, just about every driver, without any exception, has done a great job out here today. And take my hat off to anyone who's capable and willing to do 6 hours in any car around any track. And this track, with its wide open spaces and very long straights, and situational awareness being required because of the differential in the speed between the cars, it's all there. It's what, I guess, it's what we have joined iRacing for, and it is what real life drivers want to do when they embark on a career in racing, Joe. It's fantastic. I've been at both ends of the racing spectrum, and I have to say it is fantastic. I love it.
Now, I might have to have you check something, Richard, because our director's saying he's not seeing Oscar Ferreira out on track, and I'm not seeing him out there either. Did he disconnect on your end? Oh, and
Ferreira is not in the sim any longer. That is the fourth retirement, and it's like minutes from the end. How soul-breaking is that? And it's unfortunate for Oscar and Brett Kincaid. We mentioned we didn't think he's going to make it to the end. Well, that prediction came true with 8 minutes to go. That Mercedes comes in for a splash and dash, and they should be back out there. There you can see he's already taken off now. And let's hope he keeps within the speed limit. Others will be back in to serve a black flag.
Insult to injury.
Which is what happened to me in my last official race, guys. I went out there, got a slowdown penalty. Then I could not serve the penalty before the start-finish line, or did not serve the slowdown penalty before the start-finish line, and I got a black flag, hold for 16 seconds. And I came dead last in the race when I was winning the race before I got the slowdown penalty.
That just stings when that stuff happens. That's where you kind of have to put that race out of mind and hopefully never think about it until the next one. But
yep.
You're talking about the wide open spaces, the long straights of this track. What's interesting about this series is they're really kind of throwing a lot of different types of tracks at these guys, because we mentioned they're going to COTA next, and that is at complete odds. This is considered something of a classic. It's been around since the 50s, whereas COTA now has, I believe it's about 5 years under its belt. Very new, a lot of paved runoff. There's very few things to hit around that track, and also extremely technical. So you need a versatile driver to perform well here and at the next race coming up.
Yes, indeed. COTA, not one of my favorite tracks, I have to say. The track was built for Formula One racing. We've seen V8 supercars race there in the very first year that COTA opened. COTA, if I'm correct, I believe it's in Texas. Is
Correct.
it in Texas? Yes. So it's hot and dusty around the area there. There's not a piece of greenery that you can see around the track. And, I guess that will come in future years, but very tough track indeed. And it's certainly not one that I enjoy driving on. But you're right there, Joe. It's going to be complete opposite to what you see here today. This track has been around for a long, long time, and it's a classic track. I would love to see these guys take these cars to a track like Le Mans, which is now out there on iRacing, and a really nice track to race. I would think multi-class and endurance racing on. In fact, they do the endurance racing at Le Mans, obviously.
Now, you said you think that green might be coming later on at Texas. I'm not sure that you've been to Texas, Richard, because I don't think that green is coming.
I have not been to Texas. I can certainly confirm that. But I thought that every place at least has some trees.
Definitely not in the U.S. There's plenty of places that are devoid of trees. And Texas is flat and hot, and some places are muggy, but I don't think, unless they really want to spend a lot of money on water, that they're going to make that place terribly green. But let's get back to the racing action on track. We only got 5 minutes left in this 6-hour race, Richard.
Oh, hang on. We've got Fraser Williams off track again. Come back on. He's come back on. He's good to go. He's back on the track. He's completed turn number 3. He's back on there. We want everybody to stay on the track and finish the race. We only have 5 minutes to go, Joe. It would be very, very unfortunate, as we saw with Oscar Ferreira, got so close and could not finish. How heartbreaking is that, really?
And we saw in the replay that Fraser actually made contact with the wall there, so it wasn't too hard of a hit, but he still could have damaged the car. Now, he's another driver, Fraser, that doesn't have anybody behind him, so at this point, they're doing this on pride. They want to get to the end. But you mentioned Oscar, and let's see, where are they currently? Oh, actually, I think they've come back. Sergio Dorelli, I guess, saw that his teammate had disappeared, and Sergio Dorelli has gotten into the car, and now he's gone off track, so he's not making the best of appearances, but he's going to try and get to the end. He did lose position to Russell Clayson, sadly, as well as Tetsuro Hashimoto, so Sergio's down to 6 in his class.
Still, he's back out there and determined to finish the race. This is what you were talking about, Joe, about pride and being able to say, I did the 6 hours at Road America. So he's out there, and they sat in the pits for a while. They were right out of it completely, but now they've come back to just do the last 3-4 minutes of this race. So at the moment, our leader still Mikey Grims, and he's done a fantastic job. Ryan Walker, second place. The last podium position being held down by Jefferson Padavani at the moment. Then we've got Tatsuro Hashimoto, Russell Clayson, and Sergio Dorelli, who takes over from Oscar Ferreira again. And then we have further down, we have the last DP, which is Fraser Williams. So that's the all the DP guys. And tell us about what's happening in the GTD class.
Well, actually, on screen, Fraser Williamson is coming to the pits, but it's like he doesn't know what to do. I think he overshot his pit stall. So I think maybe he's aware that he's on screen, so he might be messing with us a little bit here. But let's go to the GTDs with these last few minutes we got. Jared Yanis is leading still, and now has extended that gap to half a minute over Ryan Wallace. So again, even if Jared Yanis spun, he would still have a handy gap over our second place driver, Stefan Valder. He is holding down third. And actually, I should mention, now that I got a chance and I'm remembering, Stefan shares some of his art on the forums. He likes to draw, so not just handy behind the wheel, but handy with a pencil. And then a little bit farther back, Brett Kincaid took a splash and dash, and that Blackadder number 67 is back out there to grab himself a 4th in class. And Matt Richards is currently finishing in a top 5, although many laps down, continuing on so that he at least can take the checkered flag. And speaking of which, our leader just crossed the line.
Out.
Yeah.
So the leader, Mikey Grims, will get the white flag when he crosses the line. In fact, he probably got the white flag already. This is, according to our timing and scoring, this is the last lap. There's 1 minute and 28 seconds left on the clock. So that kind of fits. This might well be the last lap for our leader, Mikey Grims. And he can taste the victory already by now, Joe.
Oh, I am sure. I have a feeling with, let's see, what's the gap? 56 seconds. At this point, he can pretty much coast to the line. And this is the best feeling. I've been in this position only a couple times in my endurance racing career, but it is the best feeling. You're in the lead, you have a handy gap, you're in the car, and you know that from here on, all you got to do is just bring it around at the easiest pace possible and bring it across the line. It is just a beautiful feeling, and I bet Mikey is smiling ear to ear, because after 6 hours, Richard, he's got maybe 5 more corners to go, and this thing's done.
Yes, he does have a slower car in front of him. He's got to be sure to pass him nice and cleanly, which he does. Mikey Grims coming up to Canada corner for the last time in this race. I personally have only tasted victory in endurance racing once, and I was not in the car when the victory was taken. It was my teammate who was in the car. But Mikey Grims, sitting in that car, he's done a lot of the racing in this car today. He's now finished the final corner. He comes towards the line. He comes under the Caterpillar sign, and very, very soon he will pass the start-finish line, which he does now. He takes the checkered flag. Joe, fantastic job by Mikey Grims.
We got a little while before our other leader comes up, Yair Yanis, so let's go to Ryan Walker, who's ahead of him. 2nd place. Oh, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong piece of track. Our GTD leader is coming to the line, so Yair Yanis, we weren't sure they were going to take the win earlier, but as they come across the line, P1 goes to the 49 Motorsports team.
Yes, and they've done a great job as well. Everybody's done a great job, but you know, the winners have done a superb job, because to win a race of 6 hours is something else, and good on them. 2nd place, Ryan Wallace there, and let's have a look and see, is Brett Kincaid crossing the line?
Well, no, Brett Kincaid, I think, is a little ways down the track, but we did see both Ryan Wallace and Ryan Walker take 2nd place in each class respectively, right next to each other, so nice job to them.
And it seems, yep, that's right, so we're looking for the 3rd places now. Stefan Walder and Hashimoto.
Walder's
Tatsuro
finished.
Hashimoto.
And actually, Padavani, I believe, is in 3rd place. He hasn't come across the line yet. We're seeing some donuts of our leaders while we wait for Padavani, who's coming around the last corner now. And he's already picking up marbles going wide around the edge. You have no weight limits here in iRacing, so these guys really don't have to worry about that. Still, Club do Volante takes the final podium spot in the prototypes, and I think actually that should be everybody on track.
Yes, and there we hear the marshals having a chat to the drivers. If I were the marshal, I'd be fining those people who were doing donuts before other people had finished their races. But a fantastic race, and look, I think we will go to a break very shortly after the last cars, we believe, have crossed the line. Has everybody crossed the line, Joe? Okay, so we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and do some driver interviews and finish up on the scoreboard and our closing comments. Hi there again, folks, and welcome back for the last time to the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series. After 6 hours of racing, these are the provisional results as we have them from iRacing. In the DP class, first across the line was V Apex Racing Group Green. Second, Blackadder Motorsports number 68. In third place, we had Club do Volente. In fourth place, we had Vendaval Sim Racing White. Fifth place was brought down by V Apex Racing Group Yellow. Sixth place, Club Ham Team. In seventh place, but in 11th place overall, was Blackadder Motorsports number 69. And then NKH Racing, who did not finish the race, came in 14th place overall. And in 15th, 16th, 16th place overall was the online sim racing DE Endurance number 2 car. And lastly, Team Richard McGlaw, he finished in 18th place overall. So that's all the DP drivers, or teams, I should say. Joe, what happened in the GTD class?
Well, the winner in GTD was 49 Motorsports, and then following them was Bad Cactus Racing Blue. Just did not have the pace to keep up with them at the end. Rounding out the podium is OnlineSimRacing.de Enduro. And then behind them, just outside the podium in fourth, was Blackadder Motorsports 67. There you can see after that, we start to get into the cars that finished with problems laps down. You can see the Blackadder Motorsports number 69 was a prototype. Blackadder Motorsports 66 was in the GTD class, followed by Hammered Down Racing, who sadly led most of this race and unfortunately fell by the wayside with a driver error. NKH Racing also had problems as well with their wheel. Behind them in the GTD class was V Apex GT Racing Team, followed by OnlineSimRacing.de, and then Sweet Spot Racing rounds out the field. And Richard McClure, which you mentioned, I believe, was a did not start.
That is correct. So that was the final results. We had 18 cars take the field, and of those, 12 cars did finish the race, I believe. Well, Joe, we have a couple of drivers to interview here. Let's see, who do we have in our ready for interview? We'll take one of the DP drivers first. And let's go with Ryan Walker. Let's bring him into the booth and we'll have a chat with Ryan. So I'll drag him in to the broadcast booth. Can I do that? I do it. Ryan Walker, do you have a copy?
Copy.
Ryan, 6 hours of racing here. Congratulations on your finish in this race. And how do you feel after 6 hours?
I feel absolutely exhausted, that's for sure. But yeah, that was probably the most fun I've had in an endurance race.
Okay, so tell us about your race. Did you have, obviously you have a particular strategy when you go into a race like this. You're in the faster class of car. You know that you're going to have to share the driving with a few other drivers in your team. What was your strategy and how did you think you were going to win this race, if you were going to win it?
Our strategy was to basically just do a nice consistent pace, but also be careful when it came to lapping traffic, which seemed to pay off. And it seemed to pay off, and we finished on the podium. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that.
Well, exactly right. And yourself, you had your teammate Sven Kamertz, who did a significant amount of the driving as well. And you guys finished the race, which is always a good thing to do, and you're on the podium. So you should be a happy team today.
Yeah, definitely happy. I mean, second place is definitely a good result, but at the same time, disappointed as well because we could have possibly taken the win, but during one of the coursing periods at the restart, I went to go, but the leader decided not to go, or was slowly started to move. So when I went to go, I had to back off a little bit, and someone behind me just came flying in and nudged me up the rear, which was unfortunate because I had to pit for repairs, which cost us about, I think it was a minute, something like that. But yeah, that's endurance racing. You'll have good days and you'll have bad days.
Yeah, well, that's true. So the next race is at Circuit of the Americas. What do you think about your preparation for that race? Are you looking forward to it? Do you think you're gonna like that track?
I have to be honest. I've never raced at Circuit of the Americas on iRacing or in sim racing in general. So yeah, that'll be a new track that I'll have to learn, but. Yeah, that'll just be. I'll be going there with the same plan as I always have. Is basically just keep out of trouble and just basically just keep out of trouble when lapping traffic and just see how we get on. And if we have a chance of winning, then we'll try our best.
Okay. Well, congratulations on your podium finish. We believe, certainly from where we sit in the broadcast booth, that everyone who's finished this race has done a fantastic job. So great job, and thanks for talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Joe, let's see what will we do next. Who will we bring in for our next interview? Perhaps our winner of the GTD class?
Yeah, sounds like that's next up. Jared Yanis has been waiting patiently and are ready for interview room. So we've pulled him in. And Jared, first of all, congratulations on the win here at Road America. Second question for you here. Who had the faster heart rate, you in the car during those battles in the middle of the race, or Dexter on the YouTube chat talking about it?
I don't know. I would say it was most likely Dexter, since I was fairly calm, but I did kind of lose my mind in the end a bit. I have to also admit that.
We saw that the car wasn't handling very well at the end of one of your stints with a few spins. Was that due to the tires, or did you have damage that was hurting the handling of the car?
It was purely just the tires. They go away so quickly under the BMW if you push them or have to fight for the position. And that's exactly what happened.
We kind of suspected that was the case. Now, did that influence how you made the pass for the lead there with where you led up to the end? You caught up to the guys in Bad Cactus Blue, and it seemed very decisive that you didn't wait around to get by.
I think at the end they made a mistake in the turn. Is it the first left-hander is turn 4 or 5? And that just happened. I just came out of the pits and I wasn't expecting it, but the door was open, so I just went for it. I knew I had the better pace than them with the fresh tires.
Now, the next track is going to be very, very different to this one over at COTA. Do you think that's going to be a strong one for the BMW? I know that it doesn't have a lot of top-end speed, so Road America probably shouldn't have been your strong track.
I really have no clue. I haven't driven it with anything else than MX-5. So. And I don't know if I'm even available for it. But if I need to be, then I will be available. But I have to learn it to drive it with the GT3.
Well, so we get a little bit of a comment behind the scenes from our director. Well, regardless, you made good on this round, and hopefully you can bring that talent in a couple weeks' time at Circuit of the Americas. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And it was nice to be back here in the interview booth after a long time.
I was thinking that during the break. It's been a long time since we talked here. It's good to hear you again.
Yeah, thanks.
That was Jared Yanis, part of 49 Motorsports, who won here today. Richard, who have you got to talk to next?
Well, we're going to talk to Jefferson Padovani, who raced for the Club du Volante team. So let's bring him into the booth here. Mr. Padovani, where are you? There we are. Jefferson, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yes, I can hear you, Jefferson. Club du Volante. Very, very
Yeah.
good finish for you guys. How was your race after 6 hours? How do you feel?
We feel very nice. I want to start asking sorry about our English because we are from Brazil and we are not used to talk a lot in English. But it was a fantastic race for us. We are not used to race with this car. Every single race is a challenge for us. This track in particular is very difficult. It's very easy to make mistakes. So our strategy here today was not make mistakes, to save the car of any crashes in any moment. I think this is a very nice strategy. There are a lot of faster guys racing today. You can see Sven and his partner and Mickey Green and Juan Lopez. They are all very fast, insanely fast than us. But I think the strategy goes very nice. A podium today, it's a victory for us. We are improving each race, and we are very happy of being here.
Okay, well, firstly, we are very used to talking to people, drivers from all nationalities. So don't worry about your English. It is a hell of a lot better than my Spanish, let me tell you. You've got a third place position. Your strategy, you have explained to us already how that worked for you. A podium position is a really, really great finish after 6 hours. So we congratulate you on that third position there. And tell us your next race, which will be at the Circuit of the Americas in America, in Texas. What are you thinking about that at all already, or have you not even given it any thought?
I never raced this track. As I told you, every single race is a challenge for us. We don't know the car, we don't know the tracks. So yes. So it's pretty amazing finishing on podium today. But we are practicing a lot. Particularly for this race, we tested a lot of setups. Rodrigo and I, we try a lot of things. But as I told you, the guys are very faster than us. So the only thing we could make to achieve the podium is to save the car of any hurt. To don't lose time fixing, repairing, these kind of things. In Circuit of the Americas, we don't know what we can expect. It's a shorter race. It's a 3 hours race. I think we are going to make the same strategy. It's working. It's staying away of trouble. A lot of situations today, we let some guys pass to avoid a problem, and I want to use this situation to ask to say sorry, sorry for Sven, because on a restart on the middle of the race, I think the pole position didn't start on the green, and we started him and me, and I couldn't avoid to touch the back of this car. So as I'm told in here, I just want to ask sorry to him. I think that this can cause him losing the first place. Yes, he finished second. It's a very nice, very nice position, but I think he could win. And this particular moment of the race was important for him. I sorry, I couldn't do nothing. It wasn't my fault. Sorry, Sven. And well. Congratulations to all GT podiums and for everybody who finished. It's a very long race, but it's very happy. We are very happy to be accomplishing this thing.
Well, congratulations, a good podium finish. Obviously, you're very happy about it and excited about it. So, thank you for talking to us, Jefferson. And we will look forward to perhaps talking to you again when we get to the next race. Okay, sir, who do we have for our last interview? Joe? Okay, so let's bring Wallace in here. Where is Wallace? Ryan Wallace? Okay, Ryan Wallace, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Ryan, your race 6 hours in, and where did you guys finish? Let's see. Ryan Wallace. Oh, you guys were just second in the class. That's right. After 6 hours, how do you feel to not only finish but finish on the podium?
Feels good. Completes out the year. Lots of endurance podiums this year. Just feels very good. I'm happy to finish second.
Did you think that you could have won the race?
I thought we had a good chance until 49 did the splash and go. I was expecting them to come in and do a pit. I knew it had been light on gas. We had our gas savings on that last stint turned up to 10, and I was extremely light on my foot. So that's the reason for the reduced pace. Our last two stints were just major fuel savings.
Yeah, you guys provided some really exciting minutes, in fact, and a whole bunch of laps there in that second stint for us as viewers and for us as the callers of the race as well. When you guys, there were three of you battling for that position, and it was really exciting to watch. And at that point in time, you were in the car, if I can remember correctly, and you were just sitting back in the third place watching the action between, it was Giannis and I forget who the other person was. It was Alessandro, in fact, it was, racing up ahead of you. And eventually the two of them tangled and you got the first position.
Yes, I was watching that. I was laughing so heavily. I knew something was going to happen. I have to say I probably antagonized that a little bit by going up and slowing down a bit and then letting them both by again.
Yes. Yeah, it was a great job. And you know what? I tell you, it was very interesting to watch. And we got to congratulate you on your finish. And also just the fact of, racing for 6 hours. It's a very long race. And I know, there are longer races, 12 hours and so on, even in the official side of iRacing. But completing a 6-hour race must be extremely satisfying.
Yes, and it definitely rounds off this year. We got a couple wins in the official. I can't thank DGFX, Bad Cactus Racing. I mean, what this puts on and what the team puts together is amazing. I really enjoy it.
Excellent stuff. All right. Well, congratulations, Ryan, and thank you for talking to us. We look forward to seeing you. I'm not sure what broadcasts we're doing, but the next race we know is at Coda. Are you looking forward to that one?
We'll see. It's not my favorite track, but definitely a local one. We even have one of our drivers that's going to be at the real race during that, so it'll be fun.
Okay, that'll be great. All right. Well, thank you for talking to us. And that closes our broadcast for today. All we have left to do is to give some thanks to a few people. And so firstly, we will go ahead and give thanks to the people who provide all the software and hardware that we use for our broadcast. That's the Global Sim Racing channel. And you can see them listed on your screen right now. There are people like iRacing, of course, XSplit. There are people who provide music, who contribute music to our broadcast, and those people are Eric Ekholm and Casey Lalonde. Their contact details are on screen there. Please go and have a look at their music. You'll find their websites listed there, and they make some really great music. Thank you to the team who participated in today's broadcast. That was Sean and Mark and Joe and myself and our director Amjad, who did all 6 hours of directing. Fantastic job there. And of course, Dougie Beard, who provided us with all the different camera angles that we use on the broadcast. If you want to find out more about us, the Global Sim Racing Channel, we have a website at globalsimracingchannel.com. There you will find a bunch of archived races. You can look up each of our great customers and see all the previous broadcasts that we've done for them in the current seasons. And also you'll see some a list of all the upcoming broadcasts. We are also on our Twitter. Our channel, Twitter channel is at GSR Channel. And we're on Facebook as well at the Global Sim Racing Channel. The next race for DGFX is on October 22nd. It's the 3 hours of Kota. GSRC will not be broadcasting that. I don't believe it's a broadcast race. We will also have upcoming races for the other series on screen, so do check them out and mark them down on your calendar to have a look at the ones that do interest you. So, folks, thank you for watching, and until next time, race clean, race hard, and we will see you on track.